証文ばかりしていると暴君が来るぞ。 消耗ばかりしていると暴君が来るぞ。 証文ばかりしていると暴君が来るぞ。 証文ばかりしていると暴君が来るぞ。
Welcome, friends and foes, survivors and killers, to the Dead by Daylight Mobile KOL Invitational Group Stages. I'm Pixelbush, and I'll be providing some casting and commentary today.
And I am Coconut RTS, and I'll be casting as well. Over the past couple weeks, starting on March 20th to 23rd, we have 4 teams that all came from 4 different streams, trying to find the best players they possibly could to create a tournament that will be competing for a prize pool within the DVD Mobile Invitational. We also have... Oh,
sorry. Yes, but the as a little bonus for our beloved viewers, if you hop on the mobile game right now, there's a code on screen you can use to redeem 20,000 blood points. So that'll be available all through the night. So remember to screenshot that code and get your gift.
And make sure to check out the game and put in the code if you guys want to redeem those 20,000 blood points. So make sure to check out the game. And very soon we'll be talking about the prize pool that all 4 teams will be competing for. And it's being brought up right here. Pixelbush, would you like to go into the different things that our teams are going to be competing for?
Absolutely. The total prize pool of $30,000, and the 4 teams. The 4 teams start with duking out for a total prize pool of $30,000, $4,000 for 4th place, $6,000 for second, $6,000 for third. Sorry, my mistake. $8,000 for second place, and an incredible $12,000 for our illustrious champions. The rules are fairly simple, and it is a kill or escape based point system. So for the killers, they'll be receiving a point for every survivor that is killed in the matches, but a bonus point for a total of 5 points if everybody is killed. And for the survivors, they'll be getting a point for every escape for a total of 5 points for a 4-man escape.
So, and these now, when it comes to the matches that we'll be playing today, first match will be going against Team Kingdom versus Team Predrop, Team FroggyFrogs versus Team Swing, Team Kingdom versus FroggyFrogs. And points are going to be very, very vital, because these next 2 days will be the determining factor for who gets to play in the playoffs next week. Whoever gets the most amount of points will be being able to guarantee a spot in the tournament when it comes to competing for the 30,000 prize pool, which also means they get to have a guaranteed tournament reward of $8,000.
The first round looking to be between Teams Kingdom and Predrop, and it looks like our map selection is going to be beginning with Coal Tower. So a fairly reasonable map, one that a lot of people would say is fairly balanced.
And it's quite small as well. During this stage, the team members are also going to be, the survivor team members get to ban one of the other killers, one of the other team's killers in the selection. And we have an interesting lineup here. We have Mr. King, the captain, playing Lori, Polyester playing Dwight, Running Man playing Bill, and Candy playing Yui, along with SRT Lonely playing the Clown.
So Coal Tower Clown. This is going to be an interesting start to the day. Any initial thought? Sorry.
No worries. All good.
In terms of initial thoughts, Coal Tower, fairly small map, so Clown may be able to he isn't going to struggle so much with his lack of overall map ability, and maybe we'll just see some quick chases, but it'll depend on if the survivors can chain those tiles together.
I'm kind of curious if he's going to be using like the yellow bottles to get movement speed, as this is like a smaller map. He might be able to take advantage of the secondary ability. There are some players, Clown players, who only really use the pink bottles for slowdown, as that is the original base kit for Clown. Also, when it comes to the survivor players, every single player is going to have to be using a separate perk. They can't use multiples of the same perk. And we're getting into our first match, playing the clown, getting to a very early chase against the king, getting the purple bottles to land.
It's like,
And now it seems like he's vaulting around the loop, and he
has bamboozle, so that window is not going to be usable.
Surprising set of perks that he has.
Sudden
Getting his
and
first hit off onto
sudden
Pauly.
and immediate invasion by Pauly, and a brutally quick first down.
And along with that, he also has the corrupted invention, so to make sure that the generators don't get completed as fast as possible. He wants to try to get as much pressure on the board to make sure that no one really can escape, because that's how the other team can get points on the board. Right now, he's trying to make sure he can buy his time. So a very solid choice of perks, and along with Noed. So he's putting some stacking in the endgame as well to make sure that he's able to secure everything all together.
Potentially a agree distance for that first hook from Lonely, but it does seem to, it does look like he's able to use a pop. A brutal hit on the lorry through that pallet there. It's the pallet down and the hit. So Pop Goes the Weasel is going to use it on this generator.
It looks like he's trying to hover around Polyester. He is paranoid that someone is going to be going for the save. He's throwing a bottle just in case, but little does he know there is no one there. Hovering back to the generator to make sure it doesn't pop. Right now, there are two generators on 50%. Oh, actually, no, one's on 70 and one's on 30.
Yep,
And
Pop Goes the Weasel, decimating Running Man's gen there. And notably, this is the version of Corrupt Intervention that's not on the base game, because if that had happened, then the Corrupt Intervention would be gone by now. But this is the version of Corrupt Intervention which would last for the full 2 minutes. So
the differences between the two different variants. It's like a whole different game. It's like a blast in the past. Like looking back into the what it used to be like.
And it looks like Lonely's trying to potentially come second stage on Pauly, which he succeeds in doing. Pauly goes second while Chase begins his running man.
And that is basically 2 hook states for 1 generator. That is a very favorable position. That's where you want to be. Also getting his next down. This guarantees at least 3 hook states for the match just so early in the game. With the pressure on the generators coming at only like 50%, it's very likely that he'll be able to get maybe likely another hook right after hooking Running Man.
Interesting that he was there a hook in that last target? I didn't notice one. So potentially could be another greedy long distance hook from Lonely as he reloads. Potentially trying to keep more gens on this side on lockdown with Pop. Let's see where he chooses to use that Pop.
Oh, he decides to do it on this side generator.
Yeah,
I'm kind of curious if he's going to be playing like a 3-gen setup, because he's been hovering around this portion of the map for the entirety of the entire match so far. So I'm wondering if he's putting his eggs all in one basket and making sure that he makes the most out of his time.
It looks like Lonely might have a 3-gen. He's got this corner gen here, the one I'm in building, and the one in the back corner. So holding a 3-gen here, maybe not the worst strategy.
Now he gets onto a chase onto Lori, who seems to be going for the unhook save. She's going to be doing it right in front of Clown. It's very likely that she's going to go down here.
Yeah, looks like it looks like a fine 1-for-1 between King and Running Man.
They don't want another situation where a person goes to struggle so early into the match, as that would be pressure lost. And there goes, I think, the 4th hook state gained for the Killers. And it looks like they're in the most favorable position in this lineup for Team Predrop. They're doing quite good so early into the tournament here.
That is a possible deliverance from King there into a decent disruption on that corner generator, but and the filler pallet's forced down too. Looks like the survivors are running out of resources, but that possible deliverance from King was it explains the trade. Like King was so keen to 1-for-1 trade for Running Man if he's able to unhook himself with deliverance.
That's a good way to convert the hook pressure to make it so that when the killer goes away, they can make sure that they can all be still standing.
Yes.
Without having someone in a hook state.
Buy some time to relieve that 3-gen if they can.
It does look like the Clown is defending these generators. This triple vicinity might deem deadly. Hopefully he's able to build up pressure over time, just controlling. I see that he's leaving him on the ground in order to maintain a steady momentum, a pressure that builds. And it doesn't seem like he sees the one on the generator behind the building.
Looks like, if you look carefully, King's feet is recovering with that yellow bar. It used to me that maybe an unbreakable. There we go, an unbreakable from King there. the killer may have slugged to prevent Decisive Strike, because for people who aren't aware, this game's version of Decisive Strike does not turn off when you're on generators. So that's why I believe why King stuck the gen in the clown's face there, just to potentially force a grab into Decisive Strike.
And would you look at this? Look, Running Man's bar is getting really low. It seems like the team is focusing more on generators, and that is the first kill for Team Predrop. They're getting their first point on the board. With one generator left, they traded one whole player for a generator. So we'll have to see how that pans out in the future, because a 3v1 is quite difficult to pull off.
Yeah. Lonely, looks like Lonely's heading back towards his gens to continue protecting them, which is probably a smart idea given there's only one left to complete.
So typically the way people go is they like to, when there's a 3 gens left, they like to have one person trying to push a generator per piece just to make sure that one can pop, so the killer can't be in one, the killer can only be in one place at one time. So we'll have to see if the clown will be able to hold this fort down to make sure that he can try to get as many kills as possible to get the further points on the board.
Looks like he's on to King, pressuring this corner gen. Seems to be the one that it's been the battleground gen from the start. It's been popped as a weasel so many times now.
And that's a pallet vault right for Lori, a trade hit in order to try to get some distance off. They're heading onto a jungle gym that goes further away from the 3 gen setup, and it seems like the clown is taking the bait for the time being. Maybe he thinks it's worth it, as he does have Noed, and once Noed activates, he'll be able to down people as fast as possible. And here goes Lori's down, maybe to set up his second kill.
Looking at the gen progress, it doesn't look like he's going to lose gen for the same time soon, especially if he goes to use pop on King and Paulie's gen. But does he go for King and Paulie's gen, or does he go back to that corner gen, the one that they keep pressuring?
I think you're right about that. And the thing is that I feel like he's choosing the correct generator here, as both Candy and Paulie are working on it.
Absolutely.
Maybe he can get the pop value. He has plenty of time to get it off.
That he does.
And this is the continuation on the chase on Paulie Esther. This is an immense amount of pressure that's going to be gained, as there is someone on the hook and no one trying to crack the last one. They need to power all the generators in order to make sure that they can escape, but it's seeming to go to a slowing halt for the time being.
And Paulie's dead as well. That's that drop of the stage on that first hook, not really paying dividends there with the second player dead. Not sure how the survivors come back from this brutal 3 gen with 2 players out of the match.
It's honestly starting to look like that Predrop may be getting a possible 4K from this if SRT can hold down the triple setup even further. But it's looking very promising for Team Predrop here.
Yes, especially with King dead on hook as well. There's really no margin for error here for Team Kingdom.
And I'm curious when it looks like he's going to be chasing Mr. King, who's injured. This might be a quick down. Oh, King goes into a locker. A nice little cheeky pull. I'm wondering if he's going to start slugging Lori here in order to prevent the... Oh, right, really?
DS out of nowhere.
A decisive strike.
I was not expecting that. Obviously, while the Unbreakable did suggest that King may have had DS, what I was not expecting was it to still be up. I was not ready for that. Clearly King was, and he played around it very elegantly. A sprint burst from Candy.
He's going to go for a follow-up hit on Candy. Everyone's injured. The amount of pressure that both these team members are on must be insane. Now he's going to be following Candy to be able to get her down, and he's getting inching closer and closer. What I'm honestly curious about is if he's going to slug Candy to prevent Lori from getting the hatch. If he makes sure that someone doesn't die, then he can try to get 5 points on the board instead of just 3.
Indeed, especially since by now the hatch has spawned, so the killer does know where King is likely to be, to try and scab that hatch escape and maybe scrape the team a point. But I don't think Lenny's gonna let that happen.
And there we go. That's Lori down, and it looks like a promising 5 points for Team Predrop.
Absolutely, a hell of a start to the night.
Absolutely. Very, very good performance. And as well, It seems like Candy won't be able to make this hatch, so this is a definite guarantee. There we go.
No adrenaline, and as we can see, the king used the team's unbreakable there. So thanks to the perk loadout rules, is really is. I don't think I didn't see anything other than a hook for Candy. Once Lonely figures out where they are.
Even at this point, may have a little bit of trouble. I think they did use their unbreakable already, right?
Yes, the king. King used it.
So almost guarantee this is a definite 5 points on the board for Team Predrop. Very nice. That was a very solid performance by the clown. A good utilization of maneuvering with the bottles to make sure they get slowed down. Fast, quick injuries, a corrupted invention, a very solid set of perks, and a very solid set of countering the survivors' play.
Looks like he never needed the no-ed in the first place.
All right, pretty cool. That was a crazy first game.
Absolutely,
The killer takes it. So
sorry.
Oh no worries. Well, so how do you think the future matches will be going? With the killer taking the first match, do you think this will become like a trend for future matches, or do you think the survivors may take it in the future matches?
Well, I guess time will tell. But looking at the blood point gains, that is a spectacular victory for Lonely on the blood point gain. Looking at those builds though, we had the Delhi DS Unbreakable from King there. Looks like only although no exhaustion perk on King, so that was certainly a decision. Not necessarily it's a good or bad one. I don't know, but it was certainly it certainly picked him as the Gen Warrior correctly with his DS and Unbreakable. Paulie had camaraderie, and which would have been an excellent tool when he was being camped, if it worked on first stage, which unfortunately it did not.
They had two support players. They had a lot of good utilization out of their perks when it came to the Deliverance, Decisive Strike. They hit the mark and who they thought would get the maximum utilization to get the pressure off. But unfortunately, it seems like the clown was able to pull off there. But I think they were very coordinated. They had their med kits. They probably expected to be able to get some heals off to pull off a little bit more pressure. Maybe going on to the next match, they might go with a little bit different of a strategy after their first experience against the clown on Team Predrop here.
Potentially. I think what really damned them there was the combination of Pop Goes the Weasel and the Fade Type 3 gen that the clown had.
Yeah,
because as soon as he was able to get a hook, get a pop, get a chase, get a hook, get a pop, get a chase. That's a rhythm that's really, really hard for the survivors to break when the gens are that close together and two people dead on hook very, very quickly. The securing the second stage on Paulie from that first hook was immensely valuable. When Paulie had to play very safe, meant the survivors were running out of manpower earlier than they might have liked. It was a good combination of perks and strategy there from that clown to put the survivors on the back foot.
And it looks like they're going to be doing the continuation of the best of three, so they're going to be swapping sides. So Team Predrop will be playing Survivor this time, and Team Kingdom will be playing Killer. So maybe they'll be able to get a redemption arc in this next round as well. The survivors at this point will be able to ban two killers. So Team Predrop will be able to severely restrict the pickings of the killers that they have to choose from. So I wonder how that will pan out when it comes to the actual match.
Do they fear the clown? I wouldn't. After last match, I wouldn't blame them if they would. But of course, the killer pick roster is obviously much more than you might expect on the main game. So we're not going to see any Weskers or anything. But it would certainly be interesting to see if any of them brought Sadako to the table as a brand new potential killer choice. Obviously, she's very new to the game, so seeing her would be a potential curveball that the survivors wouldn't necessarily expect.
And she has some very solid perks as well with the Call of Brine. I'd say it's on par and almost as strong as Pop Goes the Weasel. So Pop Goes the Weasel is a clown teachable, so he has more accessibility to it. When it comes to Sadako, she'll have more accessibility to Call of Brine, and I'm not so sure about if she'd be using like Floods of Rage, but it'd be interesting to see what type of perks they're going to be using on every single killer. As you saw on the scoreboard, some characters had yellow perks. They are actually unlocking the individual perks for each character. So when it comes to the restrictions on certain killers, when there is a ban, if someone bans the killer that you put a lot of points into, they're like, oh man, then it shuts me out on the perks that that killer has for the time being.
I'd very much like to see if any of the old meta builds that all these streamers who play the main game might have used, maybe try to port them over to the mobile version. Because obviously we've got Call of Brine now, and we've just come out of a meta using Call of Brine Overcharge, and obviously Doctor's in the game. Overcharge wouldn't be too surprising to see either. So it begs the question: could we see something like this reconstituted onto the mobile platform? I think this would be an excellent tournament to find out, I suppose.
Maybe, yeah. Because a lot of the proven old metas, a lot of these players have almost all like 5,000 hours of the game. Everyone's very, very experienced, and everyone's quite well versed in what works on the main PC version. In theory, like you said, that could translate over to mobile. You never know. And if it proves to be reliable, and when it comes to getting a better chance at the $30,000 prize pool, maybe that's what they'll go for.
I'd certainly be interested to see, because if you looked at the build from the last game, what was that? Corrupt, Pop, No-Ed, and Bamboozle. You could have seen that build from 2019, 2020 on the main game, and it feels like almost like these experienced players are almost coming home. It's both nostalgic and pleasant to see it kind of still in use today. It's certainly a unique viewing experience, and probably quite a unique playing experience as well.
In all honesty, that would be the type of build. Like, I'm new to DBD, I'm unlocking Clown's perks, and like, wow, I'm going to use this build. And it's kind of interesting that we're seeing this in the tournament right here. And
speaking of Doctor, looks like we have our second round killer and survivor choices ready. We've got this is Team Predrop versus Kingdom's own Linksy. We've got Razino on Ace, Emisha on Kate, the team captain Classard himself on Nia, and Zeno on Feng Min, up against Linksy's Doctor on Team Kingdom.
And now we're getting into the match where we're playing a match of Doctor. I think once again, is this on Cole?
I think this is Cole. Yeah, I think this is Cole.
I see. Getting a first Scream proc off on Class. Will they be able to maneuver around, getting a little bit stuck on the boxes, having to deal with a pallet. And that's alright. We'll hopefully be able to get a recovery off.
Classard may have immediately found Linksy's ruin. It was in that very tile the chase started. But an early tag on Aaron. Ooh.
And now we are going to be trying to build pressure. Lucky for the Doctor, there's only 2 people on a generator so far. The situation could be a little bit worse. He's worried about his totem. So he has Ruin, Corrupted Invention, Barbecue and Chili, and No-Ed. It seemed a very similar build to the one that was run on Clown. 2 gen slowdowns, an endgame, and some information.
Yes. Barbecue and Chili is interesting perk to us. I'm almost a little surprised to see that on Doctor when he's already got so much base kit information. But I'm sure Linksy's got a plan, especially because Barbecue and Chili's information might be further away than the Shackle Blast could provide. And he takes another chase with Aaron, who's already healed after the early tag.
Now he's continuing around this rock. Will he be able to get the first M1 off? He's having a little bit trouble with the controls, but he still gets the first hit off on Kate. Using the Static Blast to see if he could find anybody close by. He does find Aaron, but he wants to focus on the generators to make sure that they don't pop. Oh, he's going back to Aaron, who's running to the shack.
Notably, the blast did not hit Classard, who was on the Ruin Totem.
And looks like Linksy is hoping that she can shock Aaron so that he won't be able to drop the pallet, denying any sort of ability to try to escape the chase.
First 2 gens pop and Corrupt times out all at the same time. A slightly unfortunate turn of events for Linksy, but she catches a new chase with Razino.
This is looking to be proving quite difficult for the Doctor, as there are 2 generators completed, and I don't think there's a hook on the board. You may need to start seeing a little bit of cracking down in order to try to get at least a couple points on the board for Lynxie here on Team Kingdom.
All the mind game on Rezino, but fortunately doesn't come to anything. Shaq is now devoid of its palette.
Now, the Doctor seems to be worried about pressure to make sure that these generators don't pop as they are popping really quickly. Going to be chasing on Xeno, a player who has 46 tournament wins.
Yeah, that's 46 more than than me, and probably more than almost anybody watching. Xeno is a very skilled player. And but not cracked enough to avoid the hit from Lynxie there.
Seems to be dropping the pallet to play a little bit safe. Catches Lynxie off guard as she is very worried about these generators. The Ruin is still up, so hopefully maybe it will be able to carry her in this end game right here.
It's interesting because Classid seems to know where it was because he spawned on it and was doing it earlier, but it doesn't seem to be trying to be too bothered about getting rid of the Ruin at this point.
Maybe there's something to do with a psychological mind game. As you can see, Lynxie keeps checking the totem to make sure that no one does it. Maybe it's a play off to intentionally not to cleanse it, to make it so that she keeps going back and paranoid. And if that is what he's doing, it's a crazy mind game indeed, because they are getting that gen pressure up.
Absolutely. As they start to reach Madness 3, they will have to get off their generators to begin to start out of it, which will eat time off the gens. Doesn't seem to be a particularly big issue right now for Team Predrop, since they still yet to receive a single hook.
Now Fingman is looping around this pallet. There goes the shock to make sure that she can't double back, so Doctor is forced to go back around. Fang decides to connect the pallet straight into the jungle gym, and now, oh, she does a cheeky. Is this a self heal?
Cheeky,
she's trying to heal during the chase.
And that's another completed generator into a sprint burst and taking a hit from Aaron.
A very altruistic play. It seems like they're quite confident.
And that's Lynxie's first down of the match on Xeno with three gens completed.
So I'm genuinely curious if Lynxie is going to try to secure this kill with a little bit of a camp, as the next gener will pop almost guaranteed, as it's on 96. And here comes the hook here. What will she do? There's one gen left. This is the first hook. Does she prioritize the points?
It's like a quick shock and leave to try and remove secure her 1k. She is playing Doctor, who can repeatedly shock any survivor who goes to try to go for the unhook, to just continuously keep them from unhooking. But the question is, will that be enough to stop these very coordinated survivors from potentially?
Oh my goodness, that is a dominant survivor play. They pop all 5 generators with 4 survivors alive.
2 things worth noting though. One, her Hex No One Escapes Death is active, something survivors might necessarily know about, meaning that the survivors are exposed without even knowing it, and more importantly, the Noed totem that survivors had to break to get rid of it is right next to the hook. It's in the little log pile you can see next to the hook there. You can literally see the hook and the totem within walking distance.
That's honestly the absolute best spawn she could have asked for, because she gets to watch the totem and the hook at the same time.
Xeno goes second, and do the survivors cotton on to Lynxie's Noed? Because if they don't, this could go quite badly.
The only telltale sign would have to do with the movement speed of the killer, because visually, that's the only way they'd be able to see. Are they experienced enough to know if the Doctor has Noed or not? I honestly think they'll probably go for try to go for the save, and may possibly give Lynxie at least 2 points on the board.
My line of thinking here is if they were going to go for this, if they weren't going to go for the save, they probably would have left by now. It looks like Aaron may have spotted the Noed though. Aaron may have realised that Noed is in play, and since he can defend it with a shock from the hook, Aaron looks like he's making a bid to retreat.
I think that's really good communication, because once Aaron saw the first sign of trouble, he's like, no, I'm dipping out of there, because he knows if he goes for the save, oh, that's an insta down. I'm gonna just give the other team a point. I'm gonna lose out on a point for my team.
Yeah,
and
it
seems like looks like they're gonna be probably playing it safe with a triple escape here.
Yes, Lynxie gets the 1k. Xeno dying on his first hook. That Aaron spotting that Noed spawn, I think, changed everything that match. because they were ready for the unhook. They were ready to go for it. As soon as that totem was spotted and it was too close to be cleansed, right, whole team out of there. That was a very, very decisive play by Aaron, just to realise what was going on with the Noad.
Extremely solid play overall. Oh my goodness. When it comes to comms and everything. So here we have the scoreboard, and you can see everyone has a pretty solid amount of points. Like, they were all doing an equal amount of generators. They didn't really need to use the decisive strike. They had their sprint burst, they had their prove thyself, and it looks like they employed a different strategy this year on using items to deal with the healing and using the perks to escape and get the generators done.
Well, the interesting perk for me, once Skynet poorly had, was the camaraderie on Xeno. The camping prevention perk, because that bought the team the time to do things like look for a Noad totem. So if Lixie had hooked a different survivor, or if Xeno hadn't had that perk, suddenly that could have gone very, very badly wrong, because they may not have had time to look for the totem and realize what was going on. But that's 1 point for Team Kingdom and 3 points for Team Predrop for round 1.
It seems like, yeah, they'll be taking the first round, and that's 8 points on the board. That's such a solid start, very dominant. I honestly think Team Kingdom may have gotten a little bit unlucky with a bit of the RNG. I don't think that they played like too poorly. If the Noad totem actually didn't spawn there, I first said that it was favorable for the Noad totem to spawn there because you could just watch both. But as a matter of fact, it ended up to be a grave mistake, because if it spawned in any other location, then someone would almost 100% probably go for the save, and then maybe the killer would get 2 kills on the board for 2 points.
Yeah. I think the thing that exemplifies that team's good communication wasn't just Aaron letting the team know that the Noad totem had been found. It was working out that it was Noad in the first place, because obviously Class had found the totem at the start of the match, so he knew where the ruin was. But if he hadn't communicated that to his team properly, Aaron could have seen that and thought it was the ruin from the start of the match, because it never got cleansed. So not only did they have to know that that totem was there and lit, but also that it wasn't the ruin, because the ruin had already been found somewhere else. If they hadn't communicated that properly, that could easily have gone very badly wrong. Imagine how embarrassing that would have been for talk about in the end. Oh, I didn't know that wasn't ruin. That could have been such a blunder. But they communicated that very, very well, and it paid off with the 3-man escape.
And you can tell that how focused, because they knew that they knew that area they had a dull totem. And they knew, wait, this wasn't here. Oh my goodness. And having this intonation of having the communication and being very toned in, it seems like they were very well prepared for this matchup with everything that Lynxie brought.
Absolutely. Do you think there's a world where if that totem hadn't spawned within shock range of the hook, that they would have cleansed the Noad and gone for the save? Do you think that world would have existed? Or do you think that they were always just going to think of leaving and giving Lynxie the 1k?
There's a possibility, but I think it's very unlikely, because Aaron, when he was going for the save, he went quite wide, I believe. He went like around, close to the front of the main building, so there would have been a possibility he was doing a sweep for the Noad totem before going for the save, a tactical movement to make sure that they don't get screwed over when going for the save. So I feel like there's a chance, but very low, as the totem spawn would need to have spawned in the building, out of sight, out of mind, everything perfect. It would have needed to be perfect RNG altogether.
Yeah, I can at least see why they'd be cautious of Noad, because we'd only seen 2 of Lynxie's perks. We'd seen Corrupt Intervention and we'd seen Ruin. Although one thing I did notice, one survivor did have Distortion, which would have let them know that Lynxie had Barbecue and Chili. So that was a 3rd perk ticked off. So they could have known what 3 of Lynxie's perks were. But that still leaves 1 slot open for a Noad. So if that was what Aaron was doing, was sweeping the map for a Noad totem, and then happening to find it right next to the hook, I can see a world where Aaron was looking to actively try and get rid of it for a save, because I don't see why they'd try and get rid of the totem if they weren't going to go for the save. At least weren't even thinking about it, at least.
That's actually quite like an interesting strategy that you mentioned when it comes to running Distortion. Since every single player was forced to run different perks, having one person drop a perk slot for Distortion to tell everyone what the killer has in terms of aura reading. Oh, he has Nurse's Calling, he has Barbecue and Chili, he has Bitter Murmur, this, that. That is vital information that could come and play tremendously. I'm kind of curious if any other teams will employ a similar tactic, or if they're going to go all in on chase perks and trying to get the generators done as fast as possible, because it's a big advantage to knowing what the other team is running, and especially when you're in comms, that can prove to prevent the killer to get a whole kill sometimes, just because you can tell people what they have.
Absolutely. If that note hadn't been properly communicated, that could easily have been a very different end to that match. But it really is testament to how skilled these players are, how ready they were to work as a team. And unfortunately for Lynxy, that resulted in a 1K.
And when it comes to round 2, I'm guessing for round 1, for the killer bans, I'm guessing they both banned 1 killer from each side. Now, I think since we're going to be going to round 2, I'm guessing now they'll be able to ban 2 killers. So since they've seen the clown and they've seen the doctor, I'm wondering if this time around they're going to ban the clown so that team pre-drop can't bring that Pop Goes the Weasel Corrupted Invention play.
Perhaps room for a little bit of coulrophobia, fear of clowns for those who aren't aware. Where there's also a perk separately. I wasn't trying to say they're going to break. They could bring coulrophobia. It's not the worst perk in the world. That more as in they fear the clown and wish to ban him. But I guess we'll see when round 2 starts.
Especially since he got a 4K with that performance, and that could prove that he's like, oh man, this guy might be very comfortable with playing this killer on mobile. Maybe we should, no, we don't want to face that again. And then he brings out like, oh, I'm a crazy nurse, and they are like, oh my goodness, what is this? This guy's a proficient.
Because I was going to actually ask, what killer of all the killers tonight if you could pick the killer that you wanted to see, what would you say? Right, you're playing this, assuming they were like decent enough at the killer to play them. What would you choose?
Huntress, dude. I as a Huntress main, playing the Huntress for years, I want to see someone land crazy cross maps, just down people from like the 50-yard line, go crazy. I want to see some crazy Huntress plays, but I don't know. She can be quite difficult with trying to get, because you need a bit of pinpoint precision when it comes to downing survivors. But what would really be a treat for me would be Huntress, for sure.
Excellent.
What about for you?
I think for me, it's got to be. I'd like to see a Plague, because Plague is a killer I have a long-standing appreciation for, and I think, especially because it comes with some very strong perks. But I guess I guess now we're taking a look, and it looks like it's gonna be on Suffocation Pit, another Macmillan now.
It seems like that these teams like the Macmillan realm, because they're choosing the maps, and it seems like it's like pretty solid. They're all very balanced, very even. It's probably very familiar territory to work around, especially if some of these players have played in competitive. So now when it comes to the player choices from Team Kingdom, Team King is playing Lori, Polyester, and Ace again. Running Man playing Yoichi. That's a different one, I think. And Candy with Yui and SRT. Speaking of the Plague, there you go. She's
I summoned Plague. I'm that's it. So if Lonely wins, I'm taking credit for suggesting that. By the way, I hope we all know that. I'm taking credit for suggesting Plague here, because well,
she heard you through the screen. It's like, that's a good idea, actually.
Yeah,
this guy makes a lot of sense.
I was going to trap her, but thanks for suggesting Plague. Thanks for suggesting Plague. But it looks like the survivors on the enemy team are ready for her, scrapping those med kits for toolboxes.
I'm really liking the perk choices the killers have been going for. As an endgame player, I love to see the good old-fashioned no way out, no one escapes death, and devour hope. Oh my goodness. It's quite nice. And now she seems to be getting the infection off on the generator, getting hits off on Candy to make sure that she can fully infect the survivors, get a full M1 off, and a first hit down.
This is like a roaring start for Lonely there. 3 infections, a pallet out the way, and a hit on Candy. This is and I think that's the whole team infected now.
And now there's going to be like a ticking time bomb. If everyone gets fully infected, oh, that's an injury on Ace. It comes to the point where Plague basically has no edit, where the full infection gets to max. And now she gets her first down on Polyester here. one down for one gen, and here comes the first hook. Seems like she's, oh, she wants to hook on the close by one.
That's the second gen completed by Running Man. So just as Corrupt's about to run out, that's a hook and early use of Corrupt Purge. This is something I was looking forward to seeing because for a short time after using Corrupt Purge, Plague's Vomit that normally would just start to sicken you hits you for a full health state. So now Plague is basically a flamethrower of disgusting bodily fluids. And let's see if the survivors can wait it out, because that risks poorly going second if they do. This is a difficult situation for the survivors to be put in this early in the match.
A solid prediction by the Plague right there, but unfortunately unable to get a connection. Trying to edge closer and closer to Lori as she's trying to connect these loops together. Unfortunately, able to make the corner, getting downed, and now this solid pressure on the survivors, defending the hook, having a down, 2 people out of commission, and now this practically forces the rest of the teammates to come back over to try to rescue their members. If they don't, then they could just easily get shut out quite
Absolutely.
quickly.
It looks like oh, and that sounds like a stack called Devour Hope as well, as if survivors didn't have enough to deal with right now. Devour Hope being active could go quite badly wrong if they decide to cleanse a lot. Because for those who don't know, if you're infected by plague, you can't actually, once you're fully broken, there's a little cross symbol in the bottom right corner of the survivor's portrait, means they cannot heal by any means other than removing the infection at those pools. And when they do, the plague gets Corrupt Purge again. So they either stay injured the whole match, or they have to deal with the Corrupt Purge. And that's why they're choosing to stay injured here. Well, let's see how well that pays off for them.
And now it looks like Running Man's going for the save. Look at this read coming back at the perfect time. It looks like there's a huge possibility going for the infection on Yoichi. She wants to make sure that she can infect him so that he's broken as well to get an instant down. Oh my goodness.
Right through the dead hard.
And now that is the down on Yoichi. A solid hook in play. Now, this time around, the survivors seem to be putting a lot more pressure on the board as 3 geners have been completed. There's been only a couple hooks. But now, hopefully... Oh, takes a swing at King there. Hopefully, maybe she'll be able to convert this broken status effect into some future pressure, as this is practically a no-ed in early game.
Also, I believe King has spotted Lonely's sneaky hidden Devour Hope totem in that tile as well. Hasn't got any stacked by the looks of it so far, but if Devour Hope becomes active, the survivors will become exposed, and if they leave it up for too long after that, they could even be killed directly using a Mori animation. That would be, let's say, problematic should that happen. With King finding a totem, that could buy the survivors some reprieve, if they can get off the ground.
Oh my goodness. Did the King just use Unbreakable?
I think he did. Yeah, he bought it last match. It's a full generator completed as well. Control may be slipping out of the hands of the Plague here, as King possibly unbreakables into an unhook on Running Man's Yoichi.
They're getting like near perfect pressure conversion and full utilization out of their perks here. Getting a down on Running Man. Looks like there's a huge possibility they'll at least get Running Man's kill, because this is his second or third hook?
Second hook, yes.
Yeah, so they'll be having to deal with No Way Out and Know It, 100%. So if the Plague so desires, he can guarantee the kill. And that is a Know It down on Yui. They know there's Know It in play. It doesn't really matter too much other than the fact that he moves slightly faster. So well, maybe that will help get some conversions off later.
The interesting part is that... oh, that's brutal. The interesting part is now that the survivors are in a lot of trouble. Especially because King has used his Unbreakable. At least, I believe he's used his Unbreakable. But and that means... And that's a down on Poorly. That is a brutal triple M1 down in the end game, unless there's an Unbreakable or a Deliverance. I'm pretty sure that's this game over.
Didn't... In one of the previous matches, did they use a Deliverance? There's a
they
possibility.
King had it. But, importantly, King has been hooked already, meaning if he has Deliverance, he can't use it. So unless Candy specifically has got Deliverance, this game is, I'm gonna say, over.
I think the Plague also is keeping tabs. It's like, oh, so the Plague might have like known, like this is probably the only one I need to worry about, because she hasn't been the one who struggled. Can't she wiggle off the hook as well with a 4%?
That would be interesting. Notably, Candy hasn't even tried to unhook themselves yet, which may indicate deliverance. No, they are doing it. Yeah, they are trying to unhook themselves. Never mind.
I'm surprised the Plague didn't try to do a bit of a secure play, because I think at some point within this tournament, someone's going to get 4%, and then it's going to cause a steamroll in the opposite direction. And it's like, oh, we have to make sure the struggle doesn't come into play.
Or worse, even a deliverance.
Yeah, 100%. That's a little bit worrying, and will possibly come in play in the future. But for the time being, it doesn't, and this is a solid 4K.
Absolutely.
Another 5 points on the board. The killer having a absolutely crazy performance.
Yeah, so a properly brutal endgame turnaround for Lonely. The survivors looked like they were in a pretty solid spot for a while, but then no head pops, no way out pops, and suddenly they're just bang, bang, bang. And there was unfortunately no recovery.
There was such that early corrupt purge was absolutely brutal, because it just put them on the ropes for the pressure. That first early hook into perfectly timing going back to hook, everything just perfect proportions for complete denial. It seems like this time around, the Kingdom tried a different tactic where everyone tried to run 4 toolboxes instead, to try to complete the generators as fast as possible, and that would have proven fair, as if they would have brought medkits, then they would have had to deal with a counter to healing. So a change up in tactics, nice, quick, fast generators with resilience, and all that good stuff. A complete counter with Plague due to her insane core presence.
Absolutely. The what interested me there was actually the Plague's add-on choices, because we didn't see them much during the match, but the effects were more potent than you may have initially expected, because they had the Blessed Apple, which gives an extra corrupt purge fountain spell. Normally Plague starts with 1 corrupt fountain at the start, but the Blessed Apple gives her a second one. So that combined with I think it's the Devotee's Amulet, which increases the duration of corrupt purge when you do get it. That is a very safe add-on combination to Plague that plays against her natural weaknesses of RNG. Because Plague starts with 1 fountain corrupted at the start of the match, if that spawns somewhere you can't get to it easily, that can be really difficult for you. But bringing the apple means there's 2 fountains, twice the chance of you getting one that's usable, and that corrupt purge will last longer. So it's a very good, safe add-on pair to mitigate the potential bad RNG of fountain spawns. And it shows in Predrop's powerful result against Team Kingdom.
Absolutely dominating with this round 2 here. They have a total of 13 points on the board. That is absolutely insane, I believe.
Indeed. Looks like...
Yeah. Sorry. All good. You may go.
Yeah. If you'll, if pardon a little pun right now, looks like for now no one escapes Lonely, because they're securing kills like nobody's business. But let's see if Team Kingdom can turn it around, because it looks like points wise they're having some difficulties. Lixie did play well in the Doctor round, but maybe had an unfortunate time on Guard Tower. But I guess we'll see if Kingdom can start to seize some control back.
I'm genuinely curious if they've been learning anything from these previous matches, because obviously there's something a little bit different that Predrop's doing, a little bit more optimal that Kingdom isn't. So I'm wondering if there's something going on in the comms where they're talking to each other, oh, they're doing this. We should try that, and maybe it will work for us. Because, or like, there might be different tactics they might be picking up from, and I'm curious if they're going to borrow anything from what Predrop's doing, because Predrop's having an absolutely dominating performance so far, and I kind of want to see, I'm honestly, sometimes maybe it's a feeling to root for the underdog, but I kind of want to see them get more points on the board. I want to see them get something a little bit stronger for this next round 2.
Yeah, I'm interested to see Lynx's killer pick, because I know on the main game she's a Twins enthusiast, and obviously Twins are on this platform. So it'll be interesting to see which killer she goes for. From Doctor first round, But I wonder whether they'll be banning Doctor again, or whether they'll be potentially trying to get a read on what Lynxie will be playing. Because I would be very, very interested to see which killer she ends up going for.
I'm kind of curious, since there are killer bans, I'm wondering if Team Predrop may have banned a killer that Lynxie's really comfortable with, and that might be impacting the results that we might be seeing. Maybe there's a possibility that there was a ban that came in. It's like, oh no, I have a lot of perks, but she did have a solid set of perks on the Doctor.
Absolutely, 4 maxed out slots.
Like you said, I'm kind of interested to see what she wants to bring in for round 2. And I'm kind of curious when maybe we'll see Nurse, because Nurse is also seen as the strongest killer in the game. Maybe that will come out as a wild card. In normal circumstances, I believe that maybe people would play the Nurse as like she can blink through walls. Maybe the Nurse is actually getting banned, and maybe that's why I'm not seeing the Nurse.
That is very possible, because obviously we didn't get to see the banned choices. But I'd be very, very interested to see if Lynxie breaks out a Nurse pick, because again the killer pool is not as big as it is on the main game, and so a lot of the killers you might be comfortable with just aren't an option in this tournament. So it'd be very interesting to see which options are left after the banning stage, and see if Lynxie or even Lonely is comfortable with them, because obviously there are some players in this tournament who are known for maining certain characters, like Super Alf, who's on, I think is on Team Swing, is known for playing for his Nurse gameplay. So I suspect many Nurse bans to come from games where he's playing killer. But Lynxie, since there's no twins on the platform, a relative unknown in that regard. So only time will tell, I suppose.
I have a sense that no one's gonna ban Huntress because they're like, oh yeah, she's very difficult. Wanding hatchets, it's very precise. But I'm like, if you choose Huntress, maybe it will work out. Maybe you get the cross mount. But I don't know. We'll have to see. I feel like there's some solid choices in play. Is there Michael Myers in
I
this?
don't believe. I'm going to assume there is, just because Laurie's in the game, and because and because DS is in the game.
Yeah.
I'd be very surprised if Michael wasn't an option.
Michael Myers is a very solid choice as well. But the only thing that would hold you back in a tournament setting is you need to get that tier 3 stock off if you want to get the value. But if you can get that pop off, then you could steamroll. So I'm assuming maybe he'd be like a risky pick.
Yeah, I think the other killer I'm interested to see is once again Sadako, because again she's the newcomer. People might not know how to play against her yet, at least on mobile, and some of those add-ons are gnarly. Obviously, there's the ring drawing, which is when a survivor is condemned and they get healed. The survivor who heals them gets a stack of condemned, which with all the resets that we saw going on with the medkits and whatnot, I think something like that could be pretty nasty. And I think let's be honest, we all want to see a condemned kill. We all want to see someone get condemned, and maybe someone will pick Sadako. Again, she's not been out very long, so there's a good chance people might not have learned her yet. But that also means people haven't learned to play against her yet.
She has quite a difficult playstyle. They're like the condemned playstyle is it can be a little bit daunting for people to learn. When I first started playing Sadako, it was scary. I was terrible. I was terrible at her. But then once you start picking her up and getting used to her, wow, she's quite crazy. So it'd be interesting to see if any of these players have learned how to make the most out of her ability.
Absolutely, especially because a lot of the killers on mobile, they're going to be, because like Huntress, like I said, or Nurse, they require a certain level of mechanical skill. And on mobile, when they're not used to the controls, we don't know. For all we know, they might Lynxie or Lonely or whoever might find Huntress or Nurse to be very challenging on mobile because the controls are not what they're used to. Not that they're bad controls, they're not. They're just not what they're used to. Whereas Sadako, she's not a mechanical killer. She's a kind of like Plague was a map control pressure dividing killer. So in that regard, maybe we'll see her get played as a more controlling pick. that perhaps gels better with mobile's controls and how these primarily PC players would use them.
I think that'd be kind of interesting. You know what? You know what I didn't think about? What if a player has the new cosmetic and then does like the ice Mori? I feel like that would be a treat. That'd be quite cool. If someone has that.
I was lucky enough to briefly play with that cosmetic on mobile for a little bit when I was when I've talked about DVD mobile before on my channel, and it is gorgeous. The Seeking Blossom one, especially the red orchid one. Oh, that is phenomenal. And we've seen some cosmetics already. We saw the clown cosmetic, the one that was I think originally from a Rift, I think, the Harlequin looking one. So there's nothing. There's no rules in the Invitational against some fresh fits, and to a lot of people, DVD is as much a dress-up simulator as it is a horror game, and maybe this can be the mobile Invitational fashion show if you so choose.
Although I might quite do the opposite. When I play on PC, I usually run the most hideous outfit I possibly can. So people make fun of me. So
it's a horror game in a different way then. It's a horror for your retinas.
Yeah, absolutely. And then there's tunneling involved, and then it's cool. It's fun.
Absolutely.
You force people to stare at your cosmetics.
The only people demoralizing them being face camped by like a Leatherface or something is being face camped by somebody who's just an insult to your eyeballs.
Absolutely.
It's like, do you have to be right here in my face? Like, where I physically can't look at anything else, just you for 2 minutes while I'm here struggling on this hook. Thanks for that, really appreciate it. Let's turn monitor off, why don't you?
You're deciding to camp me. Okay, I'm gonna have to, and like make sure that you have to endure this brutal torture. It's like you're bright neon green, everything. Absolutely.
Yeah. Admittedly, there are some fits where you're like, wouldn't mind being camped by that. Like the Ghostface Was Up mask. Like you can't really. When like you can't be mad at that. You can't be mad at it. But there's always especially some characters where you see the wiggle bar turn red, and then you know oh god, that's Iron Grasp. Oh god, that's Iron Grasp. And you know that wherever you're going, you're probably not getting out.
Go in the basement.
Yeah.
Actually, you kind of reminded me. I'm wondering if are they allowed to bring Moris?
I don't think so. Because if you're not aware, the mobile platform's Moris are like they used to be. So when you can kill somebody off once they get off a first hook, and I don't think Moris are allowed because they would be they may cause some mild balance issues when someone just ceases to exist after their first hook.
Yeah.
Although
that's in the old version of DVD.
Yeah. Although if we get to see a pig, get to see a Sadako, a Mori is very much potentially on the cards. Again, I'm just hoping we see a condemned kill. Not terribly easy to do, mind you. They're not easy, but a condemned kill would be chef's kiss. Or failing that, a pig getting a head pop with a reverse bear trap. I will take that as well.
That's a lot of experience that people would be needing to carry over from the main to mobile. So I'm really curious how much time a lot of each of these players have dedicated to learning, as this is a $30,000 tournament. There's a lot on the line. So I'm wondering if these team members maybe have scrimped, or maybe they've tried to practice to make sure their comms are in point, or if a lot of the teams are maybe like winging it. I wouldn't imagine so, as this is the prize pool is quite big, and I'd imagine that there'd be some practice involved to try to make sure that they got the strats down, they find out what works, what doesn't, all that good stuff.
Absolutely, it's an important tournament to both in terms of the prize pool and also in terms of these are some very good players. If you're not practicing, somebody else will, and that's that's a competition itself. That certainty that if you don't put the work in, you're going to lose to somebody who has. I actually think it's got these people playing at the top of their game. I'd be amazed if anyone was if many people were winging it today. Doubtless some will, but I have my assurances that these people are giving it their all.
There's a couple teams. There's a team with like 3 comp players. We haven't seen them yet, but the team FroggyFrogs, they have Dan, Super Alf, and Laser. One of them has played on like Team Eternal, Lacerate, Jinx, Agony. I'm wondering if there's going to be some sort of like confidence going into the match, being like, okay, you know what, we know this playing field, we got this. And then they get into mobile and it's like, okay, wait, the controls are a little bit hard. So
Absolutely.
I'd wonder if getting used to the different environment might play a factor when it comes to going into these matches.
The interesting question is that Comp Survivor especially is less mechanical and more about communications and movement and macro play, knowing what to do, where you got to go, when you got to do it. And I think that is far more transferable to the mobile platform than, say, playing a competitive killer. A very, very good nurse, like for example Super Elf, may have a far easier time, like may have a bit more difficulty between transferring nurse from mobile, like from PC to mobile, because the controls are so different. Whereas playing Survivor or playing a more macro play oriented killer, like again Sadako or Plague, probably a little bit more transferable because you don't have that mechanical brick wall that you're running into beyond just getting used to the mobile controls.
I see. And there's a lot of there's also another team that I kind of was looking at as well. Is also Team Swing. This playing killer, I see them typically in a Swift, so there's going to be a lot of synergy when it comes to how they play the game and what they know to be reliable. So that carryover will be very important, and it's going to be proving to help them when it comes to these future matches. And
one thing I'd be interested to know is which characters are going to end up on which maps are going to be picked. Because I know a lot of, especially if they're organized players, they will want to end up on certain maps because they're maps they know how to navigate, maps they know how to rotate around. So I'm interested. I'm interested because we've seen a lot of Macmillan so far. I've seen Suffocation Pit, we've seen Coal Tower. I think that's actually it, just Suffocation Pit and Coal Tower. But do you reckon we're going to see any more eclectic map picks? Anything that you think Survivor potentially claiming this as their like home turf, if you will, that the team knows how to navigate and knows how to rotate on successfully?
I feel like we might possibly see a little bit of Auto Haven, but in all honesty, the Macmillan realms are very like reliable. When it comes to like Auto Haven maps, if you get like a Wrecker's Yard, you have a center shack. That's great for like the killer and all, but there's a lot of like jungle gyms, so it's like really good. It can be really good for Survivor, but it can also be really good for killer. And then you have something like Father Campbell's Chapel, which is like a nice tight and niche map, but it has like a lot of window vaults in the main building. The main building is quite strong, and the jungle gym to shack connection is also quite strong. In all honesty, I feel like Macmillan is probably going to be I think that's going to be the comfort pick for a lot of these teams. I'm not 100% confident to say that Auto Haven will be in there and that Coldwind, but maybe Coldwind will. I'm not entirely sure though.
I think we can safely say that no killer is going to be letting Haddonfield through.
Yeah,
because
no.
I do not want to be the poor person playing like something like Leatherface or Trapper on Haddonfield against players like these. That would be a uphill battle for sure. But that's what the map bans are for.
And the thing is that when it comes to Haddonfield, the Myers house, it's the old Myers house building with I don't know if there's 2 windows up top, but if there is, they can get around 1, 2, 3. Do they have Bloodlust in this version?
I think they do, yes.
Yeah. So there will be an extreme amount of really easy play if a Haddonfield gets in play. I don't think either team are probably going to have Haddonfield in there.
No, I shouldn't think so, especially with the inability to stack perks, meaning balanced landing would only be on one person. Because I don't know if many of you have played on Haddonfield, with like old Haddonfield, with the balanced multiple balanced landings, but it's not pleasant. I guess we'll see.
That's when the stagger was base kit as well. And
brutal.
Here we are with the lineup. I have Ray Zeno playing Ace. I miss her playing Kate. Classed with playing Nia. Zeno playing Feng, and Lynxie choosing Wraith. A very interesting pick. What do you think about that, Pixel?
Well, the first thing I'm thinking is that I miss her name in the first round, so that was a classic blunder. But my my second less embarrassing thought is that Wraith. I don't think I've ever seen Lynxie playing Wraith before. Like I'd be interested to see what map they end up on, because that could make or break Wraith play. It looks like that might be, is that Coal Tower again? Oh, that's Suffocation Pit again.
Yeah.
Yes, she's already traveling at great intense speed.
And I'm quite interested to see what type of add-ons that she's using. I wonder if she's going to be using like the pallet kick add-ons that allow you to kick really quickly.
I think the add-on combo at the top is Swift Hunt and Windstorm, I think.
Ah, I see.
Against survivors with 4 medkits, that's going to be brutal. But looking at that build, that is Lethal Corrupt for a very, very fast early chase and a very fast early down on Classard.
And that's a nice early down on Nia. This is going to be a nice, solid start for Lynxie. This is going to be able to get them back into the game, hopefully.
And that is a hook next to the Ruin Totem. Wow, it's starting to have flashbacks from the last round.
And that's a very interesting choice of perks. Corrupted Dimension and Lethal. Very quick start. And that's exactly what she got with her first down on Class. And maybe she's going to play safe here to see if she can secure an early kill, possibly?
Well, I don't think Classard was expecting Wraith on his tail that quickly. It's a kind of value that only Lethal Pursuer on a killer as quick as Wraith can get you, because she was right on him instantly.
So this is where a little bit of strategy is involved. There's going to be, it looks like Lynxie's going to be camping. The best case scenario is that she gets the full kill on Class, but she may be needing to give up almost, 2 generators for this 1 kill. So we're going to have to see if this strategy proves effective.
Yeah, because what's worked out well before is the killer, like this is something Lonely did in both rounds, was camping to second, securing a stage. If someone's dead on hook, like Classard is right now, giving up that maybe a generator or 2, just to make sure that someone's dead on hook and there's someone to always threaten with an instant kill.
And I wonder if Lynxie timed her re-cloaking at the same time that the camera changed so that Class wouldn't be able to see where she was. I wonder if there's some sort of like mind game going on.
I can definitely see that. Look at Xeno, might try to prepare an unhook, but Lynxie is not taking the bait. Oh, is that a ruin that has been found? Looks like they're trying to multi-bomb the hook to prevent the grab. Very, very smart plays.
All right, now I'm wondering who's she going to go for. She's going to go for the one that's on death hook or the one that's not. Looks like she's decided to chase Nia here. Fengmin's trying to make sure to defend Nia so that she does not go down. I think she is the one that camped, I think.
Yeah. Classard is the one dead on hook, and with the incredible speed from the cloak and those add-ons, it looks like Classard is gonna fortunately taste an early death, unless potentially a decisive strike. That could be the only thing that saves Classard now, and no DS, so it looks like Lynxie could be getting her first kill at 3 gens. Well, almost 2 because 1 gen's about to go, but 3 gens all the same.
With
Ruin
the
is
3rd generator about to pop, she traded 1 whole kill for 3 generators. We'll have to see how this pans out for Team Kingdom and see how effective that strategy was.
Oh, a quick tag on Xeno, and it looks like the Ruin is actually staying up. I did not expect that. I thought they'd seen it when they went for the unhook. But the Ruin is staying up.
Transitioning onto Xeno, faking him out on the pallet. He's getting very paranoid and makes sure that he doesn't want to go down. He's afraid of that windstorm because that's what got Nia early on. Gets stunned, unfortunately, and goes for a pallet kick while cloaked here. Making sure to make the most out of the ability that she has to offer. And now she's just going to transition to the next survivor, worrying about generators, trying to make sure that she has complete pressure over everyone at play. Gets pallet stunned up by Fengmin. And
that's an extra long stun too, because the stun happened while she was cloaked.
And now, I think she has a read that Xeno is on this generator here. Ruin's still in play, doing an absolute amount of pressure for her, making sure that the last two generators do not pop.
Well, it looks like between the receiving 3-gen setup she has over here and the Ruin, this could be a very long, drawn-out game as the 3-gens and the Ruin totem are all in the same place. So that I see no reason for Lynxie to ever leave this area. She has it on lock, especially with one person dead.
You may be right. The thing is though, is they're like a medium range from each other, but she is playing the Wraith, and the Wraith does move quite faster, so she can be able to tie everything together in a nice little bow. And here she hits Feng Min to make sure to have some pressure on the board, and now she's chasing Ray Zeno. I imagine that with these hits, she's going to have to be forced to defend the generators, and what the survivors will do, I imagine the tactic they'll be doing, is healing on the other side of the map. Trying to force her to get away from the generator setup. But here she is quite fortunate to be able to find the healing too.
She's trying to force a hit onto the person who's injured, but they got the heal off first.
And a transition onto both Kate and Feng Min. Everyone is injured all across the board, and there is a down on Feng Min.
Yes, and crucially at this point no one's on gens because Rosina just healed themselves by Shaq.
Now,
so this is
yep.
Just doing a quick totem check.
This is the information that she needs.
Time.
No one's on any generators. Because now, with this read, she now knows she's safe to probably go for a pickup and go for these pallet kicks to try to make the most of her time.
Yeah, no one's on gens, no one's on the Ruin. Someone's dead. This match is going far, far better for Lynxie than the Doctor match. Far better indeed.
She's going. You can see the different strategy change up, where she's playing more so for end game and a very fast early game.
Looks like Aaron just immediately unhooked Zeno. I wonder if we're going to see a deliverance play from Aaron should Lynxie decide to go for him.
We'll have to see how strong that type of play will go in, because Lynxie might have remembered that who has the deliverance. Now chasing Aaron across this window loop. Aaron does not decide to vault. A very impressive play. All those hours of DB coming in handy. Absolutely making Lynxie drop the chase here and go on to somebody else. Now transitioning right onto Zeno to make the most efficient out of her time. And there goes the down on Feng Min.
A small pallet is no match for Philip's very long arms. Looks like she's checking the gens, but hasn't checked the one Ray Zeno's on yet. Maybe, as the kids say, does she know? Is she cooking?
This generator seems to be on 50%. It's not something in the immediate danger, but it will be something that's creeping up, because that's going to be something we'll be talking about on comms. She's committing to Ray Zeno. It seems like she's doing a lot of slugging. She might be wanting to do a tactic where she has one person, at least two people on the ground at all times to make sure she can guarantee a 4K. Maybe she's playing for a shutout here.
I think she may have slugged Zeno because of the risk of decisive strike. Because Zeno hadn't long gone off the hook.
You're right.
And obviously DS doesn't turn off in this. It doesn't turn off in the same conditions it does on main game. So I can see why she'd paranoid a potential decisive strike.
And there goes the Ruin Totem. And that generator will no longer be regressing. Generators are going to be a little bit harder to hunker down. But with all three players on this side of the map, this is the perfect opportunity to try to get a snowball play off. Try to slip through the cracks to try to get everyone down on the ground.
Both are flocking around the slug, which means no one's on gens. And with both of them being injured, this is something that could very easily go very wrong.
Imagine Zeno's probably almost recovered. Now chasing Ray Zeno around this pallet here. It seems like he's going to be a little bit greedy. And Lynxie, knowing that Zeno was recovering, almost ready to be picked up, worried about Aaron. And he seemed to be playing it safe, pulling her back and forth, back and forth.
Zeno is up. I need to go right back down again. This poor gamer up and down like a yo-yo. But it is forcing Aaron and Ray Zeno to both commit to unhook and to force out resources. Does she go back for Zeno before the pickup happens?
This is an interesting tactic because it's proving to be effective. It doesn't make it so that they're able to do generators, but now with the pickup, she's trying to get her pressure back because that Zeno being on the ground was the linchpin that was able to make sure that no one was on generators. with the slug not in play anymore, now there's generators that have to be worried about on the table.
There's a couple things to bear in mind that maybe in Lynx's favour though. Those med kits they brought in are likely running out, if not completely run out at this point. Because Aaron used it earlier to heal himself, so did Ray Zeno, both using med kits to ensure the pickup on Zeno, forced out problematic pallets. Even though the survivors have in fact, was that a dead hard?
I imagine Lynxie was probably paranoid about a dead hard play, and she just didn't want to hit him.
Yeah.
She was playing it safe.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Ray Zeno actually dead hard through Lynxie. It is entirely possible that's what happened. But it turns out whatever happened, it wasn't enough to save him from the nice swift down.
And she seems to be predicting that generators aren't going to be an issue at the moment. All the players on the opposite. Oh, Zeno's going on one side. They're all split up. It seems like they want to do like a coordinated play where one person goes for the save and one person pressures generators.
They're very much they're very keen to reset and heal constantly to ensure they're safe unhooks. But I wonder how that will play into Lynxie's no edge should the last generator get completed. That could be a interesting scenario for sure. Deliverance from Ray Zeno. It was Ray Zeno who had the deli.
Was that? Oh, so he's gonna be chasing Feng Min here, who is also injured. No one's on generators. Actually, no, someone is on generators. Is being pressured to 72. I'm wondering if that's gonna pop with this hook. Lynxie seems to be picking up the survivors and being a little bit more lax on the gens. I'm curious to see if she's going to be more reliant on the Noed, bringing her in endgame, as this seems like it's going to pop very soon.
And as it pops, Lynxie's already there with the Noed. Let's see. Let's see if they start to hit the floor. Oh,
that's huge.
Hits as they enters the locker, and that's just Ray Zeno left. Go for the unhook on Zeno.
This is
Lynxie stealing over with the Windstorm and the Noed. She's going to secure the kill on Zeno, perhaps? Knowing that both the doors are on main building side, so if Ray Zeno's heading that way, there are no doors in this direction. One thing to potentially fear, though, is an Unbreakable. If Aaron has Unbreakable, gets up, unhooks Zeno, that could be very, very dire for Lynxie.
And she finds the last survivor standing here. This is looking like a very promising 4K as long as she's able to down Ray Zeno before he gets to one of the hooks. Will she be able to do it? Looping around this.
Again, Ray Zeno calling the mind game.
There we go.
Ray Zeno playing his LT wall excellently. Doesn't look like Aaron has Unbreakable though, or else he probably would be up by now. Looks like this is up to Ray Zeno to waste as much time as possible.
And now there's Bloodlust coming in play. It's starting to look like it's becoming very, very safe for Team Kingdom and getting this 4K here.
The Noed speed plus the Bloodlust speed.
And there's Bloodlust 10 going off as she gets her down on Ace. There we go. Now, looking for Aaron to play it a little bit safe. You know where one slug is. Let's find the other out in the open, just so that they don't get the hatch. So this is a very safe play.
It's been some clean play from Lynxie. The Noed coming in very clutch there at the end. Wouldn't have made it work without it. Just checking the doors. Does potentially run the risk of Ray Zeno having Unbreakable now.
Now she's trying to scrub the corners, but it seems like they're more central. I'm wondering if they're splitting up and they might go to bleed out. She's seeing if they're in any of the cheeky spots. With Lynxie knowing where the hatch is, it would prove to be smart to search the area around the only way they can escape. So after finding out that they're not there, after a nice thorough scrubbing, let's check a little bit further. And she's
found Aaron.
There we go.
Aaron of the floor, what is your wisdom? Aaron's wisdom is being picked up. It's I'd say she's just watching where Ray Zeno is. This might be the end of the game, given the team Deliverance has already been used, since Ray Zeno already used it.
Now, I think she probably want to play it safe to kick the hatch. I'm not entirely sure. Can she see where the hatch is? I'm curious.
Yes, it's already spawned.
So doing this is pulling it very, very, very safe. Does adrenaline only activates when all the generators are done, I assume. So there's
Yes.
no adrenaline going to be in play at this point.
No, there is not. Just making sure that Aaron doesn't Kobe here.
You gotta be,
Aaron's just
very
in to waste
clinical.
their time.
Mhm.
I think Aaron's just here to try and waste their time.
So yes, I will not let you wiggle off this hook. Not today.
Surprised Aaron isn't even trying to though.
I think it's quite funny that she's nodding with her thumb. You have to like, you have to,
Yeah.
just scrub the screen with your thumb.
Yeah, giving it a bit of polish, and there goes Aaron to second. You just want to make double sure that Aaron didn't Kobe, which is a very, very smart thing to do, especially at the stage of the game where like all it takes is a Kobe into a hatch escape, and then that'd be a kill loss, which would be terrible for Lixie, who worked so hard to get this 4K.
And there we go, looking for Ray Zeno. Hopefully so that she can get the 5 points on the board that they very much need. This will make their team have a grand total of 6 after this match. And they currently only have 1, so this is something they almost very desperately need to try to secure a spot within the playoffs. That is the closing hatch, and that is a secure 4K, I would imagine.
Yeah, let's see if now the challenge left is to see if she can find Rezuna before he bleeds out, because he's not got much time, not got much time left on the old bleed out timer. Looking in the correct character area, at least.
At this point, people usually say they run like whispers to try to find the last character, but typically, if you can find the hatch, then it's almost guaranteed to be like a 4K in the end game here.
Yeah. Worst case scenario here is if Rezuna bleeds out, which is going to happen soon anyway. So there's no real benefit to picking up or bleeding out at this point. It's kind of almost immaterial, other than just doing it because you can.
And it looks like the bar is almost
Finds
empty.
Rezino just as he bleeds out.
There we go.
That was a hell of a game. A much needed turnaround for Team Kingdom, as Lynxie rips into them with the Philip man.
That's quite surprising. I'm surprised that how well Philip performed. Like they got everything they needed. I think ultimately one of the biggest changes that helped them so much was getting the first early kill on Classed.
Yes.
As they were able to make sure that it turned into a 3v1 quite quickly. I'm kind of interested to see if other teams will be utilizing a very similar tactic, as they saw, wow, it worked for this team. Maybe we should camp the first guy off hook, tunnel him out, and maybe we could guarantee like a solid 5 points later on, as they start going against each other. And here we have the point leaderboard, a whopping 29,000 for Lynxie.
Oh, but poor Classard.
Yeah.
Alas, poor Classard with his 4,000 points. Such is the life of the camped. It's unfortunate, but
And
Rezino
had Object of Obsession as well.
Yeah, that's certainly
You
a
could
choice.
see. That's a very interesting choice. I wonder why they were running Object. There's an old tactic in old DBD where someone runs Object Obsession and tells their team members in the Swift, this is where the killer's going, this is where he is. It didn't seem to prove quite effective, as there was a 3-gen hunker down, but I could have seen that going quite south. Very interesting.
I think a big thing in Lynxie's favor there was the combination of the killer choice plus lethal pursuer, because that was how Lynxie got that early down on Classard. It was almost funny, as you could hear us commentating, we were still introducing the match when she grabbed Classard off that ballot, and it was such a blindingly fast early down on Classard. It was only possible with the combination of the aura reading at the start of the match, followed immediately by a very fast killer getting right on top of them.
And it seems like that was her game plan going into it. She's like, okay, I'm running Lethal Pursuer, Corrupt Interventions, Generators hunker down early, find someone really fast, and run these perks that make it so that I could get a down as fast as possible. Windstorm and she caught Class off guard. It really did work. So a very interesting tactic. In all honesty, I could see Predrop banning the Wraith after that performance.
Yeah.
With how she played it out.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see how many other mobile killers could be rocking lethal, because it's not a perk we've seen yet today, but it did so much for Team Kingdom, getting that early hook on Classed. If that happened even a little bit later, that probably would have bought the team collectively the time they would that they needed to get out there, because as you saw, that last gen was completed literally as Lynxie arrived at it. If that down had happened 10 seconds later, then those 10 seconds after that, the size would have been every which way. And it's entirely possible that 4-man slug, the 3-man slug, with Noed wouldn't have happened at all. That was a little bit of time at the start saved them a lot of effort later. And
these are like some very like interesting tactics. It's very different from what I thought I would see. I was kind of expecting a lot of just like quad gen slowdown, but there's an interesting tactic going in where there's like an aura perk to find someone super early and then try to get someone out as fast as possible. So I think it's quite interesting to see the different types of play styles going out and trying to maximize the total amount of pressure you can squeeze out of the time you have within the match.
I think for me, the part I think was most honestly impressive about that was that Lynxie was doing all of that with tier 2 Ruin.
Yeah.
Because you didn't even have tier 3 yet. It's only gave 150% sonar generator instead of 200%. Imagine if we had the full thing and that's set up for, because how long that Ruin stayed up, there's a good chance they might not even have gotten all the gens done if that Ruin had been a fully leveled Ruin.
Yeah,
but turns out she didn't need it because the Noed absolutely cleaned up. It was a very, very well fought game by Lynxie.
Very true, very true. And you can tell that everything was like pre-planned and everything. When it comes to the scoreboard down here, with round 1, only 1 point for Team Kingdom. Round 2 was a nice solid 5 points. Lynxie was able to pull it back. That's a much needed breath of fresh air to make it so that going into round 3, there's a little bit less pressure on their backs. Lynxie has kind of opened up the door for them to be a lot less stressed out when it comes to trying to get a playoff part. But you can't, even though I say this, Predrop just a solid whopping 13 points, a very strong performance and a very promising look to be able to try to guarantee at least a top 2 spot for next week.
Absolutely. I think Team Kingdom, the survivors I think are going to be under a lot of pressure because since they got 4K'd both times, there's going to be a lot of pressure on them to pull it back, because if they lose 2 people, no matter how well Lynxie does, then it may just be over for them. Or they could end up falling too far behind Team Predrop. Obviously, Lynxie's demonstrated that she can get the 4K, and I'll be interested to see again, like I said, if they ban Wraith again, because Lynxie's killer pool, I think, is again quite the unknown. So not too sure what to ban other than like what she just played. But we've seen a lot of Noed this tournament. I've realised. I don't think we've seen a match without Noed being run, because the Clown had Noed, Doctor had Noed, the Wraith had Noed, and what was the other one?
Was it Doctor?
I think we should cover Clown, Doctor, Wraith. It was Plague. Plague had Noed as well. Yeah. We've seen Noed in all 4 matches so far.
And that's quite interesting, because Plague like breaks people, like so. But it's a recurring theme between every single pool.
There's so much Noed.
It's almost as if they expect all the generators to get done very quickly. Like they've seen. I'm wondering if these players are very curious with how comp is typically played, and they expect, okay, these gens, they're gonna go all in like 4 to 5 minutes. We need to crack down as fast as possible. So maybe they're putting a certain amount of perks in explosiveness is a tactic to try to have some insurance just in case things go south.
As I suspect that may also have something to do with why there's been a lot of camping, like a lot of securing stages, a lot of especially early, because it gives up pressure onto those early generators, but kind of by accepting that we're going to lose them and playing into it with Noed and in some cases also no way out, it means that the survivors are almost punished for the killer camping, because then the gens get done faster because the killer is pressuring them, but then the Noed comes in and kicks them in the teeth. I think the node on Plague specifically was an interesting choice because the things with Plague is what you often expect, and you'll know this if you play a lot of her, is survivors will cleanse at the end game. They'll stay injured most of the match because they don't want to give your power too much. But in the end game, you've got somebody on hook, you want to camp them because you want to secure your kill. They will cleanse because they can't really save when they're injured. They have to cleanse at a fountain far away from the hook to go in and get that save. If you run no head, which no one expects on Plague, because, well, she's an injury killer, they cleanse at a fountain, they run straight in to get the hook, and then no head just smacks them down. Because they are not prepared to be down from healthy when they've just healed.
So it's like an element of surprise.
Oh, absolutely.
It's almost like a multi-layer boss that they had to deal with.
Yeah.
It's like it's like at the start they get broken, and then they get insta-downed, and then they're like, okay, we finished all the generators, let's cleanse, and then all of a sudden no, and it's like, oh crap, we need to deal with this. So it's like double insta-down plays. It's you know what? People usually tier list Plague quite low. In that respect, she's quite powerful.
I think she's very, very powerful. I'd argue at least in the way DVD is right now, I'd say she's probably top 5.
Really? Well, some people say that she's A tier. Would you say that she's like could be S tier?
I think no, I don't think she's S tier. I think if we're talking main platform, I don't know if it's mobile to say for sure, but my tier list on main platform: Nurse, Blight, Spirit, potentially Blight actually being higher because of his add-ons. Then Artist, then Plague, because Plague has so much going on, and her add-ons, if you want to run them, are so good. I think she's really she's direly underrated in my opinion. And it looks like Kingdom Predrop ready for the next match, and we're going to Chapel, our first non-Macmillan realm thus far.
This will be interesting to see how this plays out, as there's quite a bit of the window loops. Oh wow! Look at this. Hey, Sadako.
Yes.
So, SRT going to be playing Sadako. Everyone seems to be playing their same survivors they were in previous matches for Team Kingdom. But it's going to be really interesting. I think we're going to be in for a really interesting match here.
Like, sorry, Lonely, are you watching the commentary and just picking the killers I like? Because if you are, I'm not judging this, right? Playing to the judge doesn't work when I'm just commentating. But I'm not complaining about seeing some Sadako seeing play tonight. Yes, I'm here for it.
He's like, everything that he says has gotten me like 4 kills each time. You know what? We're gonna go all in, and this is the play. All right, we got this.
Yeah. Oh, is that the you wanted a good skin? This is the Rotten Remains skin, I think. Oh, and she's running tape editing deck. Oh, that's a good add-on choice. A very neat add-on choice for the Sadako. The purple add-on tape editing deck that makes all the survivors start with a tape in their hands.
And we're going on.
Oh my lord, that first down on Candy.
I'm curious if they're going to kind of coordinate turning off the TVs with the tapes that they have in their hands, because the tape editing deck is very nice as a slowdown to force survivors to work on the tapes instead of the gens. So I'm curious if they're going to try to time it to prevent her from teleporting to them or something with this hook here.
That is a very, very early first hook on Candy. That was a brutally fast first down in Mobile Generator. The survivors still having tapes in their hands. And also, can I just draw attention to the Sadako's build right now? Because this is another thing that I talked about earlier. It looks like Paul O'Brien is here.
Paul O'Brien.
And I think that's overcharged too.
It's okay if you don't. And we seems to be chasing the king right here after hitting Yoichi, hovering around the hook here. Look at the condemned status. So much condemned on the people that are around. 3, 4, and 4. It looks like they're almost guaranteed to be a condemned play coming off in the future within the match at this rate.
Yeah, looks like for a second there, Paulie hit 5 stacks briefly before he just put a TV back in. And Running Man's not too far off either. This is a very, very, very frightening place to be for Team Kingdom. Paulie coming in for the pallet save and doesn't quite make it.
And then the amount of pressure that's being built. The condemned status effect almost works like a slowdown as well, because if they do not do their tape, they're going to be having to deal with the instant condemned kill, a Mori, where she doesn't really need to hook them at all.
Indeed.
A way
Is
to
that
get instant pressure.
is Running Man going to 6 stacks?
That's bold.
Yeah, that's aggressive. This man does not fear death.
That's so bold.
He's going in for the unhook.
I'm wondering if the Sadako has a hint that he's almost max condemned, because basically he's dead. If she prepares this properly, he is practically as good as gone, and it's practically a 3v1 at this point. But maybe we'll have to see if she can convert that pressure.
Yeah. Well, there is actually a visual clue if you pay attention to the survivor model. You can see there's like a glitchy visual effect that appears on. Oh, this is. And Paulie gets grabbed. Oh my lord. This is a complete bloodbath.
That's like 3 survivors on the ground. Like, absolute killer amount of pressure. The King going to Running Man here. And that's straight down on Yoichi. And Polyester trying to get everyone back on their feet.
This is this is an earlier snowball than we've seen so far tonight. This is insane.
And be able to continue to build pressure on Running Man. I'd imagine the TV that he was running to is the one on his left. So after he gets unhooked, it's very likely that he'll be able to get his tape off. Now, picking up Lori, Paulie is probably going to need to go for a mend play, and it's not looking so good for the team Kingdom right here. As
it really
he goes
isn't,
for the second hook.
Paulie's got to pull something magical out of that underneath that baseball cap Ace is wearing if he's going to try and recover this match, because he's healed. Oh, the deliverance from King.
So there's a chance. They still have a chance to make a comeback here, but they need to be coordinated. They need to make sure they can get everyone back on their feet and try to reset. And down on Lori once again. Running Man, he's going to be almost maxed out on his tape here. Oh, he's trying to get a vault off.
Looks like the match is getting it's getting some a look at these technical quirks, but not enough to save Running Man from death by short person who's undead.
Now that is another down on Running Man. It seems like even though the deliverance came in play, we might be back at square A once again, with 2 people on the ground, an immense amount of pressure, and I'm not so sure if the hatch will come in play here, because they might need to complete another generator for it to spawn, I think.
Yes, I think you need to complete 2 more.
2 more, wow.
Yes. And given the progress on generators, I think that's likely to happen. Looks like King's been left on the floor after a fear of decisive strikes he's had at the last 2 games, and Paulie's just hiding and hoping to maybe scab a hatch play.
Just barely avoiding Sadako as she creeps around the circus there. And I'd be interested to see how we can convert this pressure as the King is down on the ground.
I'm absolutely going to say how consistently excellent Lonely's performance today has been. Like every game, we've seen some fantastic plays from Lonely's killer, from the clown match to the plague match, and now to Sadako.
Very
It's been
consistent.
some really explosive killer gameplay.
It seems almost as if they ban any killer against him, he's just going to be very comfortable with the different plays. I'd imagine he's been practicing quite a bit, as he's been able to get a solid conversion of a 4K almost every single round so far.
Absolutely. And to think, like, again, Sadako's a new killer to this platform, so this is not like this is something that we haven't really seen before. Seeing the tape editing deck into the immediate rush down, that's something I don't think Team Kingdom was prepared for, and honestly, I wasn't prepared for that. The amount of pressure that the tape editing deck into the early down got on that team, it was insane.
I think it's kind of curious and peculiar that he is searching almost like clinically around the entirety of the map, almost telling Paulie, he's like, yo, you should pick up the King, you should pick him up, almost trying to bait him into the pickup. But I'd imagine that he's worried about picking her up because of the teleport play.
Yeah, well, it was also the fact that that they don't know where the hatch is. So he might be leaving, like, might have not picked up King out of concern that if King dies in the hook, Paulie could just get hatch, and was seeing if he could maybe find Paulie before that became an issue.
And now it seems
So
like
they could actually down Paulie, hook Paulie, and then go back to King to make sure that no one risked getting the hatch.
and Paulie.
Oh.
Oh no, that timing.
Hey, Paulie, if you stay quiet, maybe he won't notice that you're in there. Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh, bad timing getting in that locker, Paulie.
Unfortunate, but caught with his pants down. Looks like he's going to be bringing him straight to a hook.
Or to Maurice, it
imagine.
seems.
I think.
He's taking Paulie to say hello to Maurice. I respect it.
Oh,
Lonely might be having some connectivity problems.
yeah. He's sliding over to the hook, hopefully. Maybe be able to get the conversion.
You get there eventually.
Inching their way to the hook a little bit.
Oh, hello.
Oh, there we
go.
go.
We're there, I think.
Oh.
It should be that Paulie hasn't seemed to have wiggled yet.
It's interesting because the hatch has opened, it said.
And
so does that
eventually
mean
Paulie
it's
wiggles? Yeah, the hatch is spawned and opened. It's highlighted in green.
I see.
Paulie's going straight for it. I think. I don't think. Oh, and Paulie gets hatch off that.
Wow.
That was a strange ending to that match. I think there may have been. I'm not too sure what happened there. I think hearing from the players would probably be interesting if we could, if at some point maybe after the streams ended, because that was a strange ending to that match. But otherwise, phenomenal performance from Lonely there. Absolutely backbreaking, as the early pressure from tape editing deck just proved too much for the team to be able to come back from. That was nuts, but a very weird ending to that game. Resulting in Paulie escaping when it looked like everything had been over. It was very, very odd.
And it's absolutely like getting the early downs, very quick, making sure that everyone has a high amount of condemned, getting the hook plays off, and almost like stellar Sadako performance as well. Aside from the peculiar ending there, the Sadako plays were very solid all around, to be honest.
Were fantastic. I can't. I cannot praise Lonely's killer performance today enough, because 3 matches now we've seen quite different playstyles on quite different killers, all just working out exceptionally. The 3-gen play with the Clown, the stage securing campy playstyle with Plague, and then just that brutal rush down with Sadako. Like, I'm sorry. Lonely has really proven themselves to be a very, very good mobile killer today, and I'm sure, regardless of the outcome of today, that Lonely can go home with their heart full of pride and their screen full of blood points.
And in all honesty, it's looking very, very promising for them, regardless of the one escape on Lonely. It's just an overall solid performance, and it's looking like there's a high chance for their team to possibly get even more points in this next round. When it comes to round 3 on playing survivors, they probably have learned a lot from seeing how Kingdom plays, and they figured out their tactics, and they probably know, like, okay, Lynxie does a little bit of, she played with Wraith, she did a little bit of fast movement, she did a little bit of camping. There's a high possibility she might be doing it in the next match. We got to be careful of that. So maybe going into this next match, there's a high potential for them to score even more points, knowing how the type of tactics the Kingdom may be going into it.
Well, interesting to see from the scores here, even if Lynxie does get the 4K, and gives Team Kingdom 5 points and Predrop 0, Predrop will actually still have more points due to Lonely's exceptionally brutal killer performances, because right now Predrop is sitting pretty at 13 points. and Team Kingdom only have 7. So even if Lynxie gets the full 5 points from 4King Team Predrop, that'll put Kingdom at 12 points and Predrop at 13. So no matter what the result of this next match is, the pressure is very much off of Team Predrop, because Lonely's consistently great performances have just put them in a very, very safe position now, rocking in with plenty of points and a good sense of accomplishment, I hope, for Lonely. And I guess the onus is on Lynxie now to try and even the score, or come as close to it as she can at least.
And when it comes to the current outlook of things, round 1, it looks like Team Predrop took round 1. Round 2, it looks like it was a draw. If Predrop wants to take everything, I think, from this matchup, they need to get how many points? Well, they need to at least not let the killer get a 3K. Otherwise, they go into overtime, I assume. Because if they give Lynxie 3 kills in this next round, they're going to be competing for this matchup that they have here.
Yes. Yeah. After the Sadako performance, I'd be interested to see what Lynxie ends up playing, because clearly after we saw Wraith, the rushdown style, lethal pursuer, highly aggressive playstyle worked well for her last time. And a lot of other killers would work well with that. Killers like Hillbilly or again Sadako, kind of similar to Wraith in that vein. To see what killers could work in that vein, to see if she can replicate that Wraith performance. I'm very, very, very interested to see what she ends up doing, because again, the ball is very much in her court for what happens next, and I'm really interested to see how it turns out, because it really is kind of all to play for Team Kingdom.
And it's been interesting if we compare the killer performance. It looks like Lonely, when it comes to the vibe of the killer performance on Lonely, he seems a little bit more lax, and he's very fluid with running around and making plays. Lynxie, when she was playing, seemed to have been relying a little bit more on the camping strategy. So I wonder if she's going to stick with a good old 8th reliable with that, like you said, or if she's going to change it up a little bit. Maybe do a little bit of a different tactic. Yeah. Actually, my bad. I think that Kingdom will need to get a 4K in order to take the round. If they get a 3, it would be Predrop win, draw, and then Predrop would take the round. So what Team Kingdom needs to go into overtime is a 4K, I'd imagine. So that's a very high bar.
Yeah, and even if Kingdom does end up with less points than Predrop, which, you know, how it turns out, even if Lynxie does get the 4K, it will certainly be very, very close, and I say we've certainly seen some excellent matches today. I regardless of the results, let's set that aside for a second, and talk about the quality of gameplay we've had, because as I've talked about many times, Lonely has been a fantastic killer player, but I don't think that's to reduce the quality of the survivors on both sides as well. Like when I compliment Lonely, I'm not trying to disparage Team Kingdom or even Team Predrop survivors. When I think Lonely's been an exemplary killer player, and especially I think with King's use of things like Deliverance and Unbreakable, we've seen some very swingy, very clutch perk uses that you know. I mean, I'm interested to see if they choose to how Team Predrop will end up and putting some clutch perks into play.
There's been a combination of like the distortion. I surprisingly, Deliverance has been getting a lot of value, as they're like, if the killer hooks me, I'm gonna unhook when the killer immediately walks away. So it has a perfect timing on the unhook play. So almost across the board, all the Deliverance plays that have come in have been quite optimal. Even also the Unbreakable plays, similarly, the killer has to slug me on the ground as soon as he's as far as I think possibly away, getting the most amount of pressure and value out of these perks that they're running.
No, I was sort of going to forget on the Coal Tower match, where King was just sitting on the generator in the clown's face, with his Unbreakable and DS ready. That's a real no-win situation for the clown there, because he either slugs, meaning the king gets up unbreakable, or he picks up the king and he gets decisive striked. So there's a level of boldness there that perks like that can allow, that creates certainly creates interesting matches to watch, not necessarily and then possibly to play. I don't know whether the survivors there were killer were enjoying it or not. I hope they were very much, but it certainly makes interesting watching. I'll tell you that for nothing.
I think that's part of the rules. It's kind of like baked in the tournament itself. It's the fact that everyone has to run different perks. If everyone could run the same perks, we might just see like quad decisive strike, and so it makes it interesting to have to finagle with the different combinations of, okay, you run deliverance, you run object obsession, you run distortion, and then what we're all going to do is we're going to bake this information that you get, and it's all going to help the team as a whole. All comes full circle.
Please don't remind me of quad decisive strike. As someone who played a lot of the time when quad DS was a thing, like very very good quad DS, it was like having paranoid flashbacks after that. That's how you can scare. You can tell it can scare like an old school DVD player. By the way, is mention like old DS, old Dead Hard, old Metal of Man.
Oh my
and that's how if you see their eyes like flash briefly and their face fall, like they just had a horrible memory or seen a ghost. That's how you know. That's how you like. Those are the DVD players who get the internet equivalent of like an old person's bus pass or special parking, because they're the ones who.
It's almost like a Vietnam war veteran, like oh my god, decisive strike. No. I never wanted to go back. No.
Yeah. Post-trial stress disorder.
Yeah, dude, I did not back in the day. That was not my favorite thing.
Yeah.
Another thing was also the base kit balanced landing, where right now when survivors drop down, their knees used to have to not buckle. Behavior had to make it so that the knees always buckle for survivors. It only doesn't buckle if you run balanced landing these days as well. So there's a lot of these changes that have gotten filtered day by day past a filtration of trying to perfect the main core game.
Yeah, it's a very very different game over the years, and a lot of these old changes you don't miss, but some of them you really do, and it creates a sense of almost nostalgia there. I think it's why it makes tournaments so interesting, because you see stuff you haven't seen in years, and it's great. Like you get somebody who's playing on the core game today, and you look at mobile, they look at, oh wait, where's Off the Record? Where's Deadlock or Merciless Storm? Well, not Merciless Storm now because Merciless Storm is actually there now, but like Deadlock is a good one, or something like
Eruption, I think.
Eruption, yes. Although that might be, I think, on the platform too, actually, because
oh yeah,
Eruption on the platform as well. Yeah, but yeah, again, Deadlock, where it's just stuff that you don't take anything for granted on this platform, and I like that a lot. Where everything's different in a way it's measurable, but it's still the same game, and that's still a lot of fun. There's a lot of pleasure to it.
It's kind of quite nice. That's the first thing that I thought about when it came to looking at the mobile version. I'm like, what exactly? Like there's like a time machine. Like looking at what everyone's running. Oh, here we are. Team Predrop running all similar survivors, and Lynxy bringing the plague.
There we go. We'd love to see it. More plague players. That sparks joy in my soul. And seeing Lynxy, a good friend of mine, playing plague makes me very very happy. And the chapel again. Once again, using Lethal Pursuer to get an early chase on the stealthing Classard.
That was
I'm having flashbacks from the last game.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like that the Fate might be having class, might be getting down a little bit early due to these spawns for her.
Yeah, the Lethal Pursuer getting her into a chase, possibly like even before we could see it. It was literally before our eyes. And the build fairly similar to the one used on Wraith, but with one notable difference. Instead of Hex Ruin, you can see Lynxy is running Jolt, which makes a lot of sense for a killer who's an M1, especially one with high lethality like Plague.
with the M1s and the fact that she will able to probably break everybody while doing chases. It seems like she's not able to get the connection off on Class, so then it looks like she's going to transfer over to the generators as she's worried something might pop. Maybe she could prevent a complete generator pop by dropping Class's chase, kicking this right here. And
well, he's also fully infected, meaning there's the risk of him healing.
The first generator seems to be popping at 94% very soon, unless there's a lot of pressure coming in by the killer.
I think she's focusing more on infections than committing to chases, which at this stage of the game I can definitely see it working. And that's the first generator completed by, it looks like, Xeno.
Like a very interesting tactic. If she's focusing on the generators, there's a possibility that she might be trying to set up a 3-gen setup. It would make sense for the jolt by downing people in a very condensed area, but she needs to find an area where she can lock down, hunker down quite well. Now she's getting into this chase with Rezino, who dropped a pallet. Now getting a little bit of infection off on him, but unfortunately, I don't think he is broken. So unfortunately, unable to get a down.
I think she's starting to experience Plague's challenging early game, where you need to be able to get those infections quickly and get people injured as fast as possible, and she's having some difficulty with that, I think.
Now,
Like, because how the corrupt intervention didn't seem to do a lot for her, because the survivors started doing gens in like a little quad almost that was out of the corrupt, so she had to pressure everyone all separately, and it was very challenging for her. That's 3 gens already popping for Lynxie. Very, very brutal start.
It's proving to be very difficult as she chases Aaron here, running the windows. This is something I was quite worried about. Oh, Aaron makes a slight error, but does he get punished for it? Very close. Oh my goodness, Aaron! He's going insane.
That is brutal. Looks like, it does look, however, like as the last gen pops, that she may actually have a 3-gen now. And that's down on Xeno. But unfortunately, no jolt proc.
But all the survivors are broken, so that can prove to be effective if she's able to get an M1 off on one of the survivors very soon. She needs to try to build this pressure very, very quickly.
Importantly, she's just taking Xeno to the corrupt purge pool on the hill. So now she has not only a hook, but has her full power ready against a whole team that's broken. That could go very badly wrong very, very quickly.
And this is worrying because both Klaus and Rezino were both working on generators, both on around 70%. She's checking the generators perfectly. We need to get this control up and running very, urgent, so that the last generator will not pop.
Yeah, Klaus is running to the shack with the pallet used up. Maybe Lynxie can capitalize with a quick down from corrupt purge, but doesn't look she's able to get it at this point.
Klaus seems to be trying to go to a jungle gym to make sure that a downward is not in session.
Oh,
and there we go.
Just a little slap of the corrupt purge. Again, unfortunately, that's no jolt proc because it's a down with a M2 attack, and because of that, last gen unfortunately pops.
But that is not the end of it. There is still a chance to get some more points on the board.
Now, interestingly, Xeno has cleansed, which implies to me the team is not aware of the NOAD. They are not knowers. They are not understanders of the NOAD.
Fell for the trap that you pointed out once before.
I think she's grabbing
Getting
purge. Aaron has cleansed as well. Is she forcing them out? Yeah, she's forcing Aaron out of the match. Does she do the same to? Yeah, she does to Xeno. Now it's just a question of can the unhook on Classed convert into an escape.
So this will be interesting as they're both. There's 2 survivors alive. I'd be curious to see if she's able to get both conversions, or if they'll be able to escape.
She's got corrupt purge, so she has a better chance than you'd expect of being able to do it. She's taking chase with Aaron, leaving to leave Classed completely. And she doesn't want to risk a decisive strike, would rather just get the fresh hook.
It seems like the servers have both split up to try to make it so that she has to commit to only one of them.
Yeah. Aaron forcing her into the carnival setup, which could be pretty scary. But she doesn't seem to want to commit. Class has left the trial. It's just Aaron left.
And it seems like they're playing for the hatch for Aaron.
Oh, Lynxie's decided to make friends with Maurice instead. He's given up on trying to catch Aaron and has just decided to pet the horse. I respect it. I fully respect it. Unfortunate from Lynxie, but maybe she can get Aaron. She's got corrupt purge and the
NOAD, right?
Yeah.
I'd assume so.
But she's decided to simply not bother. I respect it. You know, I think she's a bit demoralized after the match, and honestly, given how it went, I can't entirely blame her. And looks
there we
like
go.
on that looks like a decisive win for Team Predrop against Team Kingdom. That was a brutal final match for Lynxie, but a spectacular performance by Predrop.
It's absolutely solid play from the killer, solid play from the survivors. They had a lot of really good tactics in play. It seemed quite comfortable when it came to playing both killer and survivor. And would you look at this? They went for a quad toolbox play. Unbreakable, again, with the object of obsession, the vault build. Very, very interesting plays.
Yeah, I think looking at Lynxie's add-ons there, she had green and yellow infection speed. So the emetics that mean that your stream of Vile Purge infects survivors faster. I think she suffered there from the lack of an apple, because as you saw in the play game with Lonely, he brought the apple, which gave him access to 2 corrupt purge pools. Lynxie only had 1, which may have limited her ability to use it effectively, because the survivors you tell, most actually was just staying injured. So
it honestly probably would have been very risky. Like, if she only has 1 pool, that's the only thing she has to work with. If she messes up, well, if the pool doesn't prove to get a couple injuries, that could be very detrimental.
yeah.
And with the double pool, there'd be more flexibility in play.
And here we have the final results, the scores on the doors, looking like 2 wins for Team Predrop and 0 for Team Kingdom, which, again, only a testament to the really solid killer play, especially from Team Predrop. But reiterating, both sides played admirably in all the matches. So this isn't playing favourites. It's just I can't express just how impressed I was with Lonely, especially. Fantastic. Well,
So, that was a very couple interesting matches. I honestly think Lynxie played very well. It's just that it was a little bit difficult when it came to the sheer amount of coordination from the I think it was the Noah totem. Was it the Noah totem that was on for her team? But
was with the in the doctor match or
yeah, where Aaron saw the totem.
Yes,
and
the doctor. Yes,
it swapped around. That has a very huge turning point. Very difficult.
Yeah, she
But
had.
yeah.
Sorry, sorry. Carry on. My apologies.
No, it's all good. I also think she played quite well. It's just that I honestly think that one slight turning point that panned out a little bit differently. There's a big possibility that she would be able to get it through.
Absolutely, and we've seen match results, but now let's take a quick look back at the highlights of this evening's play so far.
問ばかりしていると暴君が来るぞ。
All right. Welcome
All right,
everyone, and welcome back. We're going to be casting the second round of the tournament. I hope that you guys enjoyed the match between Team Kingdom and Team Predrop, as there will be 3 rounds that will be played today. As well as, if you guys would like to get 20,000 blood points, there's a code down below you can redeem on mobile. So if you guys would like to check mobile out, and you kind of like the different skins, the different little gameplay, all the type of different stuff as the DBD mobile time machine that it is, you can use this gift code to get a 20,000 blood point reward when you
Absolutely.
fire up the game.
But it's particularly useful for new players because obviously, I don't know if you're actually aware, but on the mobile platform there is a separate system of blood point spending called the blood market, which is where it's how you unlock add-ons, offering, etc. So 20,000 blood points is a decent little start to get into the blood market, get the stuff you need to get started on your DVD mobile adventure.
And I'd assume the blood market, I tried it out. It's like a tiered system for unlocking different items. And every single blood web I think it's around like 6 or 7 nodes around. So you need less blood points to get through each individual blood web, which means higher rarity items, add-ons, offerings more frequently. It's a little bit of a different system in comparison to PC. But I think it's a little, in terms of comparison to mobile seems to be a little bit more accelerated when it comes to getting rare items.
And looks like we're coming in with the other two teams, Team Swing versus Team Froggy Frogs, on Family Residence, a map that I absolutely adore. So I'm looking forward to seeing it get played.
It'll be interesting to see how it all plays out because we haven't seen any matches on this. Oh my goodness! Look at this! Okay, that's
it begins.
Oh yes. Okay, I want to see this game. I'm ready for this. So Tony the Duff on Dwight, Swirt on Jake, Just Be Koit on Yunjin, Swarm on Nia, and last but not least, Alf on Nurse. My goodness.
Hang on, what's that I'm hearing? I'm starting to hear boss music. As they load into Family Residence and Alf's already hot on with Lethal Pursuer on Quiet.
There we go. A very quick transition of 2 blinks, getting very close to Survivor. He also has the blink reduction cooldown of 20%, getting the first hit on Yunjin here. A very fast first injury.
I believe those add-ons are looking like double recharge, which is a very, very nasty combo for the Nurse. Constant blink uptime, constant pressure on the survivors. And that build, ooh, that could get interesting.
Haunted Ground, I'm curious in this rendition, if the Haunted Ground allows the Nurse to instant down survivors during blink attacks. I'm very curious how the interaction
I believe it does.
out.
I'm not sure he'd be running it if it didn't, but I guess we'll see. I guess we see a sneaky unhook from Swirt there. He was hiding right by the hook to get the unhook on Quiet, and Alf's on his way back.
An immense amount of pressure, being able to span across the map quite quickly from blink to blink, and transition right into Swirt. Oh, okay. When Swirt gets injured right there.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. That was certainly an injury. That was something I was about to say. Wherever that blink ended up, that was not quite where I expected.
Very interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah. A little quirk of the Nurse, I guess. One thing I hadn't thought about is the use of Haunted Ground in combination with Ruin means that when the survivors are looking for the Haunted Ground totems, they might run into a Haunted Ground and end up putting their team at a bit of a disadvantage dealing with the exposed, and that's just as corrupt expires. Like, I can't you see why we were so worried for the survivors when we saw Alf playing Nurse, because this is Alf in his element as a true Nurse main, and the presence of Haunted Grounds when Nurse's blink attacks can down expose survivors from healthy. This could be
and you guys must also know, I don't know if you guys have known this, but on the PC version he has like an almost like, what was it a 300-400 win streak?
Yes.
On Nurse?
Alf is a terrifying Nurse player, and I do not envy the survivors having to go against him, because he is brutally good at this killer, and seems to be he's just as good on mobile as he is on PC.
He definitely does know how to win. Probably the smartest play here for him here, with Ruin still up and Gen Regression going, trying to secure a hit. Oh, does he get the read that is a deliverance?
Yeah, well, Swirt did instantly unhook Quiet, so I can see why he'd be so. What interests me though is deliverance, but no decisive strike. Because we've seen the Deli DS combo used in the tournament before. We saw King using it. I'm surprised Aaron just went for the pickup out of with no fear whatsoever of DS. I guess because he's playing Nurse, he can cover the distance back up, but still. There's no
It's
thought of slugging at all.
particularly that there can't be like 4 DSs. There can only be one, so it's like it's a dice roll a little bit.
Absolutely.
as well.
But he's come through fantastically.
And trying to make sure that people won't be able to get this unhook save quite so fast. It comes at a little bit of a cost, but as the second generator pops, Swarm and Kuwait are in the main building, trying all spread out. Will they let him die on this hook here?
Well, the interesting part here is this is the first killer match we've seen so far where we haven't had Noed in play. This is the first one. And I can tell part of it is Alpha's confidence in this killer, but also I think his build is kind of too stacked to want or need it. That Haunted Ground is all the exposed he needs.
Yeah, he
has
has the explosiveness of Haunted Ground and the pressure of Mind Game, where if you want to get rid of my Ruin, you need to worry about proccing my instant down totem perk. He gets a nice little bit blink conversion rate onto Yoonjin, following her straight through the jungle gym. She just decides not to do a vault, and the Dead Hard comes into play to make sure that Alf misses the blink. Unfortunate. She's able to connect this right back into the jungle gym right here and go from vault to vault, connecting to straight into the main building. And that, with the first kill on the board, there's an immense amount of pressure with 2 generators not repaired. Seems at least almost even in this battlefield here.
Yeah, especially with Ruin up, Quiet giving Alf a serious run for his money. But importantly, as and when Alf does get Quiet on the ground, that'll be Quiet's second hook, which would be pretty backbreaking.
Very patient blink. It seems like Swarm did some sort of mind game that made a little bit of second guess there. But with all the survivors spread out, this is actually looking quite like the survivors have a bit of pressure to take on the top of the Nurse here.
Starting to step away out of Alf's control a little bit. And it's the mere fact that they're not getting rid of the Ruin. They have no desire to get rid of the Ruin. So the Haunted Grounds is just not coming into play. It's very peculiar.
It's also an interesting matchup because Swarm is an excellent survivor as well. He has a team of players that he plays with in a Swift, and they have like a quad stack P100 team. So if any of the players are within this, there's a lot of great synergy between everyone involved. So it's not. Alpha is also a great nurse, but these are also great survivors.
Absolutely, it really is like a Clash of the Titans happening over here. Alpha forces them off the gen that's at halfway, but Ruin's going to eat that progress, I've got no doubt.
Getting a conversion, trying to get Chase off Duff, and the thing that needs to be worried about are the generators at the moment. There's 2 on 30% progress. There's not too much to worry about, at least for the time being, but he needs to try to get some conversions off. He needs to try to get some hits. Otherwise, all the generators will get done, and it's looking like that there's almost a guaranteed chance for a 2-man out.
His strong outside to just dissipate a little here.
Yeah. I wonder if the controls are a little bit tricky on the Nurse, as there might be a lot of spinning involved in order to get a hit play off with a survivor that does 360.
Yeah, we noticed that earlier when he basically ran directly into Quiet, but unfortunately couldn't convert into a hit, just because he couldn't physically turn fast enough to hit Quiet, even when he blinked right next to it. Well, right next to him.
This is a great read on these 2 survivors at the Shack generator. Ruin coming in clutch, regressing it passively down from 83 to 76.
Oh, and that's a beautiful down.
Much needed pressure needed. He gets a great read on Duff. He must have thought this tree has progressed. There has to be at least 2 people here, and that was a great read indeed. As he starts chasing, what it looks like is that Dwight? That's Dwight.
That is Dwight with his incredibly stylish hat. Not what I was saying about turning this game. It's turning this game into a dresser simulator. Looks like Tony got the message.
And they are hovering around jungle gyms, doing a little bit of mirroring to try to throw Alf off. Alf gets the nice sweet hit conversion and goes straight into a jungle gym. Here's where the mind games might come into play. The vault comes in steady. Does he get the follow up here? Was that the life?
Oh, hit straight through the life. This is a significant turnaround for. It looks like Alf is slugging and going to check the last generator. potentially risking a... Yes, there's adrenaline on quiet. That would explain why Swarm wasn't picking up.
That was a great read, but that's a very interesting tactic. Go for the generator and playing straight into the adrenaline.
Yeah, that was
Very different play from what we've seen in previous matches.
That could easily have gone so badly wrong for Swarm. If Alpha had just gotten there a second earlier, that would have been Swarm hit off the gen, everyone on the ground, that would have gone horribly wrong. But Swarm sticking on that gen with the adrenaline, example of good communications and good teamwork from the survivor players there.
Look at this, 2 slug survivors, and the last survivor being Swarm being down. He has a triple slug. And seeing that Tony and Kawhi did not pick themselves up earlier, it's very unlikely that they'll have Unbreakable. So this might be a solid 4K.
Especially with the team's deliverance already having been used. Obviously, Swirt had it. So,
I see.
Barring a Kobe or a bizarre late Unbreakable from Tony, I think this is a spectacular turnaround and 4K for our man Alf.
It almost slipped out of his hands too. That one adrenaline play, greeting the generator to try to get 2 people up as an instantaneous proc, that could have gone very, very south. Yeah, but a very, very good comeback for Alf, teleporting and getting right on Swarm.
So this is the kind of game you really want to see in a tournament like this, where you see it swings one way, then it swings the other. The Alf had a good start. The survivor started to claw it back. Then Alf got slugging, and then the gen pops through adrenaline, and then Alf gets it back under control again. This is properly good spectator DBD, and it's something that you only get from players as tight as these guys, because communicating with the adrenaline, making sure they're slugging at the right time, not going for the pickups. Alf's consistent nurse skills. There is so much to love about this game, and this match has demonstrated perfectly.
And with the amount of strategies involved, they all meshed together. It's interesting because they even had the haunted ground and the ruin, but that entirely didn't come into play. That Swarm and his team, and Tony, they all went in and they were like, we're gonna power these gens. We don't care about ruin. We're just gonna push through it, and it's fine. We're good. They're like, we're not gonna risk it at all. And then pop for the adrenaline, the comeback, the back, the forth, insane.
So let's see who had the Unbreakable. Of course, it was the one person who died was Swirt with the Unbreakable. That's brutal. I can see why Alf made the call to pick up immediately, because I think he didn't fear DS, but he did want to make sure the person who may have had Unbreakable got out of the match quickly. That may have been his rationale behind picking up instantly there.
And that's quite interesting. They also are running a flashbang. I wonder what type of plays they're going to be doing there. Maybe they predicted that Alf would run a nurse, and if they are able to perfectly time a flashbang play during a blink, they could immediately stun him to make sure that he can't get it off.
Absolutely.
So I'm kind of curious to see if that's going to be happening. Maybe that's why a bandit come in for his nurse.
That is entirely possible. I think potentially why they didn't get rid of the ruin. A couple of reasons. One, totems are not the easiest to find on Yamaoka. Because of all the foliage and the dense fences and stuff, that can be kind of hard to find a totem. And also, they may have seen multiple totems and realized there's a good chance of haunted, and did not want to risk giving a nurse player as good as Alf access to haunted. They'd rather power through the ruin, especially because he did camp. I think he camped Swirt to make sure that Swirt died. That lessened the reason to kill the ruin and made him really not want to risk popping haunted.
There was a lot hanging in the balance, because he was not running like a 3-gen setup. Alf was using his ruin like as a passive gens like slowdown. They would probably have been forced to focus on getting rid of the ruin if he decided to hold a tight area. But maybe the communications would have, maybe with Tony's team, as coordinated as they are, they would have been able to break a 3-gen setup. It'd be quite interesting to see how these coordinated, experienced players will fare when it comes to breaking such a strong strategy.
Yeah, it's the kind of thing I'd almost like to ask Tony and Tony and Team Swing, just how like why they didn't see the ruin as important, because or if they did see it but just couldn't find it, or didn't want to risk the haunted, because there's so many different reasons why that ruin might not have gone. and it's something I'd like to know because it's a very hard thing to see from here in the caster seat, or even as the killer probably might not even know why they didn't get rid of the ribbon, or didn't get rid of any totems at all. But it's something that only the survivors can answer, and it'd be the kind of thing I kind of want to know. But in any case, this has put Alf's performance has put Team Froggy Frog spectacular start, and it'll get up to Team Swing and their killer to see if they can make a comeback.
Maybe they can swing back. It'd be interesting to see who would be the killer. So SRT, Swarm, Kawaii, and is Kayla. Was there a Kayla in the previous match?
I don't believe so.
So I think Kayla might be their killer. I'm not entirely sure.
That may be the case.
It'd be interesting to see what type of killer they and what type of game plan they have to go against Hens, Dan, and Alf and Laser. With Alf playing Nurse, their Survivor team has 2 competitive players. So they have a competitive killer, which is Alf. They have Dan, which has been on 4 different competitive teams. We have Laser that we used to play in Eviscerate, who is also another Nurse main and Spirit main. It's looking like a very stacked lineup for both Killer and Survivor. It'll be interesting to see how we saw a very dominant performance from Froggy Frogs. How if maybe there's going to be a crazy performance for Survivor as well.
Absolutely. I think the thing interesting about Alf's performance on Nurse there is that you can see just how good at Nurse Alf is, because mechanically, obviously, Nurse is a very, very difficult character. We all know this. But there's also a lot of game sense and reading survivors is very, very key to playing Nurse. That's why a lot of people find it so difficult. But not only is Alf obviously very mechanically skilled, he's played so much Nurse by now that in most of the chases he was reading the survivors like a book. And the mechanical limitations of the mobile platform that he may not necessarily be used to yet from playing on PC. I could tell that he was able to work around it very effectively, because at the end of the day, he just knows Nurse. He knows Nurse so well that those like the mind game element, the reading the survivors, the mental, that's something that you could only get through practice, and that's something that doesn't go away between platforms. I was so happy to see him playing Nurse, because you got to kind of see the master at work, if you will, something you don't get to see very often.
I'm honestly curious if because like with round 1, the Survivors were able to ban 1 killer, and I'm surprised that they didn't ban Nurse as their first pick. So maybe they were like, you know what, we might as well go against it once. Let's try it. I want to see what it's like. And especially like they're like, we've never gone against his Nurse before. I want to see what it's like. So I wonder if they did that because they really want to do it.
Give themselves the baptism of fire, perhaps.
Yeah.
For themselves, especially if they can't repeat bans, because then they might have thought, oh, we might get Nurse later.
Yeah.
So I guess it was just a kind of a getting it over with sort of deal, because yeah, that was. Yeah, we could all smell that Alf's Nurse was coming. At some point, we had to see Alf's Nurse. It was just inevitable.
Absolutely.
And I'm glad we saw that in that very explosive first match, because I think being able to see Alf against some very competent survivors and very skilled survivors, I think, is the best time to watch someone like that play Nurse. Because it's kind of hard. If he got against a team that wasn't as confident, a team that he just stomped. That wouldn't have been particularly. It would have obviously been a good win for him, but it wouldn't have been great viewing. It's just like, oh, they're dead. Oh, a foregone conclusion, if you will. But seeing Alf actually genuinely struggle a lot of times, like the survivors making good choices, making smart calls, and giving him a real run for his money, I think gave us the best match we could have had.
And here we go with Hens playing Lori, Deadly Kitten playing Nia, Dan playing Dwight, Laser playing Claudette, and Kinetic Flowers playing Legion. Interesting choice.
Excellent. How much do you know about people taking part? Anything you reckon we could be expecting, or could you not expecting?
I expect that Legion will be probably going for early injures to try to get as much pressure as possible. He sees the medkits, and we're into our first match where Legion is chasing Dan and gets a good read early about where the first survivor is. And he goes for the first frenzy. Gets the first hit in on Dwight.
Very good early tag. Looking like the Legion has gone for a fairly conventional 4 slowdown build, so Corrupt, Pop, Thana, and Dying Light.
So it looks like he's doing a quadruple slowdown build.
I think this is our first quad slowdown killer. Oh, is that the Silent Hill Rabbit? Yeah, it is the Silent Hill Rabbit. Yeah. I'm sorry. I adore Silent Hill, so seeing that cosmetic get used, it makes me very happy. I love Silent Hill. Robbie the Rabbit, my beloved. But yeah, enough about me waffling about Silent Hill. I guess there's Holy Dead Hard. Get hard to the window, but doesn't quite manage to make it through as it's a first down before Corrupt has even expired. This is an excellent start for Flowers.
And as this is mobile, he also tried to use it for distance. A fair play to try to see if you could get to the window early, but unfortunately unable to get it off. When it comes to this frenzy, it doesn't seem like he'll be able to get a hit off, as they all are spread out in a diamond fashion in front of him. This is the perfect layout for the survivors to be in, as everyone's all spread out. 2 generators are popped, and it looks like he's starting to chase hens around the corner of the map.
Team very intelligently splitting up to avoid getting chain stabbed, but that does mean that they're sprawled across the map attempting to navigate this fairly large map. And as Hens takes a stab, makes it to main building, but I guess Flowers is committing.
With his first hit, he probably didn't see anybody with killer instincts, so he's like, it's best to commit as there is no one to be able to transition to. What he's hoping with the Thanatophobia is to try to get as many people injured as much as possible to get a ball rolling on a passive gen slowdown.
Yeah.
And with this, he'll be able to get the first down on Hens. I'm be curious to see how he's going to be using his main ability to get a massive conversion on the perks that he's running, because he needs to get this value out of Pop. He needs to get this value out of Dying Light. He needs to get this value out of Thanatophobia. How will he do it?
I was interested to see, especially because that first hook on Dan was on the Obsession, so that will not get a Dying Light stack, which is a little bit disappointing, I'm sure, for Flowers. But you know what, a down's a down, and yes, on the way to deliver a pop. The splitting up against the Legion, very excellent idea, because it stops the Legion being able to jump from player to player using Feral Frenzy. The chain stabs together. But as Kitten starts to kind of bunch up a little bit towards Laser, it could potentially start to backfire.
And it seems like someone's working on a gender inside the shack. I think it's a 91% gender. You definitely want to try to get pressure this player off of this. And to make sure that there aren't 2 genders left, what do you do? Do you do the gen? Do you chase? Do you do gen? Oh, the gender is more important.
Yes. The old dry kick, no pop on this one. But if I was staying split up, that might mean the generator goes untouched for a while, meaning the regression may start to kick in.
And now, maybe. Yeah.
Sorry, if anyone's interested to keep track of it, it's the gen between the lorry and the Nia. So we get to see it. We get the good luck of seeing it in real time.
And now getting maybe his first chain stab with the ability. First on Nia, then on Dan. This could be huge if he's able to get the play off. Unfortunate. Was able to get the distance though.
Yeah, the regression is unfortunately stopped by tapping the generator. But if Flowers is able to get down on Dan, that could be a pop goes a weasel on that gem, which would be back-breaking to the progress made on it.
And pallet, it seems, dropped. Just barely not hitting. Oh, able to get a conversion anyway. Dwight goes down. This is going to be the second hook for another pop. Goes the weasel play. Hopefully, as there's a generator on 83%, on 74%, it's very likely that 2 generators may pop very soon.
It looks like Flowers has given up the shack gen because it's so hard for everything else, which honestly I respect it. And potentially focusing on trying to maintain gen pressure at this end of the map. But it does mean the remaining gens are in a very unfortunate spot, because that's 2 on main building side and 2 up by the pagoda on shack side. So the gen split does not favor the killer right now.
And due to the nature of Legion having to get chain stabs off, the Legion has been getting pulled in all different directions, trying to find the survivors with the ability. Unfortunately, they've been spreading out so much in order to counter him hardcore, they're going to have to get these... Oh, that's the chain stabs, exactly what he needs. But is it just in time? Does he have enough time to get the pressure off to make full isolation out of his ability here?
Well, fatigue time taking so long, but the little fella pallet may not be enough to save Laser. Not even slightly. And here we're starting to see the add-ons that take effect, because the Legion is running the Legion Pin, which is the green add-on that means that any survivor stabbed by the chain stab becomes broken for 60 seconds. So Dan has only just been able to start healing again after being injured by the Legion Feral Frenzy. Dan has
There
Dead Hard
goes-
but doesn't use it.
Oh. Maybe he was second guessing, because when a killer knows that you have Dead Hard, you sometimes guess like, oh, he knows I have it, he's going to wait it out, so he's going to give me this pallet. Maybe, I wonder if there's a little bit of second guessing going on there.
Or
Now, here we go, trying to get value out of Pop goes the Weasel, trying to make sure that this last generator does not pop. There are still 4 survivors alive, and Thanatophobia is finally in play, but we need more pressure. That's why he's also leaving Dan on the ground.
It may also
Transitioning
be out
right
of fear
onto Laser.
It may also be out of fear of DS.
Mm,
Because that may also have been why Dan didn't even Dead Hard.
I see.
Because he was confident he had DS to protect him.
And that would have been absolutely huge if he had DS. So it's kind of a safe play. So
Yeah, I guess we'll see later. But too little, too late that that Laser receives a second hook and Feral Frenzy for distance, I suppose, to see where to end up.
and this generator spread, it seems to be absolutely brutal for Team Swing, I think. Yeah, Team Swing.
Yeah,
As
rough
is
for
a
Swing,
big
good for FroggyFrogs.
Mhm.
But it looks like the Legion is kind of on top of it. The Pop goes a Weasel decimating that gen there, and forcing Hens and Laser to prepare for an unhook.
There needs to be. I'm wondering if they was going to be able to get some conversion off these injuries, as there's 3 players on Insta down there on the other side of the map, but it's not. It's looking quite grim for Team Swing here. Fortunately, all the generators are not almost completely progressed. They're all around the low 30s.
Yeah,
And now
and
we're
looks
getting
like
a nice tight chase on the 3 on the side in the corner of gens.
absolutely.
And Hens,
is
Dan,
injured.
and Laser are getting pushed along the side to the other side of the map here.
Yeah, hence his days may be numbered on account of being injured and not being the team member with Dead Hard. So Hens is in a bit of a tight spot right now with the Legion on his tail. Uses power here. I was not expecting that.
Maybe I'd be curious if he used his ability there in order to see if he could try to get a follow-up on a close-by survivor.
Potentially, but with no one there, he just cancels the power and moves on. Double stacking the generator on the hill, and it's at 76, so that could be big. Oh!
A nice solid mind game by Miss Killer Flower. Picking up Lori, hopefully trying to get some points on the board with a hook play here. And that is all the generators powered.
That was an unfortunate timing for that last gen to go, and it does render Pop at this point useless from the rest of the match. But with 3 survivors dead on hook, this could be Flower's chance to start hoovering up some kills. As long as he doesn't focus too much on Kitten.
Hopefully we'll have to see, maybe there'll be some conversions that will be coming in quite soon. Hens gets, I think it was Hens that got unhooked here, getting chased once again as I don't think there's a pallet. He might be able to get the secondary conversion to get a 1 point.
He's slugging, potentially again out of fear of decisive strike. And Laser is the only one from the match other than Hens on the floor. In the middle of the doors.
The teammates seem to
It's
be playing
possible that
safe.
Laser could be hanging around waiting for Hatch. It's possible. Or could be waiting for a decisive strike.
Ah, that would make sense. It's more likely to be a decisive strike, as it seems like Laser's going to the other door. Oh,
Laser's left. So I guess we're just waiting for a while now until until Hens' DS is timed out. This is DS gameplay. This is DS gameplay. Greatest perk in the video game. The slug you for a minute before picking you up perk.
Well, that seems like at least he's gotten the one. Oh,
Yeah,
he
1k
decided
with
to pick
plenty of
up
hooks
instead.
though. That was a valiant game. Yeah, there's certainly moments there where Flowers could have absolutely pulled it back, but some tight play from the survivors was made that very, very challenging. That was a hell of a match.
But in honesty, when it came to Legion, I feel like they had a really nice game plan going in with 4 solid generator perks. We're going to injure people as much as possible, but the real part that was very difficult was getting that one frenzy hit and not seeing anyone with a killer instinct.
Yeah,
That was absolutely brutal.
They split up amazingly, and the Legion thing struggled to really work with it because that's a pretty spacious open map, and the survivor on each side of it made securing like a tight gen spread very difficult, and made getting chains very difficult. So, just the things that you'd expect the survivor team to already be doing were particularly effective against the Legion. That was something that was very difficult for the Legion to deal with, and ultimately resulted in that 1k.
And they also had very good spread on where the survivors were. He goes for a hook or he goes for an injury, and all 3 are spread out. It's almost as if I could hear their communications like, okay, make sure to spread out, because if we spread out, he gets 1 chain hit, he won't be able to get the second, and that is absolutely brutal when it comes to playing against him. And it was a solid counter because it seems like the Legion player wanted to put all his eggs in one basket, as this is quite a risky playstyle where he needs to just keep running from court to court to court to getting hits, to get that Thanatophobia, to get the Dying Light, to get all that, the Pop Goes the Weasel. It's very all eggs in one basket playstyle.
Yeah, unfortunately the snowball never really got going, so I split up a bit too well. I didn't see much value from that broken pin as a result, because that requires you to get the chain stabs to inflict the broken, so they can't heal, so Thana just gets them. But that never really came together. In part, I think, because of the map size, and also in part, I think, just because they played so well splitting up against the Legion. That's something you always want to do as Survivor, is split up. But against Legion, it's particularly powerful, because so not only are you then depriving them of ability to charge off of gens, it makes it harder for them to get chain stabs, so they don't have power really either. It's a very difficult situation for the Legion to be, and I don't envy Flowers for ending up in it.
And it seems like Froggy Frogs will take round 1. We'll be heading into round 2 very soon. What I think will be interesting is to see if Team Swing will start taking into account possibly a ban on Alf's nurse. Maybe they learned something from after seeing how Froggy Frogs played out. It's like, maybe Alf did this, or they did this to counter us. It seems like very interesting with the strats and the counter strats that keep coming into play, even so early in this matchup here.
I think it's more reasonable to ask not what is Alf going to play, but more what is Alf going to be allowed to play. Because someone tells me that nurse is getting put in a little wooden box and pushed down the river where no one can get to her ever again, because that's a massive liability to put yourself at risk by not depriving Alf of his nurse.
Something I'd probably be guessing is there's a very high chance that Spirit and Nurse may get nerfed, because in the standard DVD competitive scene on PC, I see a lot of players playing Spirit and Nurse to try to counter each other. I'd assume as that's something that players are a lot more comfortable when it comes to their main rig, that it seems like that's the strategy going in for Froggy Frogs when it comes to playing killer. Let's bring the experience that we have from PC onto mobile, and then we're gonna go absolutely crazy with it. So I'd be curious to see what they'll take into account when it comes to the bans.
Yeah, I'm unsure how Spirit works in mobile, honestly, because obviously it relies a lot on directional sound, and I don't have directional hearing. It doesn't work. So when I try and play Spirit, I just can't do it. But I don't really know how it's going to work on mobile, because I guess you're relying on probably lower sound quality than you would be on PC, because I've seen some Spirit players with amazing hardware, headsets or whatever to help them track a Spirit. But on mobile, the option doesn't really present itself. So I can imagine playing Spirit would not be the easiest thing in the world on a platform with more limited access to sound. But
Oh,
I could only hope to see what. Maybe we will get a spirit anyway. Maybe we'll get to see some.
possibly. Another thing is like when you're holding the phone, it's not like the directional sound cues as well. When it comes to the spirit, you usually hear the grunts of pain, you know, left or right. But if you're not wearing headphones and playing on the phone like this, it can be a little bit fair to be difficult. But it can also be a little bit fair to be difficult when it comes to the survivors because they don't hear the phase noises left and right directionally as well. I'd have to see how headphones might come into play when it comes to certain types of killers or chasing survivors.
Absolutely. I'm also interested to see if Spirit is picked what add-ons end up getting chosen, because Spirit's got a massive array of add-ons you could pick from, and it's kind of not a comedy errors, but more of a comedy of horrors, really. Like what agony shall you inflict upon the survivors with your add-on slots? I shudder to think, frankly. I shudder to think. Again, there's no guarantee we'll see Spirit because there's a good chance Spirit gets banned. But it would be interesting to see how Spirit goes.
Also, I don't think a lot of the players they're restricted to not using iridescent add-ons.
Yeah.
So we probably, when it comes to what the killers can use, we're likely not going to be seeing an iridescent head. We're not likely not going to see like a mother-daughter ring. We're likely not going to see all the array of different add-ons that are iridescent.
God, yeah. If MDR's in this tournament, then I don't think Spirit's ever leaving the ban list ever. That would be a disaster. But thank God she doesn't get access to it. Or like Black Incense. Oh.
Or Sadako's tape.
Yeah, iridescent tape would be brutal. I haven't seen any. Obviously, yeah. I would be interested to see if Sadako does get picked again, because that first match was so explosive and ended so quickly that I'd be surprised if no one tried to replicate that again, even if it was like, I don't know, over the course of a few days if Lonely tries that again, because again, people don't seem to know how to deal with Sadako properly, and that could be something that they use to their advantage.
I feel like Sadako's one of those characters that a lot of players like need to like take the time to learn how to play. And when it comes to certain people, when it comes to Sadako, if they haven't taken the time to learn to play, they're like, I'm never touching her. And it's kind of like the plague, and they're very scared of it. But once you start getting the ball rolling, she becomes quite fun as you teleport instantaneous all around the map, tremendous map pressure, and be able to make some crazy playouts off, especially with the Condemn ability, which not only works as a way to murder survivors without ever having to hook them, but it also works as a slowdown. If they don't deal with the Condemned and start doing your tapes, she will be able to get a Condemned Mori off of you.
It's just a ticking clock that they really don't want to have to deal with. I'm fond of Sadako. I have my issues with the way that Simba works sometimes, but you can't hate Sadako. She's just small, well ghost girl, and I love her for that. I don't know what to really expect from. I honestly, we've seen all the killers I want to see. We've seen Plague, we've seen Sadako, we've seen what I wanted to see. I'm now on board with you. I want to see you get your wish, and let us see some Huntress play.
Yeah.
Like, if we get some Huntress, it's like I'm giving all the good luck or whatever that I got when I asked for Sadako and Plague, and giving that to you and hoping that we get some Huntress play today.
I'm very doubtful, as it can be very difficult. They have an auto aim feature, an aim assist feature on Huntress. I haven't tried that out yet. I'd wonder to see if anyone's had a bit of experience with it. There is actually someone in this tournament who plays mobile, like on YouTube, and they have like a lot of mobile videos. I'd be interested to see if that person in particular decides to maybe play Huntress. I don't know. Maybe
that would be nice,
quite good at it. I think. Oh, it was Ray Zeno. He's playing on Survivor.
Ah,
Team
unlucky. Well, you never know. You never know.
Okay.
Because then we've seen a nurse already. We've seen a mechanically difficult killer and seen it perform very, very well in Alf's hands, even against some very, very good survivors. So there's nothing to say that we can't see Huntress tonight. It obviously would not be the easiest thing in the world, but again, we've seen mechanical killers already. It would not be a big surprise to see a Huntress get played.
Yeah, but honestly, I wouldn't be too disappointed, because I'd imagine it'd take a lot of time to learn her, and when you have this full killer roster and there's different bands coming out, you never know what killer you're going to be forced to play. You're going to have to learn at least 4, and whether you're going to take the time to put Huntress in that 4 that you learn is completely up to you. But you got to use your time wisely. As the tournament was coming up, the tournament did start on the 20th, and as today is, well, not the 20th, well, they made their teams on the 20th, and 5 days later we're here. They've only had about 5 days to practice and prep and try to get very proficient with these different characters. So I wouldn't be too upset if we don't see Huntress, as it's very likely that a lot of the killers will be playing things where they can stick with their guns.
Maybe next week during the playoffs. Maybe then. Maybe when people have had a lot more time on their hands. I still hope we see some Huntress, right? Like, cross fingers.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see. I think what would be nice is we see at least every single killer once. I think that would be nice.
The absolute soldier locking in mobile hillbilly or mobile trapper.
Oh, we gotta see.
Yes, show us the Evan. Show us the power of Evan. May he bless us with his presence.
Hag is also in this too, I think. That would be interesting as well.
Yes, mobile Hag. Yes.
I remember back in the day, on the old developer stream, Makot was like, yeah, Hag, yeah, she has the highest kill rate in the game. I was like, what? Hag? It's just like the same point where Patrick's like, yeah, the twins are absolute monsters at high MMR. If someone may know how to play Hag, she used to have the highest kill rate in Dead by Daylight, so maybe.
Yeah. Well, there's one thing both Hag and twins have in common, and it's that no one plays well against them, and often don't even know how to. They don't, or because they never see the killer. Like, I play twins. You know, people don't like twins very much, but even despite that, the amount of comments I get from people when I after a twins match something where I've like fought my slam something crazy, and they say, and they're not even like being salty or anything, just say, oh well, it's good to see your twins. That shows how few there are out there. That a killer that by always people tend not to like very much. They're still like, good on you for playing them and everything else, because someone's got to. And it's kind of a similar story for Hag, where Hag just doesn't get played. Probably see we'll play now with the changes to flashlights, meaning that you no longer have to just go, oh, they have a flashlight, Franklin's. Like what the flashlight changes said is Hag now has 4 perk slots rather than 3. And that's very, very nice, because now she doesn't have to rely on Franklin's to do basically anything.
There's a little bit of trade-off with the Hag change as well, because I think the survivors can just go up to traps now, and they could it's like a wipe now. They could wipe traps by default, but it takes a very long time. But I'd imagine the flashlight change was quite huge for all the killers. I think Wraith, Artist, Hag, and I don't know if there's another one, but
Nurse.
A nurse. The fact that they don't get burns on the crows or stuns, it's quite huge for them, in all honesty.
Yeah. It is interesting though, the one killer that they kept it for, it's Nemesis. Because obviously the zombies can, as far as we know, zombies can still get blinded, which is very interesting. That would make him the only killer in the game that, actually no, Spirit as well, because of the husk. One of the 2 killers in the game who actually had their power still interacting with flashlights, and that's very strange.
What in particular? So when you flashlight a husk, what in particular does that do?
It disappears.
It disappears.
Yeah, you flashlight a husk, it disappears, which isn't tremendously useful on its own, but it does help with some add-ons, especially because obviously there are add-ons that like reveal the killers if you're near the husk or whatever, or block windows that near the husk. It gets rid of the husk.
I see.
Yeah, so her and Nemesis will still have their flashlight interactions. Spirit, I don't really see why, but Nemesis, I do get it. Like, his zombies are really hard to interact with without flashlights. I guess it's more a problem with the zombies than the flashlights, but yeah.
There was at one point I thought that Nemesis needed 3 zombies. I was like, I don't know, not so much anymore.
Yeah, perhaps not.
They're quite fun though. That's why.
Yeah, they're silly and goofy. Have you named your zombies?
Oh yeah, I've named my zombies Nia and Dwight.
I know some people who'd be very upset about that. I named them Colin and Margaret.
Colin and Margaret.
Yeah, because because I thought like they have about the activity, like speed and like awareness of like an old married couple like wandering around a village, like asking bins if they've seen their dog, and so I thought, what are the most like old British person names I can think of. Colin and Margaret. There we go. That is who you are now. You're Colin and Margaret.
I'm meandering a little bit around. It's like, oh, I need to go get the muffins at the bakery here. Oh my goodness. It's a trek. We gotta go slowly here.
Yeah. Although they actually do have like canon names in the Resident Evil universe.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's quite interesting.
Yeah, because that same zombie model gets reused multiple times in various RE games. Like you see it in the RE2 remake, the RE3 remake, original RE2 and 3. The female zombie with the cropped the short shorts and the maroon tank top, and the guy in the dark jacket and grey shirt. Those zombies you see quite a lot, and they've actually been named Craig and Misty by the devs, which is pretty funny.
Craig and Misty.
It's like Froggy Frogs and Team Swing are ready to go, and this time they're going to Blood Lodge. I think Blood Lodge, that seems like a pretty good map for Huntress, right?
Yeah, that seems like a pretty good map. It's like maybe they're getting like a push, nudge, and shove. Yeah. It's nice and open, nice low, clean loops. It's almost perfect for snipes. That would be pretty sick.
So maybe we're trying to summon a Huntress by saying.
Oh, let's go! Let's go! He's doing the Huntress.
Yes, he did it. Mission accomplished.
All right.
We've got Hans, Kitten, Dan, and Laser on the traditional survivors. Nia, Laurie, Dwight, and Claudette. The Kinetic Flowers coming in with the Huntress pick, the crowd favorite. Let's see how it goes.
All right. Infantry belt and leather loop. An 8 hatchet. That's a very safe way to go.
Absolutely.
And now with these windups, hopefully you should be able to get some cross-map plays out. It's going to be a lot of setup over these cars. It's quite difficult to shoot over these engines here. A first chase on Dan.
Sorry. Later. It's important. Yeah. So, yeah, first chase, but Dan very, very fast down, and no one on gens yet. One gen at 15%. That's all they've got for that first down. It's a brutal start by Flowers. Much better than the Legion game.
Interesting choice with Thrilling Tremors, as for every single pickup, the generators that are not being worked on will be blocked. So it almost works like a gen slowdown barbecue and chili. And with Blood Lodge, this killer that they've chosen is going to have an absolute amount of presence. I'm kind of curious to see if we'll see any cross maps over any loops. Maybe the bus, maybe the building. We'll have to see.
Looks like he's got the read on Hens, but unfortunately misses the hatchet.
Hens drops the pallet down, gets mind gained a little bit, and goes back into the window. It looks like there's going to have to be a pallet kick in order to get Hens off on the follow-up here. Hens being a little bit greedy with the generator.
So let's see where Hens is planning on juking, because that's a massive open zone of not a lot.
And now there's a pile-up of survivors, both Hens and Laser here, but he does not know Laser. Oh my goodness, he's doing a moonwalk! He did the moonwalk play to hide the red stain to make sure that the survivor does not know where he's looking. Oh, it's a very interesting style.
There we go. Playing the ritual woman with axe move, as to get Hens on the ground. That was some persistence, but he got there in the end. I can always appreciate, by the way, the skin that Flowers is using is the Crypt TV Mordeo Huntress skin.
Ah, yes.
You can tell because the axe is absolutely gigantic. It takes up half your screen.
But it's quite stylish, so maybe it's worth it. Maybe it's fine.
Yeah. The axe, if anyone's interested, was a unique design made by the Crypt TV costume designers in association with behavior when designing the skin. I learned about this doing research for my Crypt TV video. And so the axe is a unique design made for DVD, which is cool as hell.
And it looks like we're trying to be going to get a conversion on some of these far away survivors. Maybe you saw them in the distance. It might be a little bit difficult to try to get a lineup off. You probably heard Laser touch the generator and starts hovering around. With the survivor still on the hook, he gets a follow-up play, hitting Laser once. She's going to be running these jungle gym here. And it gets the follow-up down, a nice clean hit without having to deal with the pallet.
What a sweet two-tap. And now Laser's being taken center map with the hope of getting a second pop-off.
And this has
Unfortunately,
been
3
a
tremors on
solid
cooldown.
performance so far, as they've been getting a couple downs. It seems like the survivors are piled up together. I'd be curious to see if there's going to be a little bit of... I wonder if the mist is getting in play. If the render distance allows Flower to be able to see at great distances here, because that's a great way to get conversions on hits off, by being able to see survivors on a map like Blood Lodge.
Oh,
Gets a
that
follow-up
was a...
hatchet on Dan here.
That hit was what we call a Huntress moment. So it looked like Dan had juked out, but got hit by the hatchet anyway. Oh, that was so close. The low loop there, always providing a perfect angle to clip Dan, but hit top of the tire just at the wrong moment.
And now he's chasing Dan. It looks like Laser got a deliverance play off. We're going to need to try to get some pressure on the side here. Slowly but surely, trying to corner Dan as he goes around this loop. Dan gets stuck on the fridge. Unfortunate.
You're going in the fridge.
And now here's another hook play off. So the thing about Huntress is that even though there's only a couple hooks on the board, Huntress has the ability to get a snowball off. It's all about getting back-to-back hatchet plays off. If you can get the back-to-back hatchets, you can wind up, throw, wind up, throw, wind up, throw, and then all of a sudden you have 3 downs. So hopefully, maybe Flower might get a little bit lucky if they group up a tiny bit, because that's a way to create a great snowball.
Absolutely, and the 3 tremors cooldown is a little bit prohibitive, but it's still working out all right, and especially with one thing unfortunately stacking against the Huntress right now is the generator spread. Like there are 3 main gens that are not close together, and for a 1-10 kill like Huntress with no mount ability, you're going to struggle to keep the gens unlocked. It's too close together. They've got a bit of a line, but Blood Lodge is so big, and Huntress is so like driving a bus. Flowers may struggle to actually make it to protect the gens, especially with 1 already at 2/3.
And this map is it's quite difficult for Huntress. It may be open, but I think the Autohaven loops are a little bit tighter in terms of how big they are. Macmillan loops are usually bigger, and there's a lot more leeway to try to get a hatchet lineup set up.
Oh wow! Dan giving a little moonwalk there. Very tasteful.
Oh, and the decisive strike. That was a read that happened in the previous match. Unfortunately, has to eat it here. Dan drops a pallet to play it extremely safe. Does he get the follow-up hatchet? It's a little bit difficult to get the lineup off here, but Dan seems to be toying with his food a little bit. And he seems to be drinking a full out play to the door.
Hasn't kept moving to take hits, but...
Whoa.
And a heel tech
get the down off between the players.
No heel tech at the gate, and that might be Dan killed if they can't take hits. That was the 2 people swarming in there. I was sure we're going to take a hit for Dan, but this at the hatchet went straight through them and smacked him right in the back. That was very. That looked like it could have been a 0k very easily for Flowers there, but I guess Henson Kitten coming and trying to take a hit didn't quite work out. Leaving,
a lot of the difficulty may have came from the fact that the generators are powered so quickly, and it might have been difficult to hit a lot of hatchets. Going into that match, Flower was bringing in an 8 hatchets to try to throw as many as possible. When it comes down to the perks, they are all very solid. It seems like this object obsession strategy is very prevalent amongst all the teams that we've seen so far. It must be a very effective tactic to telling where people are going.
You know, I think Blood Lodge, despite being so open, the sheer size of that map and the unfortunate gen spreads meant that protecting the gens I don't think was something that Flowers could easily do without getting very, very fast downs. Like some very, very fast downs.
A lot of the power of Huntress comes from her ability of reach. She can try to grab players from far distances. That's one of her biggest strengths, but it hinges a lot on being able to try to get as fast connections quickly. It's very, very hard to do. When it comes to this round 2, it looks like FroggyFrogs has a 3 points on the board to Team Swing's 1 point so far, and it seems like the next killer up is probably going to be Alf. So it'd be
Yes.
interesting to see what type of strategy that Team Swing will have going forth in order to counter Alf's next killer.
Yes, because I think Alf. I don't know how he does on killers that aren't Nurse. So assuming Nurse gets taken, which let's be honest, she's going to be. there's no way they're going to sign up to be like, hey, yeah, let's have that happen again. I will be interested to see what they end up playing on. It's going to be interesting to see how Alf plays a killer that isn't Nurse. Again, I don't know how well he does with other killers, so really is up in the air what he ends up picking. I have no idea about his history, what he tends to do. I don't know. I don't know about the guy to be able to offer an informed opinion.
Mm-hmm. And we can also not like really discount Team Swing's survivors, as they in that match against Alf, they also had a setup: do the generator, don't pick the survivor up, adrenaline play. Let's try to make a comeback, try to catch Alf with his pants down at a certain moment of perfection, getting everything set up. They also have a flashbang, so they seem very confident with their perk choices, their playstyle, and it'd be very interesting to see how going forth they're going to try to be a dominating force when it comes to the type of tactics they use to try to push through this round 2.
Absolutely, I'm excited. As these very, very, very good players who gave Alpha a run for his money even when he's playing the killer that he is infamous for, the killer that's terrorized so many pub players throughout the years. And now, depending on the killer he ends up with, it almost like he's playing with one hand tied behind his back, because he might play a killer he's not so comfortable on, a killer against survivors who are at the top of their game. So, for anybody who thought that the Alf match in the first round was a foregone conclusion, which, to be clear, I don't think it was. They clearly gave him a good run for his money. The second match is going to maybe a little more challenging for Aaron as Alf. I'm so sorry. I keep doing that. I'm sorry, everyone, but I'll get it right. I'll write it on my hand or something. Before we know, Alf's going to end up playing a killer he's not so comfortable on, and we'll see how that fares against these very, very skilled survivors.
I'm quite excited for this next match. This particular matchup, especially with the skill, I'd imagine. I was trying to look up the hours for certain players. I'd imagine like Tony's team, at least like 3 players. I said that some of the players had like 5,000 hours. I think one of them has like 9,000. Well, at least 2 of them have like 9,000. So a lot of them are quite experienced when it comes to running killers and setting up strategies. What Swarm used to be known for was being able to do flashlight saves during lockers. So when there'd be a Swift, and a survivor would go into a locker, and intentionally to get downed, and then he'd go around behind the killer, get the flashlight save, and that was actually part of the reason why flashlights got nerfed for locker saves, because a lot of survivors were learning how to consistently do that in a team. Now, going forward, I imagine there's going to be a lot of coordination, a lot of strategy. Maybe they have some old tactics that are reliable, that they know have worked in the past, that they'll be trying within this next one, as they're very renowned for trying to master very difficult survivor techs.
Yeah, I know obviously locker saves have been removed from base game DBD, but I think they're still in mobile. So I haven't seen flashlight players as of yet. We've seen a flashbang and a lot of toolboxes, a lot of and way more medkits. But I think it would be a nice feather in Swarm's cap to be able to pull off a locker save in this tournament. That'd be exceptional.
Yeah, I as someone that's faced that multiple times, their team like twice, 3 times, they're pretty consistent with a locker flashlight saves. The only thing that I'd be worried about is maybe they're not that confident on mobile, because on mobile you got to line up with your thumbs in a little bit.
Yeah, it's a whole different mechanical challenge.
So it might fare to be a little bit difficult when it comes to employing these types of PC-like strategies within the tournament. It might be a little bit too risky, but maybe it could prove to be something that would be very helpful. a lot of the teams have been bringing toolboxes and med kits because they're worried about trying to push generators as fast as possible, healing to make sure that they can immediately remedy the pressure that killers bring. A flashlight would be kind of a out of left field choice.
Yeah,
But
it's
then
certainly
again-
be gutsy.
Yeah, it's quite gutsy. But then again, this team also brought a flashbang, and that is in itself, it's gutsy in itself. So, there's a possibility we might see some extra gutsy plays.
Oh, without a shadow of a doubt. I think against a killer who's maybe less confident than Alf, I could maybe see them doing it. But when Alf had them on the rope so much in round 1, I think they are willing to take no chances. So I very much doubt we're gonna see any alleged juices taking place in round 2. I think we're gonna see some efficient play, powering out gens, and some of the good rotations and consistent comms that we saw take to such admittedly excellent effect in round 1.
Yeah, in round 1, it seemed like Team Swing went for like a more explosive approach. It's like adrenaline, push gens, leave someone on risk. A very explosive, try to blow the kill out of the water tactic. It may have gotten them an adrenaline playoff and had Alpha on the ropes. And just because it didn't work doesn't mean it won't happen again. I mean, just because it didn't work the first time doesn't mean it won't work next time.
Absolutely.
As many different killers in that similar situation might have had everything slip through their fingers at that point in time.
Oh, absolutely. Again, because in part, a lot of the reason that Alf succeeded so well in round 1 is because he was playing a very powerful killer who can just chain downs together and kind of mitigate the impact of that adrenaline. Because even if that, because the difference between adrenaline happening and adrenaline not happening in case of a nurse is fairly minimal. If he can get on you and just down you in a couple of seconds, then it's almost like you never got up in the first place. Whereas in the case of a regular killer, like say if that was, I don't know, a clown or or the strongest Evan, then that would probably have been a very different story, because then you don't have the mobility and the lethality needed to recover from that loss of pressure.
And
so we've seen
and that's something that Alpha will have to do. Well, I think Alpha, it was mostly like a very back and forth type of thing in that match. It could have been anyone's game.
It's very swingy.
Yeah.
Swinging.
So-
Swing. Yeah. Swing. Yeah. It's funny. I am the comedy man. I come from far away. Yeah. Now we've seen Huntress. We've seen Plague. We've seen Sadako.
Mhm.
What's next on your wish list? What's next on your killer wish list?
It's a bit of a rough one, but I'd say Hag.
Hag would be excellent.
Another, like, the thing that's interesting is that it pairs into players not bringing flashlights. Oh, look at this! Look at
Alf's on Billy. I was gonna actually say Billy.
Interesting.
Was gonna, I was gonna say I just wanted to see another really mechanically difficult killer, but we're seeing Alf on Billy this time.
Very interesting choice, as being able to get those turns and flicks off on mobile might fare to be a little bit difficult. It'd be interesting to see how he's able to get these plays off with Mr. Billy here. I'm also wondering if he's going to be running engravings for Billy flicks as well.
That would be, well, he's allowed one very rare add-on or higher, and one purple add-on or lower, and one green add-on or lower, which would make sense because that means he can, if he wanted to, he could run double engravings. And he's not. He's running double turn rate. It looks like spike boots and dad's boots. All the other Billies with the pumped up kicks. I can see why he's running that, at least because he's on like playing on mobile. It makes a lot of sense to want to have much more possible when you're not confident necessarily in the amount of steering you can do with the flex.
And it seems like he's not able to get the first conversion off on the first survivor. So what he did was he does a follow-up play to go to another survivor to try to get as much pressure as fast as humanly possible. Because as far as you know, if you let the survivors get a lot of generator pressure on the board, all of a sudden, before you know it, all the generators are completed. No communication.
As a pre-drop shot pallet into quick this way here. Seeing this turn rate add-ons in action means you have so much presence on the map, because wherever you need to be, you can just turn up there. You decide that you're there now. It's like, hello, I am Billy, I have arrived.
And this seems like be similar to the first perk loadout that we saw in the first match. Bamboozle, Ruin, Crush Invention, and Melon. A solid choice for a mid-early stage.
And you can see Tony's burned his toolbox and generator that he's currently on, but can it looks like our man Alf is forcing Tony off a bit. So you get that ruin progress and you start chasing this file. Another pre-drop, but not stun. Right.
Unfortunately, unable to get the conversion off. It seems like he's trying to go for instant down plays. No, hasn't gone for an M1 yet so far. With Shackpot here, will be able to get the flick off around the generator on Mr. Tony.
Exquisite.
And there he
That's
goes.
the first chainsaw down of the night. Hopefully not the last.
Right next to the basement, maybe we'll start seeing a basement play here, as having to go down to the basement can deem to be almost game impacting, as everyone's in one tight area. It can be for a nice quick down if players have to go down into that spot.
That's a basement with a gen in shack and a generator on either side. So there's a good chance that Alf wants to play around this 3-gen, because that's a really strong 3-gen with a killer as mobile as Billy. You can just ping pong between the gens. You've got your turn rate to help you get to where you need to go. You've got your gens to protect. You've kind of got everything you need. Begs the question, where's that ruin?
There we go. And Alf's probably thinking that they're working on generators from afar. He seems to be hovering around this area. If he hovers around the entrance of the shack, he can guarantee that no one will be able to go for the save. And with Billy with such an instant down ability, that would be great to try to guarantee a first kill off so that he can get into the rest of the match and try to guarantee a 4K later.
Indeed. I'm wondering now, where is Alf's ruin? Because that I've been looking around for it, but I can't see it. If the ruin is in the 3-gen, then I'm pretty sure that's a very, very challenging obstacle for Team Swing to try and get through. But you never know. For all we know, it's out there in the middle of the middle of nowhere. But again, I haven't seen it. Have you seen the ruin anywhere?
I've been trying to take a look, but I honestly can't really see it as well. But the fact that it's still in play is making a massive difference. As any generator that is within his 3-gen setup is just going to regress, because he's just going to be able to defend like crazy.
Yeah, that one in the corner, the one that Tony was on where he got chased off of it, got to about 80%. It's now at 40. I think that's the generator, the one in the corner. But it looks like he's not checking it. He'd rather secure his kill.
It's a very similar tactic to what Lynxy did a couple matches back, and it proved to be effective to get the 4K. It seems like this similar strategy is going to be coming in, as a 3v1 is a lot more manageable.
Getting 3-gen and ruin still in touch. Oh, that hit on Swarm! I was not ready for that.
A quick instant down on Swarm, with Billy's ability proving to be very effective, taking to the basement, as that is the Dungeon of Doom. It seems to be a very good way to secure kills with the generator setup that we have here.
So we have a basement hook. Someone's dead. The ruin is still up, and there's a 3-gen intact.
Oh my
And
goodness.
Alpha's landing hits like that. Jesus Christ, on a bike.
That must be the double boots coming in play, because that was.
Yeah.
I feel like that connection should not have come off, but
that was
like, insane turn.
The hits he's getting with these add-ons are beyond belief. I couldn't get these on PC, could you? I couldn't get these on PC. And he's doing it with stuns on a like Samsung Galaxy something or other. I'm Alpha's consistently impressing so much when playing Kara in these matches.
Mm-hmm. And it seems like that was explosive. And having a plan going forward is like, I'm going to defend these 3 generators, and Ruin is just going to carry me here. I'm going to put this guy in the basement. I'm going to guarantee his kill. I'm going to get the follow-up. Pop, 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 pop. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's all the points on the board. Just a very lean way to go about this match here.
Well, here comes the useful part. That because Tony got the first hook and was camped until death, that means no one got a safe unhook, which means there's no risk of deliverance either. So aside from an unbreakable or unhookable survivor here, there's no way of coming back from this. There's no deli into the game continuing, because it's over now. There is no deli to use. So unless Swick Kobe's, which given that he's currently being sniffed by the hillbilly, is maybe he isn't gonna get him anywhere. Yeah,
Meg
it's like
trying to get
Sorry
her
can tell.
4% off. Unfortunately, does not, but I don't think it would have mattered anyway, as Billy is standing right here at her, staring at her menacingly. You will not get unhooked. And
That's
Team Froggy Frogs is the winner of this matchup. An absolutely crazy performance from both killers and survivors alike. And that was a crazy matchup between the two.
Oh, absolutely. I'm glad we got to see the mechanical killer start to come into play. Like the nurse into Huntress into Billy. That was what these are killers I'm very unfamiliar with on mobile. I wasn't sure how the mechanics would transfer, but they really did handle it fantastically. And it's relentlessly impressive to see these very good killers playing these very difficult killers.
Yeah. And the thing is it as he got 4Ks in both matches, but explosiveness all across the board. And I'm wondering if this is going to inspire other teams to try. Maybe he's like, wait, his hillbilly, he got a 4K like that? It's like, oh, whoa, he got a 4K on nurse like that. Wait, we got to try that. Yeah. Because you can't ban 2 killers in the first round. And it's very likely, maybe there might be some inspiration on some teams to learn an explosive killer that's mechanically good.
Maybe we're in for the new DBD Mobile Billy Renaissance 2023. Everyone's sad about the engravings nerf. Come to mobile. Billy's fine. And as we just demonstrated by, some of those hits from Alf were spectacular. And it looks like
the curve. Oh my god, dude! He goes straight across the map from the shack, and then Meg's turning, and then Dad's boots and the other boots.
Borderline sideswipes that poor Meg, and that leads to a decisive win for Froggy Frogs. Absolutely spectacular play.
Wow!
I promise. I'll try very hard to get Alf's name right. I've written it down. It's because they're both in the tournament.
And yeah, his name can be quite tricky. I actually thought is his real name Alf? I'm not entirely sure.
I have no idea.
Oh.
I mean, nothing whatsoever. But I guess we'll do our best. Yeah, it's because they're both in the tournament. I'm sorry to both Aaron and Alf for continuously getting names wrong, but we got several days to get used to it.
They both start with A. It's like Alf, Aaron's like that.
The alphabet's hard, okay? The alphabet's hard.
Be a little bit.
Reading is difficult. Names are hard.
But even though Team Swing went 2-0, it'll be promising to see. And I think we're going to be looking in towards a highlight reel of the matches that we just saw with Team Swing and Team Froggy Frogs.
Absolutely.
消耗ばかりしていると暴君が来るぞ。 消耗ばかりしていると暴君が来るぞ。 消耗ばかりしていると暴君が来るぞ。
And welcome back, everybody, to this. Welcome back to round 3 of the Invitational Day 1. We've just seen a spectacular standoff between teams Swing and Froggy Frogs, and now moving into the third and final round of the night.
And once again, you guys can use the gift code down below to get a free 20,000 blood points on the mobile version. If you guys like mobile, you guys want to check it out, you've seen some really cool little texts and different things that are different from PC, feel free to use the code down below for a free 20,000 blood points when you check out DBD Mobile.
Absolutely. If you're brand new to the platform, between that and the rewards you'll get for doing the tutorial and your first few challenges, that'll be a more than excellent start to get you going on your blood market grind and get the perks and add-ons and offerings that you need.
And there's a lot of it different when it comes to mobile. Sometimes you can unlock some of the characters by doing like quests. So like, let's say come finish a match of Survivor, you get Claudette, or finish a match of Killer, hey, you get Hillbilly. So there's quite a little bit of progression, and the points will be able to help you out if you want to progress forward and get different add-ons and perks within the, well, not perks, but the perks have a little bit of a different way. They have a relic system for leveling up. But in terms of leveling up to get different stuff from the blood market, the extra blood points could help out as well.
Well, first of all, let's be clear here. When you call unlocking Hillbilly a reward, playing modern day Hillbilly is calling that a reward maybe a little bit generous. Although after seeing Alf's exceptional Hillbilly play, maybe I should be eating my words right now, because turns out in the hands of a master, it can be still quite horrifying to bear witness to, actually. But yeah, for those of you who are wondering, Billy is actually kind of the same as he was before his big update on mobile. So his add-ons are different. I don't think there's any overheat, which I'm sure Billy players around the world are going to be punching in the air when they hear that. Sky Billy, or the Sky Billy text, like the jumps and stuff you can go off terrain, that's all still in mobile. So I guess if you're nostalgic for days gone by of playing Billy like he used to be, I think mobile might be somewhere you might want to check out, because it's obviously the controls are very, very different, but as Alf demonstrated, there's certainly a lot of transferable skills, and it's Billy on live. What are you gonna do? Just be background Andy.
With a lot of the servers, I think they're also like nerfing engravings a little bit on the main servers. Yeah. So maybe afterwards, let's pray they don't do that.
Yeah.
Let's hope.
Touch wood.
There's always, before changes come to mobile, those engravings changes will still be on mobile. I'd be curious to see if a lot of Billy mains that play on PC are going to be trying it out on mobile. Be like, you know what? I can't really. The engravings are not that much the same as it was before, but on mobile, hey, I get to go fast. So maybe we'll see some Billy mains checking it out, or maybe some new Billy mains coming out of the woodworks. So.
Absolutely, I'll be ready to see the DVD Mobile Billy Syndicate developing, because there is even a groups function, so you could actually have a Billy Syndicate group on mobile as an actual group, like a guild, if you wanted to do that. That the like multiplayer facilities are there, so it's actually probably not a bad place of Billy players trying to for a better word, Billy refugees fleeing to mobile after what's been done to their killer on the main game. Because, the fact that I'm a Twins player and I'm feeling bad for you should indicate just how far Billy has fallen. He did not deserve this.
It is quite a few things. We talk about trees.
This is so sad.
But when it comes
this is so sad. Can we nerf Dad's boots?
No, don't touch Dad boots. No. No, that's not. No. You know, I kind of wonder when it comes to like the groups function. I wonder what type of things will happen, because you can actually like type to people around the world, and just like with Survivor Friends in the main game, I think on mobile you could just there's a button that says join a Survivor Friends, and like I wonder how that will come into play if in terms of like how people play on mobile. I wonder if there's going to be a lot more groups coming in often, so that you'll be playing with a Swift over and over again, as that's the more predominant culture. I think on the main game it's mostly solo queue players as the culture. So I wonder if just because there's a button like click to join a 3-stack, if a Swift culture would develop within the mobile community after that.
I can really see it, especially because the mobile game also has the prompts. Like, there's almost like a little mini, like an in-game menu where it tells you, where you can put little communication to your team. Things like, I'm being chased, I'm going for the rescue, just do generators, I can't go for the save, things like that. The kind of things that you in a voice comm in a Swift would just say with your words and mouth and speaking. The facility, like on mobile, there is actually like a pseudo ping system where you can communicate with your teammates. It's not like you can't type messages, but you don't need to. It just communicates to you as much as you need to keep in contact with your team. So the solo queue, it's not like just because there is a lot of groups features doesn't mean that the solo queue features aren't there, because they are. It's more exhaustive than you might think, and comes in, and it's kind of thing I've wanted to see people asking for a while to add to the main game, and honestly I can see it.
And another thing being is that it feels like a lot of what happens on mobile, PC takes a lot of influence from. They take a lot of inspiration when it comes to the visual terror radius that's actually coming to the main game. And when it comes to the comms, I imagine that in the main game they didn't really want to be like, oh, I'm getting chased, the killer's camping me or whatever. Instead they added little icons of he's working on a generator, he's working on a boon, a different variant of communication without adding like a form of Swift like voice chat. So a lot of I'd be curious if everything will be pushed in a similar direction of Survivor Friends all together, all around.
There's one feature
for both
sorry.
games.
Yeah. One feature I'm very, very fond of actually is the visual terror radius, because I have awful hearing. My hearing is just not good at all, so I can't play Spirit. And so it makes... I'm playing in a Swift occasionally, I'll just get hit out of nowhere, and someone will be like, hey, Will, what happened? Did you just run into the killer? And I was like, I just didn't hear them coming because they've got a quiet terror radius, and my directional hearing isn't good, so I don't know where they're coming from. But that visual terror radius is going to be an absolute boon to me. It is good. I played with it a little bit on mobile when I played Survivor on mobile, and it was a complete godsend. And I'm ready for it to come to the main game. It's been more than long enough that I've been having to run like stakeout or diversion to tell when I'm in the killer's terror radius. Mm-hmm. But it's going to be fantastic. I think it's even an indicator, like a separate indicator for the lullaby, which is awesome. Which is a nice little inclusion to make sure Huntress and Trickster are more workable.
A lot of these features are usually put in games to help people who have need help with accessibility when it comes to hearing or like visual. That's why they added like the color blindness filters, and like the visual terror radius is like if someone has trouble seeing or trouble hearing, and the same thing with the icons. It helps people out who have a little bit of accessibility issues in play. A lot of people may be complaining, it's like, oh, this is pushing the game to more like competitive or more of like a Swift. It mostly is something that almost like all successful games typically have, which is to try to help people who may have hearing problems or visual problems with certain things. So
Yeah, like it doesn't hurt you to have other. It doesn't hurt you to warrant to have features that are there for other people so they can play the game properly. Like the stuff that you might take for granted, it's critically important for someone who doesn't necessarily have the ability to do that. It's a bit sad.
well, I once knew a guy who was colorblind, and he was a killer main. He loved killer, and he couldn't chase survivors. He'd keep losing them. So what he would do is he'd run predator. And then endgame chat, where people would be like, "Why are you running predator? That's such a terrible perk." He's like, "I'm colorblind. I can't see. Stop judging me." And they just every single match judge him. "Why are you running predator? What is it? It makes you brighter scratch marks. Are you blind?" He's like, "Yes, I'm colorblind." So yes, some of these options are there to help people when it comes to their needs.
Yeah, the colorblind filter is fantastic. The one thing I'm surprised we haven't had yet though is an FOV slider, at least for killer. Because I've noticed a lot of, especially if they're playing something like Billy or Blight, Nurse, mobile killers, not mobile killers, killers that move quickly, they have trouble, it causes motion sickness. But yeah, enough about that. The players are finally ready. We've got teams Kingdom and Froggy Frog squaring it off on Family Residence. Big old map, one that I'm quite fond of, and we're looking forward to see some good plays, I hope.
And this will be interesting once again. I wonder if the bans will come out as Froggy Frogs is, I think Alf's going to be the killer once again. So I wonder if a nurse ban is in order here. And there it is. A spirit going to be coming out for the next match against Team Kingdom here.
Fantastic.
I'm quite interested to see how this will pan out.
Yeah, so just after we finish talking about like hearing accessibility and tracking, we get our first spirit of the night. How on brand that we just get the killer we haven't been talking about at that moment. Seeing Alf Spirit is going to be very, very curious with the whole mobile tracking. That's going to be a very different beast from what we normally expect.
I wonder if he's going to be having a headset in for Spirit, because she's very audio. A lot of her ability hinges on her ability to hear where survivors are going and using audio cues to your advantage. So I'd be curious to see if Alf is actually using a headset to be able to track survivors to do this more appropriately.
Yeah, I could 100% see it. I think I'm not sure what other visual clues you get of the audio surroundings that you would get on mobile normally, like things like generator sounds or like survivor vault sounds or whatever. The kind of sounds that you take for granted on mobile, what Spirit has, but I guess we'll see.
We're going to go into this first match. We find 3 survivors all together. Gets a first hit on Mr. Running Man, and he is getting a nice follow-up play. Maybe we'll get a nice early down with Polyester very close by. Is that dead hard? Oh, he's trapped in the corner and gets instantly down. It's a quick first kill, or quick kill first hook.
Absolutely. And looking at that Spirit build there, we've got Corrupt, Pop, Ruin, and Noed. The Ruin Pop combo kind of harkening back to older days with almost relying on the Ruin to go so that you can kick Jen's pop value. It's certainly a unintuitive choice at first, but we'll see if it pays off.
Now he's getting a chase on the King, who's running around this loop here. Does not. Oh, he goes for a greedy unhook play. Does he have borrowed time? This might turn into a double down very quickly. That's a very greedy unhook. Very strange play. Running Man running straight into the building here, with Yui having to take a hit so that Running Man does not get tunneled off of the hook. How will they? Oh my goodness, that's just 2 down so quickly.
Looks like the Yui was pushed Alf into the wall of the generator there to make him whiff a swing. That did buy some time and prevent Candy having to lose a health state. They got King up, but that's at the cost of Running Man ending up back on a hook.
Now here's a second hook in order. Doesn't really even need to camp Running Man. I think as he's on second hook quite early, or is this? Yeah, the second hook quite early. Transitioning right into King, being as efficient as possible. That is 2 people out of commission for the time being, and now Candy and Paulie will have to be going for some saves, as this can snowball quite quickly.
Absolutely. If you remember the King's loadouts from before, we saw perks like Decisive Strike, Unbreakable, and Deliverance. So the fact that he's left King slugged here may come back to bite him, but we have no knowledge of that. The Ruin gone. That's a Pop Goes a Weasel immediately secured on that generator.
Now heading
And
straight
King's
back to
up.
the hook. Perfect timing as Mr. King goes for the save. Oh my goodness!
What a grab!
This pressure is insane. All the matches lately have been quite explosive with the amount of downing survivors just quite quickly in quick succession.
Absolutely, and can I just remind everyone, by the way, this is at 5 generators. This is at 5 gens. just if anyone had any doubts. Oh, Paulie arrives at the worst possible moment, just as Running Man dies on that hook, and now Alf's tracking him down like a bloodhound.
Oh, there we go. Probably is able to echolocate where he's going and gets the down nearby.
That is someone dead, 2 slugs on the ground at 5 gens. This is a very, very rough situation for Team Kingdom. Maybe they can make something happen with an Unbreakable. I could see it.
Possibly. It seems like Candy is standing still. Maybe she's going to wait until the hook plays go off. Maybe she's going to play for the hatch.
I could see
But
it.
we don't quite know.
So,
And now he's going to be checking the generators because he thinks Candy is doing something, but it seems like she's playing quite passive. I wonder what the strategy is in order right here, because that's a very peculiar play with the 2 people on the ground.
yes, especially because I have a hunch that King's got Deliverance, judging by how aggressively he farmed Running Man off that hook. So not just sitting on Gen right now, waiting for King to use his deli seems odd. But I'm interested to see what the overall plan here is, because it looks like Alf's having trouble finding. Yeah, there's that Deliverance I was talking about.
Oh, that's a good read. Good read in Deliverance. And it looks like they'll be able to make a 180 swing, but with 5 generators left, it looks like they're going to have to build everything from the ground up like they did from the start.
Absolutely, it's like there's less than a gen's worth of progress, like a complete of progress on all the gens on the map combined. So they're basically starting the game again, but with missing a person. This is very, very dicey for Team Kingdom here.
It's a very rough start indeed, especially on that early kill on Running Man. A conversion on getting the Paulie down, beating out the King with the Deliverance. It seems like the play paid off for Candy, but it seems the most likely way for them to get a point on the board would likely be a hatch play going forward. That's the down on the King, running straight into his face, and now going for a generator kick.
So it looks like, judging by King's recovery bar, if you can look on the survivor screen, he has, it looks like Unbreakable, but didn't use it before. So there's a good chance that could end up with an Unbreakable on our hands. And meanwhile, Candy's in a locker. So I guess it's just kind of waiting for King using his Unbreakable. Oh, he may have actually, he's already used it. He can't actually complete the self pickup, meaning he's relying on Candy to get him up. And I think Candy's just creeping over locker by locker, like almost like playing grandmother's footsteps, trying to make sure the spirit doesn't see.
Her plan definitely has to be going for the hatch.
Well,
There's no way.
And leaving Porter to die on that hook while Alf checks the basement. That's certainly a choice, but there has to be a hatch play. I've pretty much given up at this point. Honestly, given how far behind they are and how far behind they've been for so long, I understand. I don't blame them at all for pretty much just giving up at this point, other than just hoping to get a hatch.
And knowing that Alf is probably trying to go and try the best he possibly can to try to get those 5 juicy points, which require a 4K. So by slugging the King here, it's more so a tactical play, because if he hooks the King, the hatch will spawn. So in order to secure a solid 5 points during this round, he has to make sure that both of them go down here. Candy seems to be faring well to not have crows and keeps juggling between the lockers. And the King is looking to starting to bleed out very soon.
Yeah. It's like he's going for the pickup just to force the issue rather than allow King to bleed out.
And now this will also buy more time to look for Candy, as hooking. Oh, does he go back? Oh, that might have been. I don't know. As hooking allows the king not to be eliminated from the match so early. I wonder what he's doing right now. He's deciding not to wiggle.
Oh, King's not wiggling. Perhaps because he doesn't want to be led off the shoulder because he'd rather be bled out because it buys Alf less time. That might be it.
Alf does not want the king to bleed out because then the hatch spawns. So by picking up the king, he makes it so that there's always 2 players within the match.
Oh,
He just walked right by Candy.
Wow. He's just looking for Candy while carrying King. This is not what I expected to see today in this tournament. But Candy has to leave the locker or else they get crows. So are we going to see the rare backpack spirit chase?
Well, maybe.
I don't think Alpha entered this tournament ready to play backpack spirit, but I guess this is where we're going.
We're going on a little field trip all the way across the map.
Yeah.
Don't mind me.
He just got King and it's just like, I can show you the world. Shining, shimmering, splendid.
And it looks like he's definitely onto what they're trying. He's like, oh, I know exactly what you're doing. This is not going to work. I know you're trying to pull something off, but it's not going to happen. And both teams, they know what each other are doing, and he's just searching, but he's not quite searching in the right areas.
This could take a while, especially because he walked right past where Candy was.
Going
finally
quite
give
the
up and go
trek,
for the
the
hook.
field trip.
No.
Oh, there's signs of life. There's struggling.
Oh. Did King just get bored? We don't know.
What?
I think Alpha would try to maybe put King down away from anything useful.
Hmm.
No, I'm not sure what the plan is here.
Oh, that's
Alpha's
interesting.
gaming. Alpha's deciding to hide in the basement. Nope, Alpha's not hiding in the basement. That's not quite what I was expecting. And for his part, King's back on a gen, every day the trooper, trying to get this game back under control.
A little bit of juggling in session. It's like, where's Candy? Where is she? Ideally, he probably wants to get both survivors injured, so it would be easy to track them.
Yes, but I think Candy's got a medkit, so that would be a little bit challenging. Oh, hello. We might be in luck.
Getting
We
close.
may have detected Candy, or at least might soon detect Candy. Hang on. Oh! This is like watching someone with a blindfold on try to assemble a jigsaw puzzle. It really is. It's like you see the piece goes out the right place, and then it just not quite.
Well, and after the Billy and Nurse match from Alf earlier, this psychological warfare seems to actually be working because they are getting a generator popping right about, was it 99? Oh,
Yeah,
they don't want to. They leave you at 99.
He's not going to for the heal.
Oh, I see.
I love this. This is a lot more chill than the game was earlier. If you had checked there earlier, Alf, if you had checked there earlier, you would have found Candy. It's like you're checking every locker except the one Candy happens to be hiding in. It's very unfortunate, but very, very funny.
Oh my goodness. I bet they're going to get at least 3 generators done, and then he's like, these two, he's just like, where's Candy? Where is she? I can't find her. She's just hiding.
Yeah, King in the basement opening chests.
Oh my goodness. The psychological warfare seems to be proving very effective here.
By the way, I'm sorry anyone who's just come into this stream expecting some saying, oh, Super House playing, right? We're gonna get some high skill, very intense, high octane gameplay, and it's just him opening lockers for 5 minutes while King opens a chest in the basement. This may not been quite what you were expecting. Wait, does he know?
He's creeping. He's creeping. He's
he
been
know?
checking lockers. Oh! Oh, what?
No!
You went
Ah!
by it twice.
Oh
Was it the one you
no! Oh no! 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 No!
didn't check? What
Ow!
was that one? Dude, he
That's
checks
the
every
only
single
locker he
locker.
hasn't checked. At
Oh.
this point, is he just doing it for a bit? At this point, is he
I
just
don't
doing
know.
it for a bit? Oh wait, no, I think he might have seen Candy leaving that locker there, because Candy just left the locker as he was looking at the locker. I
I'm
don't
not
know what
quite
his
so
plan
sure.
is. Ah,
He was so close.
he was so
He was
good.
right there. You can see how impulsively he's like, she's in a locker. I know she's in a locker, 100%. And the
Just
one
doesn't
locker,
open the only one.
yeah. What? You know? But is that one? Is that?
He stopped in front of it. Maybe he knew and was just messing around with her,
Maybe
just trying to psych her out. Maybe that's what happened.
a false sense of confidence.
Yeah.
He's like, you know what? You can creep out now.
King might get another gen done at this rate. Okay. Maybe this is round 3, sorry, round 4, because there was an encounter back at main. Maybe he'll work it out.
You know, this is actually a decent strategy to let the king do gens, because it spawns the hatch so that Alf knows where it is.
Oh wait.
Oh,
He might. Bingo!
yeah.
It only took
go.
12 years. I am now pension age, but Candy has been found.
Let's go.
This is, and Candy's been dropped. Honestly,
I
quite
think it's because
incredible.
the king, he exploded the locker. Is this gonna happen again? I'll be honest. I feel like Alf might be doing this on purpose, because
play with
if
his
the
food a
survivors get
bit.
a certain amount of gens done, they hatch spawns, and he's like, oh, I know how they can get out now. So this is a free way to guarantee the 4.
Yeah, King finishes his heal. I assume resilience, like all these guys are injured.
And there we go. And
I
down. on the
ha-
king.
Sorry, carry on.
You may go. Okay.
No, I just I had to admire the patience of all the players in this match. Both King for like powering the gens out and kind of knowing what he was doing, and also Candy of just being able to stay hidden for that long. Because I know some players would really not like doing that.
It's a very, very difficult strategy. Oh, he's unable to make it to a hook.
I think there was. I think he's just trying to hook Candy, I guess, and wants to know where King is kind of the thing.
Oh, okay.
Because he knows that King. Actually, I didn't understand it. I was thinking King's already lost the stage, letting them.
This
both.
is quite peculiar. I'm not entirely sure what's going on.
Well, Candy was going to win anyway because Candy doesn't have a hook for Candy. But he could have hooked King. I'm perplexed at what's going on here, but I'm kind of interested to see.
Unless they know something about hook spawns that we don't. And,
Yeah.
There's some.
And now he's going to slug Candy.
It's
This is strong. There's the heal. King's healed again.
it's gonna fare a little bit difficult if the king decides to be a locker gremlin like Candy.
Yeah. I don't think that's King style though.
Mm. It's looking around the correct area though. I'm guessing this is an intuition at play.
Yeah. Like that's remember where King ran after he wiggled.
Mm.
This match has been effectively over for like 10 minutes now. It's just a question of Alf making absolutely sure he gets his 4K. Oh, hello? Hello?
Oh,
Did he... Oh, he's behind that. I thought he was in front of it. Now he's behind the small wooden bit. You can see
Checking
the
around.
turret radius fading away on King's screen.
he's checking the lockers again because he knows that's what they did once before. And the king seems like he'll be able to pick up Candy. He's very, very paranoid about a hatch play giving them a point on the board.
Absolutely. At this point, one of them's going to bleed out because both of them are actually have a timer on their bleed out clocks. Is he giving up on the quest and just going to hurt Candy, or is he still looking for King? I think he's looking for King.
I think so. I think he's trying to get both down. That's the main goal, at least here.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, maybe he let King go because he knew he couldn't hurt Candy.
Mm.
Because obviously
Oh
Candy
yeah,
was...
because she wiggled off almost instantaneously there.
Yeah, because Candy got grabbed out of a locker. So I can see
And
because if he hooks King and picks up Candy and Candy wiggles, Candy could get hatched.
I see.
That may
So
have been why that happened, because Candy's wiggle was already about 60%.
that makes sense 100%. Guys, like he's trying to make sure that he can like secure, like he's trying to effectively by getting a 4K here. What Alpha is fighting for is to force the enemy survivors to get a 4-man out. So he's trying, by getting the kill, he's effectively forcing the other team to have to play like a perfect match
Yeah.
against him. His team.
Just making absolutely sure that this is leaving nothing to chance, so to speak.
And it looks like Candy is going to be bleeding out very soon. A hatch will be in order. The King is meandering around the map.
Oh, King's got close to hatch.
Oh, and he hears it, and he's running towards it.
Oh, all that for naught. All that for nothing.
It
What
honestly,
an absolute slog in that end game.
the optimal play was Candy going in and out of lockers over and over and over again, walking along the edge of the entire map and just driving Alpha insane.
Yeah.
I mean, if it works, great.
And
That
it
seems
clearly
like the
did,
best
because
play.
that was... They snatched a survival from the jaws of absolute defeat with the with that hatch escape. That was nuts. I have to give credit to Candy's, especially Candy's patience of just like hopping between lockers and lockers and lockers. When Alf came so close to finding her multiple times, she's like, nope, I'm just gonna slide away.
Yeah. I think regardless of what happened during that match, Alf is like almost guaranteed a 3K because of just they have 5 gens left to do. Well, 4 because they were the complete one, but still, it was in his best interest to try to keep pushing and try to keep going. So overall, a very solid performance, trying to play as safe as possible. But it looks like that Team Kingdom has a point on the board with those very unorthodox, crazy plays. It's pretty sweet though.
Absolutely, I'm not faulting them for that whatsoever. That was spectacular. Like I was not ready. I saw poorly on the ground, running man dead, King slugged, and it's like, this is over, right? But it was not over. The story had only just begun. Alf won, and then the game started.
And then the psychological warfare began. He's like,
Yeah.
I don't know where she is. I need to get the max 5 points. And now they actually stand a chance to take this round.
They really do.
If Team Kingdom, if Linksy, I think, is it
It's
Linksy?
Linksy, yeah.
No.
It's Linksy.
Yeah, if Linksy is able to pull out a 4K, they may take round 1 against Froggy Frogs here. So that could be
spectacular.
interesting.
What a way for Alf to drop a round that would be to just like not through slamming the gens out and leaving, but just through like chipping away at his sanity by hiding in lockers for 4,000 years. It's exceptional, and it's I don't think we're going to see that again. This at least tonight. Maybe in future nights, but not tonight.
Situation.
It really was. In before like round 2, Alf puts on Spiders in the Shadows and Barbecue and Chili and Discordance. Like, I don't care. I'm gonna find them. Bitter Murmur, let's go.
I'm not gonna let this happen again. I know what happened last match. I don't forget. I'll remember. There's no way you're not gonna get that pulled off on me.
Alf will remember that. What a bizarre game. But I think to even aside from the weird kind of super stally ending, I was impressed by Alf's spirit. Was as you could expect from this killer at this point, extremely impressive.
And I don't think he was running any add-ons too. He went like full add-onless. Just
if he did, I didn't see, but that was still exceptional play from Alf there.
And he was able to get someone out very early. It's always the start. The start determines a lot about what happens within the matches. If the killer finds someone very early, it gets the ball rolling, the momentum gets going, and the survivors the killer seems to be set up for a nice, solid mid-late game, where it's highly in their favor. So
Yeah.
a very
think-
good play for Alf and nice setup.
Absolutely. I think it was that hook bomb by King where he got grabbed with Paulie
Mhm.
nearby that it all started to really come tumbling down. Like it wasn't great for them before but the corrupt was gone, the room was gone, most of the problem stuff had already been dealt with. But then it was just King getting grabbed off that unhook on Running Man and then just dropped so that Running Man could die on the hook. King was just there slugged, and the other two just like completely out of options because they can't just do gens because they don't have enough gen progress yet. On top of the basically dead Running Man and second hook King, it was just like ugh.
When during one of the first chases, I think I don't know if it was Yoichi, there was a dead hard in order. When he used dead hard, he gains the distance. On the mobile version, you're able to dead hard for distance. He actually dead zoned himself, wedged between the wall between I think Alf and him. So it's just like 1-2, and then the grab, and then it's just like a nice clean match from there on out. And then the hide and seek candy locker festival. they're going quite crazy.
Yeah, I'm not forgetting that in a while because that was a real show. That was.
I'm curious if we're going to start seeing Noed from Team Kingdom. We've been not seeing it too much from Froggy Frogs because Alf seems to be quite comfortable with trying to find an explosive start. So he's not putting his... Alf's playing a more so like an early strategy where a lot of the other teams I see, they've been running like Noed, No Way Out. There's a little bit less confidence or putting the eggs in the basket in early game. A lot of the teams I've been seeing have been doing like, you know what, early game's out of the question. We're going to just put everything into end game, and then that's how we're going to go about it. Alpha is just like early game all the way. So I'm wondering if what we'll see from Linksy is something similar to the previous matchup that she had in the first set of round. If she's going to go for a more endgamey play or an explosive play style.
Yeah, because I think the difference being that Alpha's playing these highly aggressive, mobile chase killers, Nurse, Billy, Spirit, killers who can end chases very, very quickly and can cover the map easily. Linksy has been playing more M1s. She's been playing Wraith, Bubba, sorry, Wraith Doctor, sorry, I misspoke there. Wraith Doctor and Plague. So she doesn't have that aggression as an option. With barring perhaps with Wraith. So I guess she's a bit of a different set of circumstances. So the end gamey builds with more Noed and the No Way Out in the case of the Plague game make a lot more sense because she's got the she doesn't have the ability to be as aggressive in the early games, so she has to play for later. It makes a lot of sense, but I want to see how that works because obviously we've seen Froggy Frogs against a lot of these more aggressive killers like Legion. I want to see how they fare against a killer who's going to grind a bit more. And that's really into Linksy's wheelhouse as a killer. So I'm looking forward to seeing how it spins out.
I think there's many ways that can go about. We also haven't. I don't know if Bubba is in mobile, but I feel like a solid strategy that I haven't been seeing too many players use is playing Doctor and just spam shocking the hook to try to get a guaranteed kill off. Because you deny the unhook by shock, and it seems like when the pattern I've been seeing is survivors when someone's almost about to be dead, they swarm the hook, and if a Doctor's just spamming shocks, maybe that's a way to be like, okay, you guys come over here, and then I make sure you never be able to get the unhook, and I get the free kill and the pressure. So I wonder, because that M1 killers, they're not as mobile as like Nurse and Spirit and Billy. Alf's been running these very high mobility style killers that allows him to go for these crazy plays. And here we go with Linksy. Looks like she's going to be choosing the Wraith here. I think that possibly was the match where she got the 4K on Suffle Pit. Yes, rounds back. And it looks like laser. Yeah.
She's been going back into M1s, and it makes a lot of sense, I think. It seems to suit her playstyle very, very well. But interesting to see what map she ends up on, because Wraith on an open map could get rather challenging, but I guess we'll see.
Well, guess we'll have to see. And I think this is also a very going to be, these survivors are quite experienced as well. Moving very quickly around the map, just walking by one of the survivors. Oh, did she hear the breathing? Laser's right. Whoa, she was able to echolocate him.
Well, she also has lethal pursuit.
Oh,
Might have known
I
about
see.
where laser, because the aura wasn't visible at that moment, but I think that's why she was there in the first place, because she knew more or less where laser was.
Ah, I see.
Because of that lethal pursuer.
And there we go. Gets the first M1 on Laser that dropped the first pallet. Laser's trying to transition right into a jungle gym and playing it super safe by insta dropping and trying to connect and turn the entire map into a massive loop. Pallet to jungle gym to window and back into window again. Is there a mind game at order? No.
Oh.
And Laser seems to be playing this quite well to avoid getting killed.
Laser has an
by
excellent
Lynxie.
read. I think Lynxie had a minor hiccup with the controls there. She ran into that wall. Don't think she meant to do that. But that's a very, very fast early generator.
And now Laser insta dropping the pallet, getting body blocked by Mr. Dwight, but Dwight also makes sure that she doesn't go down, and Lynxie is committing, going around the edges of the map to chase Laser down to try to get the first kill off. Needs some sort of conversion of pressure here. A pallet
Excellent
stunned by
stun.
Laser.
I could easily have gone sideways there, but it's like Hens does take a hit. Those medkits doing work, but Hens does not take the hit successfully, and Laser hits the floor.
And this seems to be a way to be playing very safe with all the hits being taken. It's good to try to get a quick down as fast as possible. And if that meant I had to go across the map to get Claudette, it's a way to try to get some pressure on the board.
Absolutely. I should think Wraith will struggle to split pressure in this match because everybody I'm imagining is running two heal medkits. So that's going to be a really hard time splitting pressure for the killer, especially playing a killer like Wraith who wants to do like hit and run. Like you already see that Hans and Dan after taking that hit have both been fully healed. I'm guessing it was just the power of good medkits allowing them to recover so easily from the hit taking that they were doing.
Getting a nice transition over to Dan. Oh, here's the explosion and generator. This takes priority as she's trying to push players off from progression. And now she's chasing Deadly Kitten, who will get a window here.
Oh,
Nice connection.
I was
on the
surprised
side.
that hit, but I'm not disappointed.
There we go. And as Deadly Kitten goes around the corner, it looks like she might be able to get the follow-up hit here very soon. As she hovers over the bridge, there is the connection at play, and this would be the second hook in order. With generators at 50, 20, and 40, the pressure seems at a medium simmer, and there's plenty of time to make something work.
It's also worth noting that Dan and Hans are both each down a medkit charge, assuming they healed themselves, I believe they did. Meaning that the old hit taking is still an option, but certainly a less good option than it was.
Right. Transitioning onto this chase with Laser, getting the first hit off. And will she go for a cloak play to catch up? There we go. I think Laser was the one that was also injured and first hooked as well, so she might be going for a double hook play. And maybe she'll be able to get an early kill based off of this. Now, a stun. Does she commit to the chase? Yes, she goes full commit.
I can see why you don't want to risk it going badly with the medkits because you heal up very quickly. Hence forcing another hit take. Against a Wraith, I can see it working, but on the other hand, she's got the ability to catch back up to laser to difficulty, forcing out more pallets. It makes me thinking the other team was Team Predrop, not not Froggy Frogs over here.
And now continuing his chase with Laser. Hans is already fully healed after that tanked hit. And now we're going to the good old-fashioned comp corner to try to...
Sorry.
Yeah,
I keep doing this, I apologize.
No worries. Okay. But, and now this will be the second hook on Claudette. This is like the opening entrance of the first kill of the game, possibly. With generators... With next generator about to pop, there are still 2 left.
Honestly, I'm surprised we haven't seen the comp corner more so far today, because we've not really seen it really at all. But just wasting a little bit of extra time there for Lexi to go and get that hook. But the remaining gens are not terribly well progressed. The ruin is still up. They haven't found and gotten rid of it, which I don't know whether they just can't find it, or whether they haven't got the time, or whether they just don't care about it. There's a lot of options as to why the ruin might not be gone yet. But at least I'm not supposed to with dedicating in an area that seems to be depleted of resources.
And now heading towards Hens here, healing Claudette. Claudette is on death hook, so Lynxie probably really definitely just wants to get her out of the match as fast as possible. Getting a 4K here will guarantee the round. So she needs to try to get as much as she can out of this match. There we go.
Oh, an excellent mind game into a less excellent swing. But laser appears to be zoned out anyway.
The generator situation looks like there's one on 60 and one on 30. It's not looking like both of them will pop quite so soon, but the conversion on this kill. Oh, there we go. Oh my goodness. I was scared.
Excellent
Held
double
my
back there
breath.
from Lynxie. I think that's laser dead.
Picking
Two
up Claudette
gens.
here.
2 gens in the 90s though, because of the hook carrying time that may result in the last gen has been completed. Hatch has spawned and Noed, importantly, is active.
Now, at this point, Lynxie's looking for at least a 3K. A 3K would be a draw, a 4K would be taking the round. So, one of those two situations proved to be favorable for
Kitten
her.
goes to take a hit. And the Noed's right there by the slug.
And they seem to be all spread out as she starts chasing Hens. She's more focused on the doors. She really wants to go for the round win. And that means having to go after Dan, who opens up the door here.
Kitten's going for the pickup on so Hen's going to pick up on Kitten there. If she's very, very quick, she may be able to get another down, but I don't think. I think the writing on the wall may be here for a 2K if they both Kitten waste some time from Lynxie.
I think she needed to hear Hens there because Hens is going to slip by to get Dwight 100%, almost guarantee here. With an open door, that might be a guaranteed 2 out for Hens and Dan. Oh, unless she's actually moving really quickly.
She's cooking.
There we go.
Oh, that's a 3. It looks like, unless there's a potential decisive strike.
Oh,
If Dan has DS.
Oh, does he
Dan's
have
out.
DS?
He does.
Oh, he does.
That's so sad. So Lynxie looks nice walking away with a 2K, but that was an admirable 2K.
Very, very solid performance.
Very good use of the Noed there, just cleaning house after the death of Laser. But the DS was so unfortunate because 3 survivors were left. Only one of them could have had it. It was just unlucky that Dan happened to be the one who brought the perk. So it's sort of a valiant game from Lynxie.
And it appeared that Dan seems to be the one. In every single match that's been played so far, Dan's been always the one actually with the DS. So I wonder if in the future, if they're going to be switching up which players run which perks, because there'll be some memorization of who's running who. It's like, okay, this guy, he runs Deliverance. This guy runs Decisive Strike. It's probably in the best interest of the players to try to switch builds with each other just to throw off the killers. He's like, oh, Dan usually has DS. Oh, wait, no, he doesn't. This other guy does. We have to be careful.
I can see it. Like how the King always seems to be on his team running with Deliverance DS.
And if any of these players are watching these matches, it might prove to gain a massive competitive advantage because just like in that situation, 1 Decisive Strike, that's all it took to turn a round draw into a bit of a win for Team Froggy Frogs.
And it was interesting that both those matches had a kill slip away just by the skin of the killer's teeth. It was so close, both in terms of Alf almost pulling Candy out of that locker and almost be able to get the get that 4K, and then the DS at the exit gate. Wow, that was some like. But yeah, it is interesting. In both those cases, the killers just lost a kill almost out of nowhere, and it probably makes each one not getting it not feel quite as bad because the other happened to the other one as well. Like imagine how bad that would have felt if Alf had how Alf would feel if he'd lost that first round because Lynxie had gotten 4 because of an unlucky hatch spawn. But yeah, I think happening to both of them kind of almost feels almost fair in a way. Where it's like one of you gets goozled, the other one has to as well. That's simply how that has to go. But
in the competition of the tournament, you all have to get like bumped a little bit.
Yeah.
Do some like crazy stuff. Candy goes crazy with the lockers, and then the decisive strike on Dan. Right?
Yeah, we've seen some excellent survivoring today. Like these last 2 rounds have been displays of some very competent, very coordinated survivors who really know their win conditions and know how to squeeze every last little bit out of the way that they play. And it is impressive to see, especially even they gave Alf some pause, which this is the only resistance that's really best resistance he's really been dealing with so far. It's exciting. I think we're going to lead some interesting round 2s and 3s to see if this is the starting point for the rest of the night.
We'll have to see what will be brought, what type of strategies will be going forward. I'd be curious if they might try to go all out on trying to get A's, because if Team Froggy Frogs goes for a 4K with a crazy like Nurse or Billy pick, that could be like very, very difficult for Kingdom to come back for, because one 4K needs to be met with another at least. And I'm guessing whoever goes first, it puts the pressure on the other team, depending on how they do. So the killer performance, it's always best if your killer, especially if you're going first, is to try to do the best that they possibly can to make it so that when your team killer plays next, they have less stress they have to deal with, less expectation to try to pull it back. It's an uphill battle. So the psychological game can fare a little bit hard on some teams if going into this.
I can 100% see it. Do you reckon that Team Kingdom is gonna let Nurse through? But obviously we saw Nurse just clean house in round 2, but we didn't see Nurse in round 1 of the third matchup this time.
Mm-hmm.
So do you reckon there's a chance that they might let Nurse slip through after seeing what Alf can do with Spirit?
I don't think so.
I doubt it as well.
I'll be honest. I'd be scared of the Billy, because that's an insta down killer. It's like, okay, mechanically strong Billy, mechanically strong Nurse. It's like, damn, we only have 2 bans here. I want to ban all 3. Oh my goodness, this is quite difficult. I want to see if I can. We need to force him to play an M1 killer. I think that will be the story for round 2. Trying to make it so that it goes to round 3 so they could get their triple bans.
Yeah.
If they can get their triple bans on Nurse, Billy, and Spirit, then they could probably force Alf's team into a position where he has to play a killer that he may not be so comfortable with.
Yeah, just to stick with an M1. Because but it's a question of what do you think will be playing around? Because if you put your Team Kingdom, you've got 2 bans. I wonder who you're gonna leave. Are you gonna leave either? It's gonna be either Billy or Spirit. So who are you gonna leave if you were Team Kingdom? Who would you ban?
I would probably ban Nurse, and like it's quite difficult. Because the toss up between Billy and Spirit, Billy is like an insta down if he knows what he's doing with Billy. Oh my goodness, we're scared. If he plays Spirit, I would probably I'd probably let him play Billy and let him play Spirit. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I do exactly the same thing. Why should you pick Billy?
Just due to the fact that it's mobile, and if you're on PC, it's very smooth to get your Q and E turn. You have your turn binds. You can make sure that you always are consistent with Billy. But the thing is with mobile is that you're going to be using your thumbs, and if you want to do everything perfectly, there is some more room for error that you're going to have to deal with.
Of
So
course.
I think the possibility to get a ban on Spirit and Nurse and forcing him to play Billy again, there's just more leeway for some mistakes to happen on the killer end.
I can 100% see that. I think for me, the one I think I'd also give him Billy, but for a slightly different reason, and that
Mm.
reason is maps.
Mm.
Like if he gets maybe Suffocation Pit, or he gets Carl Campbell's Chapel, maps with good windows, Billy could start to struggle because you just that's why you bamboozle a window, they vault another one. There is a decent, or like bad map, or even just on a decent map, bad map RNG, like even a map like Coal Tower can have like stacked up LTs into main building window or something like that. There are a lot of maps where Billy, just through density of windows, is gonna really struggle, and I think Spirit doesn't really have that. So I'm somewhat confident, at least, that letting Billy through gives a higher chance of being forced into a map that's not so good for you.
Yeah, so it all honestly depends on the map. If the survivors get something like a Father Campbell's Chapel, they have a nice center building with double stack story, nice area to loop in, that is a nice map that would be a little bit weaker for Billy. But if they get something like Rotten Fields or like a nice solid flat map that's nice and open, that where you can see maybe like a Blood Lodge, then Billy might be absolutely crazy. So honestly, they need to get a favorable map for the killer that they go against, hopefully.
Absolutely, yeah. That's what I think. That's why I picked Billy, because there aren't many of the maps in the pool unfavorable maps for Spirit. Or, whereas Billy, there are both maps that are bad for him and setups within maps that can be bad for him. And with a bamboozle can only do so much for you. So I guess it'll, because Alf's Billy game was, don't get me wrong, some excellent Billy play, but also remember he had a 3-gen with his Ruin Totem and the basement. Like he had a lot going for him on Blood Lodge, just because of the way the map happened to play out. There's no guarantee he'll get that again. Whereas Spirit, there is a good risk that anything could happen. Like, but Spirit's that kind of killer where she's so not map dependent, she can make it work basically anywhere.
And based off what I saw, when there was a chase, it seemed like he could echolocate where the survivors were, almost as if he was like wearing headphones. So I'd imagine he's able to find out where the survivors are, if they're groans of pain, the walks. Sounded like what it looked like from my POV, that he was very in tune with mobile and Spirit.
Absolutely.
So I'd be quite scared of that, to be honest.
Yeah. So what do you reckon we're going to see from Lynxie? Because obviously, I reckon Wraith's going to get banned because he's the killer that Lynxie's pawned best on by far. I think we might see Doctor running it back because Doctor's good at securing kills. I think if she wants to try and scab some late kills, or also if she ends up on a map where the tracking is valuable, I think Doctor could be a very solid pick for her based on the kills she's already played.
Yeah, I agree with the Doctor pick. I think the Doctor pick might be, like I said, just shock so that no one can go for the unhook. Get that nice guaranteed first sacrifice on the survivor, and that's all you really need to get a ball rolling. Make it more manageable. And I just see Doctor as that one killer to guarantee a solid kill, a solid first kill if you can get the down early. Like a solid Corrupted Dimension, Lethal Pursuer, get the first down, and then make sure that they die 100%.
No, again, there is so much potential for Lynxie to just throw us completely with the pick, because again, her main killer, the twins, is not on this platform. So there are a lot of potential choices where we could be caught completely off guard. Because I've known her to play Nurse and Billy herself in my time. Whether she did that on mobile, I don't know. But I think I remember before Twins were released, she was a Nurse and Billy player. So it wouldn't surprise me even if she like almost broke it out old school and brought some Billy and Nurse to the table, especially given the success of those killers in Alf's hands. I guess we'll only time will tell, because well, she's killing next, so
you will have to see. But I think is she going first as killer this time around?
Because we just had Alf's match,
Yeah.
so it should be Kingdom's turn to kill,
Okay.
and
So
Lixie
we'll have to
is
see.
so Lixie should be next then.
It depends on what footstep they're stepping off of. I'm kind of interested to see if we'll see any matchups where someone will be doing like a basement play, where where they try to force the basement in. But the only thing is that can fare to be a little bit inconsistent. We saw how strong it was when it came to Alf's Billy. He got one guy in the basement, guaranteed kill. Got a second guy in the basement, that's a second kill. Now, if there's a way to do that consistently, getting like a Wrecker's Yard pick, it's like, wow, if I get someone in the basement as like, I don't know, like as Huntress, I don't know about Trapper. I won't pick Trapper.
Trapper would be a bold choice.
Yeah.
Like a gifted sub to whoever picks Trapper, because that's a bold maneuver, sir.
I could see someone if they got like a Hag basement play, that could go really smoothly. Even Doctor basement play go really smoothly. I feel like a lot of these M1 choices can capitalize really heavily on basement plays, but you just need the proper setup. You need to be at right place, right time, right server down, and then try to capitalize off of it. That's what it comes down to, basically, though.
I think the thing holding people back from picking Hag is the fact that the majority of these killer players I know don't enjoy playing Hag. Like, how many streamers do you know where they have like killer redeems for X amount of channel points and then Hag is 10 times that? There's so many. It's like a running joke in the community almost. And I know Lynxie doesn't enjoy Hag. I'm pretty sure Alpha doesn't either. So I doubt, for that reason alone, that we're going to see Hag. Just because if people are going to put the time into learning the killer on mobile, basically a whole new platform for them, they're not going to play a killer that they hate, even if the killer's good.
Yeah. Very likely so.
Especially with the risk of like medkits and stuff. Yeah. That makes Hag potentially a bit more problematic, even on top of the fact that we're just playing Hag.
And the fact that you won't be able to use like mint rag, so you can't just teleport whenever you want, and all that stuff. But like the rusty shackles, not being able to hear noises, and it's just we all know that she has a lot of potential. It's just that no one really likes playing her, like you said.
I may be the only person going anywhere near this tournament who actually likes playing Hag. I'm rather fond of Hag, but I know I'm the exception rather than the rule on that one.
That's okay. At one point, she was the strongest killer in the game. At one point, you know what? There was some reason to it. She's got a little bit of zest.
Yeah. How the mighty have fallen.
There used to be a player who was named like Space Coconut, and people would come to me and be like, "Oh my God, are you Coconut the Hag main?" I'm like, "Hag main? I'm not a Hag. I'm a Huntress main." No, Coconut, you're the Hag main. You're the guy. I'm like, no. And he's like, "Can you play Hag? I've loved." No. So,
wrong Coconut, perhaps.
Yeah. Not at this current time. I'm one of the few that not so fond of Hag too much as well.
Yeah. But you say few is many who are not fond of Hag. It says a lot that like Twins, we all know lowest pick rate in the game, but Hag is like almost as low as they are. Freddy isn't almost as low as they are. Like Artists, Knight, killers like that, killers people like Knights is quite commonly played, but like Artist, Trapper, killers like that are not as low as Twins are, but Hag is. And it's like, wow, people do not play this killer. They really don't. And I kept wanting to add her to my collection of killers that I played, but she's just not Twins. Oh, Coal Tower. This could be a good map for Lynxie and Kingdom, because, well, I can't think of a killer who's bad on it. It seems like a solid map for basically anybody.
I feel like Cold Tower is one of those where it could be almost anybody's game. It's, I think, one of the tightest maps. It's very, there's a lot of potential for a great start to come off when it comes to this one.
Yeah, it's small, but it's got good got a good gen, good small map size, good gen spread, good chain loops. It really is anybody's game.
Oh,
Oh, this could be
that's crazy.
enticing.
Lynx, he's running a Bubba. It's
Hey.
a barbecue and chili time. Let's go.
Yes. Once again with the lethal. Lynxie never leaving home without lethal, it seems, and already getting her into chase with Dan.
Looks like she's going to be trying to rely on trying to get a fast down with Mr. Bubba. Lethal Pursuer in play, trying to maneuver around this, gets the pallet down.
Okay, it looks like we didn't get Cold Tower, but in fact Suffocation Pit.
Oh, okay.
Which is decidedly worse for Bubba. I think she has taken on the breakable wall, it seems.
But she does get to play Bubba, which also means that she's going to be able to get those quick downs, and Bubba, the superior genetic camper, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, he's going to be able to make a playoff as long as he can get down as fast as possible here.
I do not feel good for Lacey playing Bubba on this map with 1,001 windows. So the chainsaw gets less valuable there. Coupled with the fact that doesn't seem to be running Bamboozle, so she's clearly not. Okay, it looks like we've just been informed the map has been selected incorrectly, so the match is going to restart by the sounds of it. So.
Oh, it appears there was a little bit of a mistake on the map.
Yeah.
And we might be doing a little bit of a transition. Yeah, there was a little bit of a mistake there with the suffocation pit. The suffocation pit's quite big. That would have been absolutely brutal.
Yep, and also full of windows, which is very, very good at stopping the chainsaw doing much.
You have the shack, and then you got like the 5 jungle gyms in the center, and then the big main building. That would have been absolutely brutal for Bubba.
Main building with 2 windows, shack with a good 1, and then the middle with about 5. That's not a good place to be a Bubba. That's not a pleasant place to be.
Bubba, that's not Bubba's home. Bubba wants to go to Cold Tower. He wants.
Yes. Many pallets, no windows. That is where you wish to be.
Mm-hmm. A nice tight map, nice where everyone's all bunched up together.
Yeah, we did get a brief look at Lacey's add-ons.
Thank goodness that we're going to be that there was a little bit of a mistake where the match wasn't supposed to be Suffle Pit. So with the correction coming in for Cold Tower, we're going to be transitioning into that in just a bit. So players are going to be getting ready and all that good stuff going forth.
Yeah, it's looking like we did get a brief look at Lacey's add-ons there before the match ended. Looked like she was running double chili, so increasing the chainsaw sweep duration, so she can get some really long chainsaw swings. And I think that would be looking. I can on Cold Tower especially, where you can just basically zone with your chainsaw. That could be very, very powerful. But I guess we will happen to see on Cold Tower because hopefully we'll load into the right map this time. It happens. It happens to the best of us, but it'll be at least it got caught before the match continued longer than it should have done.
Yeah,
and we can.
And at least there wasn't like some sort of like crazy stuff that goes on. Like, oh no, I can't get onto this. The thing is that the players won't be able to change what perks and add-ons. They're going to have to go in with everything they brought from previously. So with this reset in session, we're going to have to see the double acceleration on the chainsaw. How do you think she plans to use those?
Well, when I hit Bubba, on a rare occasion I adore those add-ons because they just give you the ability to rev up a chainsaw a lot more aggressively because you can do it from further away because of the increased sweep range. So with that, it forces the pallet to be used earlier because you can reach them from further, so they have to drop the pallet more frequently, which means fewer resources, and occasionally you could just hit a survivor without even knowing that you're able to reach them. You just catch someone by surprise, or even multiple survivors by surprise, because of course Bubba's chainsaw can go straight through them.
And I'm guessing like the wind-up speed is way faster, and it catches them off guard, kind of almost in a way like with Huntress and her Oakhaft and her Babushka, just the timing is a little bit off, and people are very used to a certain things looking a certain way, and they're like, "Wow, it's quick."
Yeah. Yeah. Whenever I'm playing as Bubba with his add-ons, I always find myself going, "Has he got the add-ons? I'm fine." Oh no, because he's just going and going. He's like, the chainsaw sprint's gonna end now, right? Right?
Yeah.
Right? As he just gets closer and closer and closer. And it feels like the scene in Star Wars where they're in the trash compactor and they're just like struggling at the walls, trying to stop it from closing in because you know it's just coming for you. This wall of chainsaw.
It's like, we didn't expect this. It's supposed to stop. What?
Yes. Why are you still chainsawing? Please stop chainsawing. It's not safe. Put it away. This is not OSHA compliant.
And I think that has heavily due to the fact that everyone's played this game for so long. Basically, like subconsciously, we know what everything's supposed to look like. And when things don't seem quite right, it might just cause like a little bit of a freak out of like,
Yeah.
whoa, this doesn't. And that often might set off alarm bells and make people freak out. Maybe possibly make mistakes.
Yeah.
Where they go down where they wouldn't normally.
Yeah. The number of times where I see a great example is actually Blight with Adrenaline Vial. Is I play Blight with Vial, I'll see him rush in dead straight lines, so you know he has Adrenaline Vial because the turn rate is so badly reduced. And I think, oh, he's out of rushes, right? Because he's used 5. And then he rushes and I go down. And I'm like, wow, I knew he had Vial because he's rushing in dead straight lines. I know he has Vial, but I'm not playing around the fact that he's got Vial because I'm stupid. It's it's just things that you take for granted about, oh yeah, I forgot I gave him 2 extra dashes. Oh, I forgot I gave him that. It's just, you know it, but your brain doesn't know it. It's very strange.
Yeah.
It's a curse of playing this game for too long. It turns your brain to mush at times.
Oh,
Or you can set in your ways and thinking how things work.
That's what makes DVD fun, to be honest. Though it's kind of like you expect a killer to have a terror radius, and all of a sudden, Scratch Smear Michael Myers comes out of nowhere and grabs you off a chair and is like, whoa! And it's something that's it kind of keeps the game a little bit fresh. Having the add-ons change things up, and doesn't make every game feel quite the same. The add-ons actually really just do change how every single match is played, even if it is just tweaking a tiny little bit of timing here, tweaking a little bit of timing there, and yeah, it makes for an interesting set of matches when you go into the game.
Absolutely. And it's why actually some of my favorite add-ons Twins have is their Ares for that exact reason, because they're transformative and no one sees them coming, because no one sees Twins coming anyway. But it's especially the case with their Ares add-ons. Like one of them, you got untouchable for 30 seconds after switching back to Charlotte, and you just jump scare Charlotte. Oh, hello, we have a match. Looks like we're on actual Coal Tower this time. And Lixie's immediately getting chased with hands, thanks to the beauty of Lethal Pursuer. Oh, I believe our dear co-caster has muted himself by accident. So while he sorts that out, I guess we're going to keep tracking chase themselves as she breaks chase with hands and gets to Shaq.
And now it seems like Bubba is transitioning over to Deadly Kitten. Pardon the accidental mic error. He's going to be transitioning over to Dan, who's working on a generator. Close to a window, getting a nice smooth turns with Bubba. Looks like she has a strong grasp of those flicks in play. Unfortunately getting stunned here by Mr. Dan.
He's forced the pallet out pretty aggressively. Maybe only the window becomes usable.
And now Dan seems to be going to the main building. A window, a pallet, everything that is a little bit of a nightmare for Bubba, but thank goodness there is this breakable wall. Wow, that was quick.
Plows through it completely.
That was nuts. Dan seems to be going to be able to get this window over and over again. And it seems like Lacey does not want to burn her time in that fashion. The generators are way more important, as she doesn't want the other team to get them a score on the board too quickly.
Oh, Hens vaults into Lixie. Oh, she's run out quite quickly enough, that's unfortunate.
Extends the chainsaw swing, almost bumps into the wall there.
I was amazed I wasn't a tantrum there. Hens gets the vault.
And the connection between these two jungle gyms, absolutely very strong. And LT into a jungle. The generators are very important. She sees Deadly Kitten pop off, and now she's going to try to transition to try to get at least her first down, to try to get some pressure on the board. She knows about the generator being worked on in the shack, but she really just wants to get this down and play.
And I believe it isn't just a regular jungle, not a double pallet jungle gym, the kind of thing that still exists on mobile.
Wow, that's nuts.
As you can tell, at Hence's gem, there was a second pallet at the jungle gym, which is pretty nasty with the window at the back. But her Kitten's in a dead zone, and that's when she misses the chainsaw, or as a first down onto Deadly Kitten, in the middle of a dead zone on Cold Tower.
And this is exactly what Lynxie needs right now. She needs this first down. I wonder if she's going to be camping the survivor on the hook here with two generators, one on 55 and one on 51. She might, if she decides to camp here, she might be risking all the generators popping all at once. She decides not to and goes to the Cold Tower.
Dan Discipline doesn't drop into the chainsaw. She's trying to bait Dan into dropping. He smartly drops off onto the tank tracks where Lynxie couldn't reach him.
And now she does see Hens go onto the LT wall, a little bit less safer of a jungle gym loop, and Hens staggers just a little bit, and Lynxie gets the second down in play. There's a good amount of pressure in this.
That's a beautiful hit from Lynxie. Like, just as I was sure that's going to be a tantrum against the locker door, but turns out just clips him right through the door just before he manages to make it in. So it's a hook next to a pallet to drop, a pallet to break, so that could be profitable, especially with Ruin still up as well.
And it would probably prove very useful if she could push these survivors off the generators to let her Ruin get as much value as it possibly can to marinate. Now she sees all three survivors. Will she be able to get any conversions? This is a good moment to try to get a snowball in order, a good connection on laser, a nice good old-fashioned long chainsaw hit.
Now, that is the power of those add-ons we were talking about coming into play there, because that chainsaw lasted for so long. I don't think Laser expected how long that chainsaw was going to go for. That was a crazy length of saw duration.
That is pretty solid. And it seems like she has three individual survivors that have been hooked across the board. I think she's probably going to try to look for at least a struggle hook. If she can get a struggle hook amongst the four, then she'll be able to try to push for her first kill. She needs to try to get the pressure on the board, and she begins chasing Hens. Looks like they're going to vault a window very soon.
Oh, big deliverance coming out of Laser there, meaning that not risking going near the Bubba to get the unhook. It's a major deliverance.
And now Hens seeming to know how to play the strengths of this loop, using the window to his advantage, but will it be enough? Oh wait, he chooses not to. The pallet seems like the more favorable option for him.
The pre-drop.
And she must hear this generator being worked on close by.
Ruin's in that tile, but it looks like whoever's working on the generator that didn't see it. I think it was Dan working on the generator, didn't see the Ruin there, which is very good news, because that means they're probably not going to look there if they start to try and search the Ruin out.
And earlier, Laser having that, I think, what looks like deliverance. That pressure gained for a teammate not having to go for the save. A balanced landing play on Hens. All these perks getting so much pressure for Team FroggyFrogs.
Hence goes for the pallet stun, but unfortunately, the Bubbas are a little bit too close, and he received a chainsaw to the face for his troubles. Down to 3 gens left, and gen spread remaining is not favourable for the Leatherface. There is a half-done gen there across the map, and there's 2 gens here, but that one gen that's far away could be a very, very hard one to protect, even with the Ruin set up. She
needs this generator to regress, so it's vitally important that she kicks them off of this one so that Ruin can do its work. And at this point, she needs to try to hover around this area. The unhook play goes off really, really quickly, so the amount of pressure that she must be under must be really significant, as they're just playing so optimally. Unhook, balance landing, deliverance play, pressure from all the crevices wherever they need it.
Well, the most unfortunate part here is that that gen's in a double pallet gym, which is a real nightmare to try and get through. so you can't really drain that read off because it's just so inherently stacked.
Here comes the very long chainsaw, so close.
Basically just giving Claudette a little kiss on the cheek with that chainsaw, but not actually getting the connection. That's so brutal. Looks like the last gen might go for that. Hens is dead on hook though, so if Lynxie can get hands before the last gen is popped, or as it pops,
And
then hopefully maybe
here
secure a second
we
with
go.
Claudette.
The Node has been activated, and she chooses to chase the survivor that is at Shack. The Shack pallet is still up, but it looks like she's going to be able to get a conversion, at least with a nice no-ed play. Best
The
case
bonk.
scenario, I think, here for Lynxie is to try to get a 2K. Try to get 2 points on the board so that she can set her teammates up to be able to make a playoff. A 1K is still quite nice.
Yeah, I think the team here is too smart to risk saving us in Leatherface with no head on a hill hook.
That's true.
That's just not going to happen. I'm sorry. Really, really clutch though. If somehow a laser had been able to keep deliverance until this point, that could have been very clutch. But it sadly never quite transpired. And Lynxie gets the 1K.
The optimization that I've been seeing from Froggy Frogs, just the perk usage is like stellar. Like the deliverance, so that everyone can stay on generators. It's like, don't worry, guys, you can keep working and progressing and pop them off. It's absolutely groundbreaking. Along with, I'm guessing, the object obsession. We don't hear the comms in particular. All these things coming into play. The sprint burst as well on Claudette. Just everything doing absolutely crazy, pulling so much pressure non-stop, just getting the maximum use out of their perks.
Yeah, I was really not ready for the balanced landing out of Hans there at the top of Shack, because obviously we'd seen Lynxie trying to bait Dan down from there before, and he was being quite resistant to the bait. But then Hans immediately jumped, and as Hans, you're just jumping into the loving embrace of the Bubba. But no, the balanced landing cleared him out there in no uncertain terms. It was very, very impressive use of the use of balance to get to that corner, because that's both a usable pallet, but it's also away from the gens, which is massive. Do you reckon that match could have gone differently if Lynxie had been able to protect the gem that was in the Dell pallet gym on the left of the main building? Like, you know, where there was the one in the corner, there was gen in main, and then there's the one next to it. Whether that gen could have been protected.
Possibly, but if she could defend those generators, her 3-gen spread was quite big. You had the Shack, you had the main building, and then the two on the sides. If she was playing, she would have had to go for the play really early, but that wasn't her game plan going in immediately. So possibly, but she would have needed to have that in her mind from the start.
Yeah, I can see her confidence behind chasing Hens at that position, but I think the deliverance really gave her some trouble. Like that plus the prove by self to pop that gen near main bonus so they didn't get 3-gened was really, really brutal. It was just so much free time saved to allow them to just stick on gens.
I hate to say this, but I feel like maybe it might have been better to just try to go for a kill. Like she got what looked like 3 individual downs on 3 different players. Her ideal scenario would be able to hook one person and then find them again. But it was unfortunate because the 3 downs that she got were all different players. So there was no area for her to capitalize. It seems like the strategy that she had going forward within these matches was to try to get her downs, and then if there's someone that miraculously gets on death hook, okay, we're going to capitalize on that. But it's a little bit of an all-in strategy to hope that the cards fall into your favor. And when it comes to Team Froggy Frogs, they probably have their comms in play to make it to try to deny her this. You see, when it came to Hens, in the previous matches, he was body blocking like crazy, trying to make sure that someone wouldn't die on hook on a tunnel. So this coordination, this counter to try to make sure that she gets separate hooks each time, absolutely groundbreaking, and it's like blowing her out of the water, unfortunately, when it comes to that type of micro tactical strategy.
Yeah, I'm also potentially feeling like the perk choice may have hurt her a little bit. Because while the perks were useful, I have noticed the chain of windows around main building, I think a lack of bamboozle made that feel quite bad because she's relying on M1s a lot when she probably didn't necessarily want to be. And we saw Bamboozle being used on a Chainsaw Killer before. We saw it on Alf when he played Billy on Blood Lodge, and he uses that Bamboozle very effectively on like Shack Window especially. But I think lacking Bamboozle and going for Noed Lethal instead, that may have caused some, that may have made the especially the dual pallet gym with the window at the back that was near main building a bit better than maybe it probably could have been. It was a very safe structure that the chainsaw basically useless at.
And when it came to playing like a M1 killer, she was rocking the Noed with Bubba. I think she did play quite well. I think a lot of this previous match came down to, it was like she gave the other team some room to breathe by hooking a survivor and then running really far away. She essentially lets them go for the hook. What I've been seeing with a lot of other teams is that they going back to the hook at the perfect time, and it's about capitalizing on an area where survivors are forced to go. So I think there it would have helped a little bit more probably if there was a little, maybe throw in a little bit more proxying or a way to try to predict when a survivor is going to go for the unhook play, to try to build pressure off of what you already got. Because when you get a hook, you have a spread out pressure, all even individually. What has seemed to been proving to be quite effective, with the other teams, is getting a snowball, and when they give you an inch, you take a mile.
Absolutely. Like I was sure she was going to use the hook. You know, just outside of main building, there's that hook that's kind of near where that safe jungle gym was. It's out in the open, just in front of main building. I'm surprised that hook wasn't used, because from that hook you could basically see all the gens you wanted to protect. And it was unfortunate that they never really went there, and ended up being the chase ended up being taken further into the map. It was very, very unfortunate that that hook didn't become available, or that she didn't like. Because I'm pretty sure you can stand on top of, like, in the window of main building to patrol the hook and keep all the gens in your line of sight, so you can see if they're going to pressure the gens, you can see if they're going to pressure the hook. Yeah. And that seems like a real strength of Bubba that I feel like got a little bit underused. But I also don't think Bubba is a killer Lynx he plays terribly often, so I'm not terribly surprised that she had some difficulties there. But despite that, she did put up a very, very good fight. I'm not trying to diminish that whatsoever. She put up an excellent.
It's not entirely the end of the world, as this is actually the group stages. No one is going to be getting eliminated from this first day and the next day. These matchups are a little bit of a learning process to get a feel of what works, what doesn't, what can we do to try to get a high placement. Even if someone gets last place between today and tomorrow, there's always still a chance for them to, on the final 2 days, to make a push towards the end game. So right now, it's a good time to learn where your strengths are, where your weaknesses are, capitalize on your strengths, and try to work on your weaknesses.
Absolutely. And getting a measure of your opponent, just about to get a measure of yourself, figuring out how certain players have to play, or what's going to happen next. Speaking of what's going to happen next, it looks like we've got Alf back on the Billy.
There we go.
Yeah.
I wonder. I'm genuinely curious if they banned Spirit and Nurse, and then it just so happened to happen like we predicted.
Yeah. Well, I guess after it's over, we'll have to ask King or Paulie to see how it went. But it doesn't really matter at this point, because it's back to Billy time again. And given the crushing display Alf performed with Billy last time on Blood Lodge, there's a lot of expectations riding on this match. Let's see how it ends up.
And this seems to... Which map is this? This seems to be Coal
Tower again, yeah.
And with this one being a little bit tight, Macmillan loops are a little bit longer, so I actually think that Billy might do a little bit better on a Macmillan setup. He was on an Autohaven before. Bumping into a tree, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But that's okay. A nice quick recovery. He's just gotta find a survivor, try to build some pressure off. Does not have Lethal Pursuer, like a lot of his other fellow killer comrades.
See, this is DVD is the only game where a chainsaw is countered by trees. But I guess we're seeing closing on main building, and here's the the gen notifications, so I guess this is where they're going.
And it looks like he's going to be able to find both Polyester and Running Man in the main building. Will he be able to get the chainsaw off on them? That will be proving to be a little bit tricky, and he does get the chainsaw off on Mr. Running Man himself.
Yeah, Running Man runs no longer.
So here we go.
Like to
And
see you run with a chainsaw in your spine.
something that might be peculiar is the basement here. Oh, he's going to get a second basement playoff. That might be huge.
That's basement with the ruin totem right by basement doors. Like you can see as he goes up the stairs, right there on his left. That could be problematic, let's say.
His Billy setups have been absolutely stellar so far. That setup in the basement with a ruin close by, it's just perfect.
That's horrifying. I don't envy the survivors trying to deal with that. I really don't.
And it looks like he's checking close by generators, trying to hover around. I think there actually might be less trees on the mobile version in comparison to PC here. That's something that PC players typically have an issue with, that they might bump into trees quite a lot. In the mobile version, it looks quite like a clearing. Hi. Oh shoot.
Hello. Alf getting into it with running around there, as would we all, given the opportunity.
And it seems like he's employing a similar strategy that he did in the Auto Haven match. It seemed to be quite reliable when you get somebody in the basement, as going down and making a mistake would prove to be a double in the dungeon of death. Now, getting to a chase with Candy here, with a chainsaw. Does he get the playoff? And he does. Wait, what?
Candy.
What?
Yeah. That was King. Oh, hang on. That is weird.
Oh! Back-to-back chainsaws on both Candy and Polly, it must be.
Oh! If he'd done that a second later, he might have walked directly into King. That is so... But now King's running for his life. He has the Billy breathing down his neck, and the rest of his team on the ground. I wonder what's going to transpire.
To be an absolute dominating performance. If he can get Lori on the down here, will he get the unhook playoff just in time? I think Lori might have borrowed time here. Hopefully, there's a borrowed time from Yoichi. It's never gone off. Seems like Alf has a good read on the borrowed time play. Very good intuition. Oh my goodness.
King fearlessly taking the chainsaw for running around there.
Oh, there is overheat, it seems.
But let's see if King has Unbreakable. Because he's run it before. Not all the time, but he has run it before. Let's see if he's brought it. Is that Dead Hard from Running Man? I think he might have done.
Yeah, he tried to do a little bit of a side swipe with the Dead Hard, and wow, a 4 on the ground, and King has Unbreakable. There we go. The game's not over yet. They're still in play.
Yeah, but that's Running Man dead, and King running for poorly. Let's see what, and then it's poorly up. So this game's far from over yet. Well, we got one person dead. 4 gens. Ruin again still being up, so the gens are back at nothing.
And the King gets a mind game around the pallet loop right here. An unfortunate start to a secondary beginning. Candy seems to be still on the ground. Oh my goodness! A curve right into Paulie, just as he about to pick up Candy.
Brutal. That was an absurd turning.
Oh my goodness.
Going right round that rock. That was awesome.
A masterful dexterity in the thumbs to curve right around the rock. There we go. And that, with the Unbreakable used already, unless they have a Deliverance. Is there a Deliverance?
Hasn't been used yet. I suspect King might have it. He's had Deliverance every match so far. I have a feeling that that King's got Deli and Alf's going to hang around to make him use it.
It'd be surprising. King is also the one that's using the Unbreakable. So we'll have to see. Is the Deliverance? Oh.
Does he know? Does he know? I think he knows.
He seemed to know about Lori's borrowed time, which was a great read. I'm surprised he remembered that. And then it'd be interesting to see like are they putting all their eggs in one basket? The king has deliverance, he has borrowed time, he has unbreakable, all the perks to try to survive a dire situation.
And there we go. There's the deli.
And there we go. Lori on the ground, deliverance play, and
oh, what? He's picking up, risking a DS.
oh, there we go. Going to be hovering around. I'm surprised.
Oh, there's the hatch. Oh
there
no!
we go. That nice escape by Lori.
That's still a win for Froggy Frogs, despite the hatch escape from King. That's more than enough points to get the win for Froggy Frogs, and that was some brutal Billy from Alf to end that round.
By Alf getting the triple down and then getting the triple down once again. I think something that when it comes to the perk screen here, if we look at Unbreakable, Borrowed Time, Decisive Strike, Deliverance, all of the things to survive a dire situation, I feel like maybe they should spread those out more evenly, because that seems to be a lot of power for one player to hold, and all the killer needs to do, all Alpha needs to do is remember, this is the guy with all the perks that will be able to make a great transition to make a comeback. So I just need to make sure he dies.
Fair. Because I can see why they're all on the same pass though, because they all work together. BT, make sure you get the safe unhook for DS, even if the killer tunnels, because then they get the hit on BT because they got the safe unhook for Rock. You use the deliverance. If they slug you off with the deliverance, then you use Unbreakable. If they don't, use Decisive Strike. It all work. I can see why it's all the one person. It all works together, but I don't think you should all be on the King every game. Imagine if after a full day of nothing but King playing that build, imagine if Poorly ran it and just throws killers off completely.
Typically, if we're going for someone that's going for a lot of unhooks, it might be a little bit better to actually swap one out probably for the Dead Hard, because they're going in the heat of the moment. They need to go for the unhook for the borrowed time plays, and if with this tournament and people where everything matters, the camping involved, maybe that Dead Hard to try to make sure that you get the invulnerability during the unhook, maybe that might be a little bit better of a play.
I can absolutely see it. I think because killers are tunneling a lot, I think running BT to guarantee the safe unhook for the deliverance probably makes sense.
Yeah.
I guess it depends on how much you're worried about tunneling. And we have the match results there from Froggy Frogs and Kingdom. Looks like an absolute slaughter by Alf. Has put the match results at 2-0 in favor of Froggy Frogs, which is a hell of a result to end the night. Alf ending both of the Alf and the crew ending both of his games both of his rounds in two matches.
An absolutely insane performance, getting really nutty Billy games, very like mechanical different killers that we saw. I think we saw like a very nice spectrum of different characters at play. And it's interesting to see how everyone developed their own strategies to try to get wins off and plays off in today's matches.
Oh, absolutely. What would you say was your favorite match of today? Which one do you think you viewed most covetously?
I really like the match between Team Swing and Froggy Frogs, because there seemed to be a lot of grit. There was a lot of grinding. It was against Alf's nurse and the adrenaline play. Because that was the match where they got a full pickup. Everyone got down, and there's a full pickup, and then everyone got down, back, forth, back, forth. I really like that tug of war type of play, because it makes it it's very intense. You can feel the tension the players have to go through in order to try to get each everything off.
Without shadow of a doubt, that was an excellent match, I've got to say. My favorite though, and I'm saying this with massive bias, is probably the Sadako match. Like, just watching the Sadako just go off, watching Lonely just tear into people, watching the Condemned get higher, wondering whether someone's gonna suffer a heart attack. Like it was beautiful just to see, because Sadako's like that doesn't get a lot of appreciation. So watching her just rip teams apart was kind of cathartic. It was it felt good to watch. It probably wasn't the most technically impressive compared to some of the games we saw out of, especially Alf with his Billy and his nurse. But I just had a lot of fun watching it.
And here we go. Team Froggy Frogs had 2 match wins, which also means they have 4 points on the board, it looks like. Team Predrop has 1 match win, which also means they have 1 match win and 2 net rounds. Team Swing has 0 match win so far, -2 nets on the board, and Team Kingdom has 0 as well, with a -4 net round win on the board.
Indeed. So leaderboard, although the important to reiterate, no one's eliminated, and because the group stages will be continuing tomorrow, March the 26th, 4 o'clock EST or 8 p.m. GMT, depending on where you live, and we'll be going for well, about the same time they've been going for now, a good 6 hours till 10 p.m. Eastern or 2 a.m. GMT. So.
And the first match will probably be Team Predrop versus Team Swing. The second match will be followed up with Team Predrop again against Froggy Frogs. And the third match will be Kingdom versus Team Swing. They're all going to be trying to compete to try to get as many wins as possible on the board to secure a guaranteed second place spot in the bracket to be playing in the finals. Again, these matches between today and tomorrow will be all about trying to secure the guaranteed second place spot that is a guaranteed $8,000 prize pool, with a maximum prize pool of earning $12,000 for first place.
Absolutely, but if we remember correctly, you aren't the competitors aren't the only ones able to reap the rewards of today in numbers with zeros at the end of them. So if you want to redeem 20,000 blood points on DBD Mobile and start or continue your grind into the blood market, then there's a gift code on screen that you can use in the store for 20,000 blood points.
And I hope you guys enjoyed I hope you guys enjoyed all the matches. We had some very, very crazy games, very, very intense ones. I bet a lot of the players today have learned a lot from playing against these really difficult teams. There have been a lot of strategies that come out, different killers, and it'll be interesting to see how things will adapt across the everything. And we'll be back live tomorrow doing more commentary for the tournament as well.
Absolutely, we're still going to be here, so do remember to drop down. Reminder that that's 4 p.m. Eastern or 8 p.m. GMT right here on Twitch.
And